Unseen, written by Karin Slaughter.
Chapter 1. Wednesday, Macon, Georgia. Detective Lena Adams winced as she pulled off her t-shirt. She took her police badge out of her pocket, along with her flashlight and an extra clip for her Glock, and tossed them all onto the dresser. The time on her phone showed it was almost midnight. Lena had rolled out of bed 18 hours ago, and now all she wanted to do was fall back in. Not that she'd done that much lately. For the past 4 days, just about every waking hour had been wasted sitting at a conference room table, answering questions she'd answered the day before, and the day before that. Navigating the usual bullshit that came from having to justify your actions to internal affairs. Who led the raid into the house? What intelligence were you acting on? What did you expect to find? The internal investigator for the Macon Police Department had the dour, lifeless personality of a career pencil pusher. Every day, the woman showed up dressed in the same style black skirt and white blouse, an outfit that seemed more appropriate for greeting diners at an Olive Garden. She nodded a lot, frowned even more as she took notes. When Lena didn't answer quickly, she checked the tape recorder to make sure it was picking up the silences. Lena was certain the questions were designed to provoke an outburst. The first day, she'd been so numb that she'd just answered truthfully, in the hope that it would soon be over. The second and third days, she'd been less forthcoming, her level of irritation rising with each passing minute. Today, she had finally exploded, which seemed exactly what the woman had been waiting for. What do you think I expected to find, you miserable bitch? If only Lena hadn't found it. If only she could take a razor and slice the images out of her brain. They haunted her. They flickered into her vision like an old movie every time she blinked. They filled her with a constant, unrelenting sorrow. Lena started to rub her eyes, then thought better of it. 6 days had passed since she'd led her team on the raid, but her body was still a walking reminder of what had happened. The bruise, fingering its way across her nose and underneath her left eye, had turned a urine yellow. The 3 stitches holding together the cut in her scalp itched like a rash. Then there were the things that no one could see. Lena's bruised tailbone, her aching back and knees, the roil in her stomach every time she thought about what she discovered in that desolate house in the woods. 4 dead bodies. 1 man still in the hospital. Another who would never wear the badge again. Not to mention the terrible memory she would probably end up taking to her grave. Tears came into Lena's eyes. She bit her lip, fighting the urge to let the grief have its way. She was exhausted. The week had been hard. Hell, the last 3 weeks had been hard. But it was over now. All of it was over. Lena was safe. She would keep her job. The Rat Squad investigator had scurried back to her hole. Lena was finally home, where no one could stare at her, question her, probe and prod her. It wasn't just internal affairs. Everyone wanted to know what the raid had been like, what Lena had found in that dark, dank basement. And Lena wanted nothing more than to forget all about it. Her cell phone chirped. Lena exhaled until her lungs were completely empty. The phone chirped a second time. She picked it up. There was a new text message. Vickery. You okay? Lena stared at the letters on the screen. Paul Vickery, her partner. She tapped reply. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. The distant rumble of a motorcycle shook the air. Instead of typing out a response, Lena held down the power button until the phone turned off. She placed it on the dresser beside her badge. The roar of the Harley D's twin-cam engine vibrated in her ears as Jared gunned the bike so he could make it to the top of their steep driveway. Lena waited, following the familiar sounds. The engine cutting, the metallic groan of the kickstand, the heavy tread of boots as her husband made his way into the house, tossed his helmet and keys onto the kitchen table, even though she'd asked him 1,000,000 times not to. He paused for a moment, probably to check the mail, then continued toward their bedroom. Lena kept her back to the door as she counted off Jared's footsteps down the long hallway. His stride sounded tentative, reluctant. He'd probably been hoping Lena would be asleep. Jared stopped at the doorway. He was obviously waiting for Lena to turn around. When she didn't, he asked,
"You just get in?"
"I stayed late to finish." It wasn't a complete lie. She'd hoped Jared would be asleep too. "I was about to take a shower."
"All right."
Lena didn't go into the bathroom. Instead, she turned to face him. Jared's gaze flickered down to her bra, then quickly back up again. He was dressed in his uniform, his hair twisted into a peak from the helmet. He was a cop with the Macon PD, too. A motorman, one rank below Lena and 12 years younger. Neither one of these things used to bother her, but lately, every inch of their lives was a provocation. He leaned against the door jamb, asking,
"How did it go?"
"They cleared me to go back to work."
"That's good, right?"
She replayed his words in her head, trying to decipher the tone. "Why wouldn't it be?" Jared didn't respond. There was a long, uncomfortable silence before he asked,
"You want a drink?"
Lena couldn't hide her surprise.
"I guess it's okay now, right?"
He tilted his head to the side, forced his lips into a tight smile. He was a few inches taller than Lena, but his muscular frame and athletic grace made him seem larger. Usually. Jared cleared his throat to let her know that he was waiting. She nodded. "Okay." Jared left the room, but his need lingered, surrounding her, almost suffocating her. He needed for Lena to break down. He needed for her to lean on him. He needed her to show him that what happened had affected her, had altered her in some tangible way. He couldn't see that not giving in was the only thing that kept her from falling completely apart. Lena took her pajamas out of the dresser. She heard Jared moving around the kitchen. He opened the freezer door, rummaged around for a handful of ice. Lena closed her eyes. Her body swayed. She waited for the cubes to hit glass. Her mouth watered in anticipation. She clenched her jaw, forced open her eyes. She wanted the drink too badly. When Jared came back, she would put the glass down, wait a few minutes, prove to herself that she could do without it. Prove to him that she didn't need it. Her hands ached as she unbuttoned her jeans. The day of the raid, she gripped her shotgun so hard that her fingers had felt like they were permanently curled. She wasn't sure why everything still ached. She should be better now, but her body was holding on to the hurt, holding on to the poison that was eating her up inside.
"So?"
Jared was back. This time, he came into the room. He poured a large vodka as he walked toward her, the bottle gurgling as the liquid splashed into the glass.
"You're back on duty tomorrow?"
"First thing." He handed her the glass.
"No time off?"
Lena took the drink and downed half of it in one gulp.
"I guess that's the same as when—"
Jared's voice trailed off. He didn't have to say when. Instead, he looked out the back window. The dark panes showed his reflection.
"I bet you get your sergeant's stripes off this."
She shook her head, but said, "Maybe." He stared at her, waiting, needing. She asked, "What are they saying at the station?" Jared walked to the closet.
"That you've got balls of steel?"
He dialed the combination on the gun safe. Lena watched the back of his neck. There was a pink line of sunburn where his helmet didn't protect the skin. He must have known she was watching, but he just took his holster off his belt and stored his gun beside hers. Near hers. He didn't even let their guns touch. She asked, "Does it bother you?" He shut the safe door, spun the combination.
Why would it bother me?
Lena didn't say the words, but they were screaming in her head. "Because they think I'm tougher than you. Because your wife was taking down some very bad guys while you were tootling around on your bike giving tickets to soccer moms." Jared said,
I'm proud of you.
He used his reasonable voice, the one that made Lena want to punch him in the face.
They should give you a medal for what you did.
He had no idea what she'd done. Jared only knew the highlights, the details Lena was allowed to share outside closed doors. She repeated the question. "Does it bother you?" He paused for a second too long.
It bothers me that you could have been killed.
He still hadn't answered the question. Lena studied his face. The skin was unlined, fresh. She'd met Jared when he was 21, and in the 5.5 years since, he'd somehow started looking younger, like he was aging in reverse. Or maybe Lena was getting older more quickly. So much had changed since those early days. In the beginning, she could always tell what he was thinking. Of course, since then, she'd given him plenty of mortar to build up a wall around himself. He started unbuttoning his shirt.
I think I'm gonna go put those cabinets together.
She gave a startled laugh. Really? The kitchen had been torn apart for 3 months, mostly because Jared found a new reason every weekend to not work on it. He let his shirt drop to the floor.
At least IKEA will know I'm still the man of the house.
Now that it was out there, Lena didn't know how to respond. You know it's not like that. Even to her own ears, the excuse sounded weak. It's just not.
Really?
Lena didn't answer.
Right.
Jared's cell phone started to ring. He pulled it out of his pocket, checked the number, and declined the call. That your girlfriend? Lena didn't like the thinness in her tone. The joke wasn't funny. They both knew that. He rummaged through the dirty clothes basket and found his jeans, one of his t-shirts. It's almost midnight. Lena looked at the bedside clock. Past midnight.
I'm not sleepy.
He dressed quickly, tucking his phone into his back pocket.
I'll keep the noise down.
You need your phone to put the cabinets together?
The charge is low.
Jared!
It won't take long to finish.
He smiled that fake smile again.
Least I can do, right?
Lena smiled back, holding up her glass and a toast. He didn't leave.
You should get in the shower before you fall down.
She nodded, but couldn't stop her eyes taking in the way the t-shirt clung to his chest, followed the definition of his abs. The vodka had given her a nice buzz. Her body was finally starting to relax. There was something about the way Jared was standing that brought old memories rushing back. Lena let her mind wander to a place she usually kept blocked off. The town where she'd lived before she moved with Jared to Macon, the city where she'd first learned how to be a cop. Back in Grant County, Jared's father had taught Lena everything she knew about being a police officer. Well, almost everything. Lena had a feeling the trick she'd learned after Chief Jeffrey Tolliver's death would have pissed him the hell off. For all the times he crossed the line, Jeffrey sure came down hard on Lena whenever he caught her skipping near it.
Lee?
Jared asked. He had Jeffrey's eyes, the same way of tilting his head to the side while he waited for her to answer him. Lena finished the drink, though her head was swimming. I love you. It was Jared's turn to give a startled laugh. She asked, Aren't you gonna say you love me back?
Do you want me to?
Lena didn't answer. He gave a resigned sigh as he walked over to her. She was dressed in nothing but her bra and underwear, but he kissed her on the forehead the same way he did with his sister.
Don't fall asleep in the shower.
Lena watched him go. He'd been wearing the same dirty t-shirt a lot lately. There were spots of yellow paint on the back and shoulders from where he'd started remodeling the spare bedroom 3 weeks ago. Lena had told him not to paint the walls, to wait another few weeks. Not because he had at least 10 other projects in the house that needed to be finished first, but because it was bad luck. Jared never listened to her. Of course, she never listened to him either. Lena took the vodka bottle with her into the bathroom. She put the empty glass on the back of the toilet and drank straight from the bottle, her head tilting back. Probably not wise, considering the pain pills she'd taken as soon as she walked through the front door, but Lena wasn't feeling particularly smart at the moment. She wanted the amnesia to come. She wanted the pills and the alcohol to erase everything from her mind. What had happened before the raid, during the raid, after. She wanted it all blanked out so that she could lie down and see darkness instead of that silent, flickering movie that had haunted her for the last 6 days. She put the bottle down on the back of the toilet. Her fingers felt thick as she pinned up her hair. Lena stared at her reflection in the mirror. There were dark circles under her eyes, and not just from the bruise. She pressed her fingers to the glass. Her face was starting to show the things she'd lost. The number of bodies she'd left in her wake. Lena looked down. Without realizing, she had pressed her palm to her flat stomach. As recently as 9 days ago, there had been the beginning of a swell. Her pants had been tight, her breasts had been sore. Jared hadn't been able to stop himself from touching her. Sometimes, Lena would wake up and find his hand resting on her belly, as if he was laying claim to what he'd created, the life he'd put inside of her. But, of course, the life didn't stay there. His hand couldn't stop the wrenching pain that had ripped Lena from a deep sleep. His words couldn't comfort her as the blood flowed, in the bathroom, at the hospital, on the drive home. It was a red tide that left nothing but death in its wake. And every time she walked by that fucking spare bedroom with its bright yellow walls, she was gripped by such a cold hate for him that she shivered with rage. Lena stared up at the ceiling. She held her breath for a moment before letting it whisper out like a dark secret. Everything was getting to her today. The loss, the grief. The vodka and pills weren't helping. Would never help enough. She searched for the cap to the bottle, but couldn't find it. Lena pulled open the door. The bedroom was empty. Jared's clothes were on the floor, exactly where they dropped when he took them off. Lena picked up his shirt. She smelled exhaust from the road, sweat and grease from riding all day. His pants still had his wallet in the back pocket. She took it out and put it on the bedside table. His front pockets were full. A handful of change, a small tin of Burt's beeswax to keep his lips from getting windburned, a couple of 20s, his driver's license, and 3 credit cards, all held together by a green rubber band. A small black velvet pouch that he kept his wedding ring in. Lena dug her finger inside the pouch and pulled out the gold ring. Jared had stopped wearing it to work after one of his buddies had wiped out on his bike. The man's wedding ring had caught on his knuckle and ripped the skin off like a sock. After that, Lena had made Jared promise not to wear his ring while he was riding. The black pouch was a compromise. She'd told him to leave the ring at home, but her husband was romantic, much more so than any woman Lena had ever met, and he didn't like the idea of being without it. She assumed now that he carried it around out of habit. Lena returned the ring to the pouch and opened Jared's wallet. She'd given it to him their first year together, and he still carried it, despite the fact that he'd never used a wallet before. It was really nothing more than a portable photo album. Lena thumbed past the many candid shots Jared had taken of the last 5 years. Lena in front of their house on the day they moved in. Lena on his bike. Jared and Lena at Disney World, a Braves game. The SEC playoffs, the national championship in Arizona. She stopped on the photo from their wedding, which had taken place in a judge's chambers inside the Atlanta courthouse. Lena's Uncle Hank stood on one side of her, Jared on the other. Beside Jared were his mother, stepfather, sister, grandmother, grandfather, 2 cousins, and an elementary school teacher who'd always kept in touch. Everyone was dressed up but Lena, who was in a navy pantsuit she normally wore to work. Her hair was down, the brown curls hanging past her shoulders. She'd had her makeup done at the Lenox Macy's counter by a transsexual who'd gone on and on about her skin tone. At least one woman had appreciated Lena that day. The sour look on Jared's mother's face explained why the groom hadn't insisted on a more formal affair. Somewhere right now in Alabama, Darnell Long was praying that her son would come to his senses and divorce the bitch he'd married. Sometimes Lena wondered if she held on to Jared solely to spite the woman. She flipped to the next picture, and her knees felt shaky. Lena sat down on the bed. She'd seen the photo many times, just not in Jared's wallet. It was from the shoebox Lena kept in the closet. The picture was of her twin sister, Sybil. Lena was struck by a painful ache of jealousy. And then she felt herself start to laugh. Jared obviously thought the picture was of Lena. He'd never met Sybil. She'd been dead 10 years when Jared came into Lena's life. She put her hand to her mouth as the laugh turned into a sob. When Lena had found out she was pregnant, the first person she thought of was Sybil. There was a brief spark of happiness as Lena had picked up the phone to call her sister. And then the loss had sucker punched her in the chest. Lena carefully wiped underneath her eyes as she stared at the photo. She could see why Jared had chosen it. Sybil was sitting on a blanket in the park. Her mouth was open, head tilted back. She was laughing with full abandon, the kind of happiness Lena seldom showed. Their Mexican-American grandmother's genes were on full display. Sybil's skin was bronze from the sun. Her curly brown hair was down, the way Lena wore her hair today. Though Sybil didn't have the highlights Lena had, and she certainly didn't have the few strands of gray. What would Sybil look like now? It was a question Lena had asked a lot over the years. She assumed it was something all twins wondered when one passed away. Sybil had never had Lena's hard lines and sharp edges. There was always a softness to Sybil's face, an openness that invited people in instead of pushing them away. Only a fool would mistake one twin for the other.
Lee?
She looked up at Jared, as if it was perfectly normal for her to be sitting in her underwear crying over his wallet. He was standing in the doorway again, feet just shy of entering. She asked,
Who is that call from? On your cell phone? The number was blocked.
He looped his thumbs through his tool belt as he leaned against the door jamb.
You all right?
Her voice caught.
Tired.
Lena looked at Sybil one last time before she closed the wallet. She felt tears streaming down her face. Her jaw tightened as she tried to force her emotions back down. No matter what she did, they kept bubbling up again, tightening her throat, squeezing like a band around her chest.
Lee?
He still didn't come into the room. Lena shook her head, willing him to go. She couldn't look at him, couldn't let Jared see her like this. She knew that breaking down was exactly what he'd been waiting for, expecting, wanting. But then, something snapped inside of her. Another sob came out, deep, mournful. Lena couldn't fight it anymore, couldn't keep pushing him away. She didn't make Jared come to her. She crossed the room quickly, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, pressing her face to his chest.
Lena.
She kissed him. Her hands went to his face, touched his neck. Jared resisted at first, but he was a 26-year-old man who'd spent the last week sleeping on the couch. It didn't take much for Lena to get a response. His calloused hands rubbed along her bare back. He pulled her closer, kissed her harder. And then, his whole body jerked away. Blood sprayed into her mouth. Lena heard the gunshots seconds later. After Jared had been hit. After he collapsed against her. He was too heavy. Lena stumbled, falling back onto the floor. Jared sprawled on top of her, pinning her down. She couldn't move. She tried to push him up, but another shot rang out. His body spasmed, lifting a few inches, then falling against her again. Lena heard a high-pitched keening. It was coming from her own mouth. She scrambled out from under Jared, then grabbed him by his shirt to pull him out of the line of fire. She managed to move him a few feet before his tool belt got twisted up in the rug.
No!
Lena stuttered before she clamped her hands over her mouth to stop the noise. She pressed her back to the wall, fighting a wave of hysteria. The vodka and pills caught up with her. Vomit roiled into the back of her throat. She wanted to scream, needed to scream, but she couldn't. Jared wasn't moving. The noise from the guns still rang in her ears. Shotgun blast. The pellets had scattered, penetrating his back, his head. Bright red circles of blood spread into the dried yellow paint on his t-shirt. A screwdriver from his tool belt was jammed into his side. More blood was pooling underneath his body. She put her hand on his leg, felt the lean muscle of his calf.
Jared,
she whispered.
Jared.
His eyes stayed closed. Blood bubbled from his lips. His fingers quivered against the floor. She could see the tan line where he'd been wearing his wedding ring, even though he promised her he wouldn't. Lena reached for his hand, then pulled back. Footsteps. The shooter was walking down the hallway, slowly, methodically. He was wearing boots. She could hear the echo of the wooden heel hitting the bare floorboards, then the softer scrape of the toe. One step, another. Silence. The shooter raked back the shower curtain in the hall bathroom. Lena's eyes scanned the bedroom. The guns were locked in the safe. Her cell phone was on the other side of the room. They didn't have a landline. The window was too out in the open. The bathroom was a death trap. Jared's cell phone. She ran her hand up his leg, checked his pockets. Empty. Empty. They were all empty. The footsteps resumed, echoing down the hallway, the sound like twigs snapping. And then, nothing. He'd stopped outside the first bedroom. 2 desks. Boxes of old case files. Jared always left the closet door open. The shooter could see it from the hallway. He cleared his throat and spat on the floor. He wanted Lena to know that he was coming. She pressed her back against the wall, forced herself to stand up. She wasn't going to be sitting down when she died. She was going to be on her feet, fighting for her life, her husband's life. The footsteps stopped again. The shooter was checking the next bedroom. Bright yellow walls. Closet door laid across a pair of sawhorses, so Jared could paint balloons on it. From the hallway, you could see the thin pencil lines where he'd sketched them freehand. You could also see straight back inside the empty closet. The shooter continued down the hall. Lena's hand shook as she reached down to Jared. The hammer on his belt was already halfway out of its metal loop. She used her fingers to push it the rest of the way. Her hand wrapped around the grip. It felt warm, almost hot against her skin. Jared's eyelids fluttered open. He watched Lena as she stood up, pressed her back against the wall again. There was a glassy look to his gaze. Pain. Intense pain. It cut right through her. His mouth moved. Lena put her finger to her lips, willing him to be quiet, to play dead so that he wouldn't get shot again. The footsteps stopped just shy of the bedroom door, maybe 5 feet away. The man's shadow preceded him into the room, casting half of Jared's body into darkness. Lena turned the hammer around so that the claw was facing out. She heard the pump of a shotgun. The sound had its intended effect. She had to lock her knees so she didn't fall to the floor. The shooter paused. His shadow wavered slightly, but didn't encroach farther into the room. Lena tensed, counting off the seconds. 1, 2, 3. The man did not enter. He was just standing there. She tried to put herself in the shooter's head, figure out what he was thinking. 2 cops, both with guns they hadn't used. One was on the floor. The other hadn't moved, hadn't shot back, hadn't screamed or jumped out the window or charged him. Lena's ears strained in the silence as they both waited. Finally, the shooter took another step forward, short, tentative. Then another. The tip of the shotgun's barrel was the first thing Lena saw, sawed off. The metal was rough cut, freshly hewn. There was a pause, a slight adjustment as the shooter pivoted to the side. Lena saw that the hand supporting the barrel was tattooed. A black skull and crossbones filled the webbing between the thumb and forefinger. One last careful step. Lena two-handed the hammer and swung it into the man's face. The claw sank into his eye socket. She heard the crunch of bone as the sharpened steel splintered a path into his skull. The shotgun went off, blasting a hole in the wall. Lena tried to pull out the hammer for another blow, but the claw was caught in his head. The man staggered, tried to brace himself against the door. His fingers wrapped around her wrist. Blood poured from his eye, ran into his mouth, down his neck. That was when Lena saw the second man. He was running down the hallway, a Smith & Wesson 5-shot in his hand. Lena yanked on the hammer, using it like a handle to jerk the shooter in front of her, to use him as a shield. 3 shots popped off in rapid succession. The shooter's body absorbed each hit. Lena gave him a hard shove backward into the second assailant. Both men stumbled. The S&W skittered across the floor. Lena scooped up the shotgun. She pulled the trigger, but the shell was jammed. She tried the pump, worked to clear the chamber as the second guy climbed his way up to standing. He lunged for her, fingers grazing the muzzle of the gun, before he fell to one knee. Jared had grabbed his ankle. He held on tight, his arms shaking from the effort. The man reared back, started to bring down his fist on Jared's temple. Lena flipped the shotgun around, grabbed it by the barrel, and swung it like a bat at the man's head. Blood and teeth sprayed as his jaw snapped loose. He crashed to the floor.
"Jared!"
Lena screamed, dropping down beside him.
"Jared!"
He moaned. Blood dribbled from his mouth. His stare was blank, unseeing.
"It's okay,"
she told him.
"It's okay."
He coughed. His body shuddered. Then a violent seizure took hold.
"Jared!"
she screamed.
"Jared!"
Lena's vision blurred as tears filled her eyes. She put her hands on each side of his face.
"Look at me,"
she begged.
"Just look at me."
Movement. She saw it out of the corner of her eye. The second man was inching toward the bed, trying to reach the gun. Half his body was paralyzed. He dragged himself with one arm, a wounded cockroach leaving a trail of blood. Lena felt her heart stop. Something had changed. The air had shifted. The world had stopped spinning. She looked down at her husband. Jared's body had gone completely slack. His eyelids were closed to a slit. She touched his face, his mouth. Her hand shook so hard that her fingertips tapped against his skin. Sybil. Jeffrey. The baby. Their baby. Lena stood up. She moved like a machine. The hammer was still embedded in the first man's face. Lena braced her foot on his forehead, wrapped her hands around the handle, and wrenched the claw loose. The cockroach was still crawling toward the bed. His progress was incremental. Lena took her time, waiting until he was inches away from the gun to drop her knee into his back. She felt his ribs snap under her full weight. Broken teeth spewed from his mouth like chunks of wet sand. Lena raised the hammer above her head. It came down on the man's spine with a splintering crack. He screamed, his arms shooting out, his body bucking underneath her. Lena held on, her mind focused, her body rigid with rage. She raised the hammer high above her head and aimed for the back of his skull. But then, suddenly, everything stopped. The hammer wouldn't move. It was stuck in the air. Lena looked behind her. There was a third man. He was tall, with a lanky build and strong hands that kept Lena from delivering the death blow. She was too shocked to respond. She knew this man, knew exactly who he was. He was dressed like a biker, bandana around his head, chain hanging from his leather belt. He put a finger to his lips, the same as she had done to Jared moments before. There was a warning in his eyes, and underneath the warning, she saw genuine fear. Slowly, Lena came back to herself. Her hearing first, the raspy sound of her own labored breathing. Then, she felt the shooting pain from her tensed muscles, the singed skin of her palms where she'd grabbed the shotgun. The acrid smell of death flooded into her nose, and just underneath that, she caught the tinge of the open road, the familiar odor of exhaust and oil and sweat that Jared brought home with him every night. Jared. The back of his shirt was drenched, glued to his skin. The yellow spots of dried paint had disappeared. They were black now, just like his hair, darkened by blood. Lena's body went limp. The fight had drained out of her. She lowered the hammer, let it fall to the floor. Sirens pierced the air. 2, 3, more than she could count. A hoarse voice called from somewhere outside.
Dude, where you at?
The sirens got louder, closer. Will Trent looked at Lena one last time, then left the room. Chapter 2. Thursday, Atlanta, Georgia. Hospital elevators were notoriously unreliable, but Dr. Sarah Linton felt that the ones at Atlanta's Grady Memorial were particularly creaky. Still, like a gambling addict hitting a slot machine, she punched the button every time, on the off chance that the doors would open. "Come on," Sarah mumbled, staring at the numbers above the doors, willing them to hit 7. She waited, hands tucked into the pockets of her white lab coat, as the digital display showed 10, then 9, then stayed at a solid 8. Sarah tapped her foot. She looked at her watch, and then she felt her body fill with dread as she saw Oliver Giddings trotting toward her. As a pediatric attending in Grady Hospital's emergency room, Sarah was in charge of several students who, despite some evidence to the contrary, assumed that one day they would become doctors. Night shifts were particularly tedious. There was something about the moon that turned their little brains into mush. Sarah often wondered how some of them managed to dress themselves, let alone get into medical school. Oliver Giddings was one of the better examples, or worse, as the case tended to be. In the last 8 hours, he'd already spilled a urine sample on himself and accidentally sewn a sterile cloth onto the sleeve of his lab coat. At least, she hoped it was accidental. He called,
Dr. Linden?
"This way," Sarah told him, giving up on the elevator and heading toward the stairs.
I'm glad I found you.
Oliver ran after her like an eager puppy.
An interesting case came up.
Oliver thought all of his cases were interesting. She said, "Give me the highlights."
6-year-old girl,
he began, pulling on the exit door twice before realizing that it opened outward.
Mom says the girl woke her up in the middle of the night for some water. They're going down the stairs. The girl starts to fall. Mom grabs her arm. Something pops. The girl starts screaming. Mom rushes her here.
Sarah took the lead down the stairs. She guessed, X-ray showed a spiral fracture?
Yes. The girl had a bruise on her arm, here.
Sarah glanced back to see where he indicated. So, you suspect abuse? Did you order a skeletal survey?
Yes, but radiology is backed up. My shift is almost over. I thought I'd go ahead and call defects to get things moving.
Sarah abruptly stopped her descent. The Division of Family and Children's Services. She asked, "You want to go ahead and put the kid in the system?" Oliver shrugged, as if this was nothing.
The girl's too quiet. Mom's antsy, irritated. All she wants to know is when they can leave.
How long have they been here?
I don't know. I think she was triaged around 1.
Sarah looked at her watch. It's 5:58 in the morning. They've been here all night. I'd want to leave too. What else? For the first time, Oliver seemed to doubt himself.
Well, the fracture...
Sarah continued down the stairs. No specific fracture is pathognomonic to child abuse. You call defects, and it's a legal matter. If this mother is an abuser, you want to make sure she doesn't get away with it. You need corroborating evidence. Does the girl seem scared of her mother? Does she look you in the eye and answer questions? Are there other bruises? Developmental delays? Continence issues? Is there a history of ER visits? How did she present otherwise? Oliver didn't immediately answer. Sarah prompted, Is she healthy? Well-nourished?
Yes, but...
Stop. Sarah wasn't looking for a discussion. She checked her watch again. Dr. Connor is taking over for me, but you've got all of my numbers. Order the skeletal survey to see if there are any past breaks or fractures. Notify security to keep an eye on the mom. Call the other ERs to see if the girl's ever been admitted. Sarah moderated her tone, trying to make it clear she was teaching him something, not punishing him. Oliver, 65% of child abuse cases are flagged in emergency rooms. If you stay in pediatrics, this is the sort of thing you're going to be dealing with on a weekly basis. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you need to know all the facts before you turn this girl's life upside down. And her mother's.
Yes, ma'am.
He headed down the stairs, hands tucked deep into his coat pockets. Sarah didn't immediately follow, cognizant that Oliver's ego was fragile enough without her snapping at his heels. Instead, she sat on the bottom stair and checked her hospital BlackBerry. Sarah's eyes threatened to roll back in her head as she scrolled through the administrative detritus littering her mailbox. Meetings, conferences, denied requisitions, and new procedures for requisitioning, attending conferences, and scheduling meetings. She felt around in her other pocket and traded the BlackBerry for her personal phone. This was much better. Her father had emailed a silly joke about snails that he'd heard at the Waffle House. Her mother had forwarded a recipe that was never going to happen. There was a long email from her sister with a picture of Sarah's niece attached. She marked this unread and saved it for later. The next message was a text from Sarah's boyfriend. An hour ago, he'd sent her a photo of his breakfast. 6 mini chocolate donuts, an egg and cheese biscuit, and a large Coke. Sarah didn't know which one of them was going to have a heart attack first. The door popped open. Dr. Felix Connor stuck his head into the stairwell. He eyed Sarah suspiciously.
Why do you look so happy?
Because I can go home now that you're finally here.
Give me a minute to hit the can.
Sarah dropped the phone back into her pocket as she stood. Oliver wasn't the only one who wanted to get out of here. Sarah had pulled several night shifts in a row, courtesy of a stomach flu that was running rampant through the hospital. She was beginning to feel punished for her own good health. Home, sleep, silence. She was already making plans as she walked through the ER. Thanks to her crazy work schedule, Sarah had 4 full days of freedom ahead of her. She could read a book, take a run with her dogs, remind her boyfriend why they were together. This last bit widened her smile considerably. She got some curious looks in return. Not many people were happy to find themselves at Grady, which was the only publicly funded hospital left in Atlanta. The staff tended to take on the hardened demeanor of combat veterans. If practicing medicine was an uphill battle, working at Grady was on par with Guadalcanal. Stabbings, beatings, poisonings, rapes, shootings, murders, drug overdoses. And that was just pediatrics. Sarah stopped at the computer by the nurse's station. She pulled up Oliver's patient on the monitor. The x-ray clearly showed where the child's right humerus had been twisted. Either the mom was being truthful about what had happened on the stairs, or she was savvy enough to fabricate a believable lie. Sarah looked up, scanning the open curtain area, which was predictably filled with repeat customers. Several drunks with sleeping off benders. There was a junkie who threatened to kill himself every time he got arrested, and an older homeless woman who belonged in a mental hospital but knew how to game the system so she could stay on the streets. Oliver's little girl was curled up asleep on the last gurney. Her mother was in a chair beside her. She was sleeping too, but her hand was laced through her daughter's. She hadn't yet noticed the security guard standing a few feet away. Not for the first time, Sarah wished that nature had devised a system to alert the rest of the world to people who were abusing children. A scarlet letter, a mark of the beast, some sign that let decent people know these monsters couldn't be trusted. Up until a few years ago, Sarah had lived in a small town 4 hours south of Atlanta. She'd done double duty as the county's pediatrician and medical examiner. Her father liked to joke that between Sarah's 2 jobs, she got them coming and going. While this was certainly true, too many times Sarah had been put in the position of witnessing firsthand the awful things people could do to children. The x-rays that showed repeatedly broken bones, the dental records revealing teeth that had rotted from neglect, the skin that was forever marked from burns and beatings. Now that she was living in Atlanta, Sarah had the additional knowledge that came from dating a man who'd grown up in state care. Sarah's boyfriend didn't like to talk about his childhood. When she touched her fingers to the healed cigarette burns on his chest, or kissed the jagged scar on his upper lip where the skin had been punched in 2, she could only imagine the hell he'd survived. Still, there were far worse things that could happen to a child. The system was flawed in many ways, but it was also there for a reason.
I wish you'd stop smiling.
Felix Connor dried his hands with a paper towel as he walked towards Sarah.
I gotta say, I'm still having a hard time shaking this flu.
Sarah made her voice chipper. Better sick at work than sick at home.
Is that what you tell your patients?
Just the babies. Before Felix could come up with an excuse to leave, Sarah started running down her cases. She was wrapping up the details on Oliver's patient when she felt a rush of heat come to the back of her neck. Sarah glanced over her shoulder, feeling like she was being watched. She did a double take when she saw her boyfriend. Will Trent was leaning against the wall. He was dressed in a charcoal 3-piece suit that was nicely tailored to his lean body. His hands were in his pockets. His sandy blonde hair was damp, curving against the nape of his neck and stopping just shy of his collar. He smiled at her. Sarah smiled back, feeling a familiar tingling in her chest. She had known Will for almost 2 years, met him in this very hospital, but lately their relationship had turned into something more. The depth of her feeling was an unexpected treasure. Sarah had lost her husband 5 years ago. She had assumed she would spend the rest of her life alone. And then she'd met Will. Sarah said, Felix, She glanced around, but he was gone. Will pushed away from the wall and walked toward her.
You look nice.
Sarah laughed at the blatant lie. What are you doing here? I thought you were working.
My briefing's not for another hour.
Do you have time for second breakfast? Will slowly shook his head. Oh. Sarah realized he hadn't just dropped by. She asked, What's wrong?
Maybe we could go somewhere.
She led him toward the doctor's lounge. The door was about 30 feet away, giving Sarah just enough time to work up a full-on worry. Will was a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. He'd been working undercover for the last 10 days. He couldn't, or wouldn't, tell Sarah the details of his assignment, but he kept calling from strange numbers and showing up at odd hours. She had no idea where he came from or where he was going, and any time she asked, he either changed the subject or found a reason to leave. When Sarah wasn't busy feeling mildly annoyed by all this, she was consumed with fear that something bad was going to happen. Or had already happened. Sarah's late husband had been a cop. He was murdered in the line of duty, and losing him had almost killed her. The thought of the same thing happening to Will was too much to bear.
Let me get that.
Will reached in front of Sarah to open the door. Fortunately, the lounge was empty. He waited for her to sit down at the table before taking the chair across from her. She repeated, What's wrong? Silently, he took her hand. Sarah watched as Will ran his fingers along her palm, traced the inside of her wrist. Will watched, too, his deep blue eyes tracking the movement of his fingers. There was something about the way he watched himself touching her that made Sarah's skin start to tingle. She stilled his hand. All she needed was for one of her students to walk in and find her purring like a cat. Besides, she recognized Will's stalling tactics by now. She leaned forward. What is it? He gave a half smile.
Diversion not working?
Almost, she admitted. Will took a deep breath and said,
My assignment got a little more complicated.
Sarah had been expecting as much, but she still needed a moment to absorb the information. He said,
I can't tell you why, but I'm going to be working longer hours. I won't be able to make it back to Atlanta as much, see you as much.
She wasn't so sure Will couldn't tell her about his job, but Sarah didn't want to spend what little time they had together rehashing what had proven to be a fruitless discussion. She said, Okay.
Good.
He looked down at their hands again. Sarah followed his gaze. His wrists were tan, but only to the cuffs of his shirt. His hair was streaked with blonde highlights. Whatever Will was doing, it required him to spend time in the sun.
What I wanted to say,
he continued,
was that I didn't want you to think I was disappearing on you, or that I...
His voice trailed off.
I mean, what we're doing.
Will stopped.
What we've been doing.
Sarah waited.
I didn't want you to take my not being here for...
He seemed to be looking for the right words.
Lack of interest?
He kept staring down at their hands.
Because I am. Interested, I mean.
Sarah studied the top of his head, the way his hair grew in a spiral from the crown. There was going to come a point in the near future when she would no longer be able to accept his evasions. He would either have to open up to her, or she would have to consider her options. The more Sarah thought about it, the closer she felt to the looming crossroads. She stopped thinking about it. Instead, she said, Just promise me that whatever you're doing, you're being careful. He nodded, but she would have felt better if he'd actually said the words. Will wasn't the only detective in the relationship. The GBI was to the state of Georgia what the FBI was to the United States. Except in cases of drug trafficking or child abduction, the agency had to be specifically asked to work a case, and the local police departments didn't tend to ask unless they were desperate. Any way Sarah looked at it, whatever crime had caused Will to go undercover was too dicey for the locals to handle. Worse, being undercover meant that Will's partner wasn't there to back him up. He was completely alone, probably surrounded by men with violent histories and addictions. Will asked,
"So, we're all right?"
Sarah pressed her lips together, forcing back the words she really wanted to say. "Of course we're all right."
"Good."
Will slumped back in his chair, his relief almost palpable. Not for the first time, Sarah wondered how a man who'd spent his entire adult life solving puzzles could be so willfully obtuse in his private life. She asked, "How long will this take?"
2, maybe 3 weeks.
She waited for more, but in the end, Will simply looked away. The gesture was artlessly executed, as if he was going through a checklist of casual movements. Blink, scratch jaw, feign interest in the notices on the wall. Sarah turned to look at the posters that suddenly held his rapt attention. They were typical to a hospital. Warnings about HIV and hepatitis C, alongside a rudely defaced hygiene series featuring SpongeBob SquarePants. Sarah turned back around. She'd never been good at passive-aggressive gameplay. "Can we at least acknowledge that there's something else going on? Because I can feel it, Will. There's something else to this, and I think you're keeping it from me because you don't want me to worry." To his credit, he didn't offer false protests.
"Would it make you feel better?"
She nodded.
"All right."
Sarah chewed her bottom lip. She waited for more, then remembered she wanted to leave the hospital before she was old enough to retire. "That's it?" He shrugged. She was too tired to keep pushing the boulder up the hill. "You are driving me absolutely crazy."
"In a good way?"
She squeezed his hand. "Not exactly." He laughed, though they both knew she wasn't kidding. He asked,
"Did you hear Homeland Security arrested SpongeBob at the airport?"
"Will..."
"I'm serious. They showed it on the news this morning."
Sarah groaned. "Public indecency?"
"That goes without saying. But the big charge was they caught him trying to take too many fluids onto the plane."
She shook her head. "That's awful."
"He said he was framed."
Will paused for effect.
"But it's obvious nobody hung him out to dry."
Sarah kept shaking her head. "How long did it take for you to come up with that?" Will leaned forward and kissed her. Not an apologetic brush across the lips or a quick goodbye, but something longer, more meaningful. Briefly, Sarah considered the fact that the entire emergency room was on the other side of the door, that anyone could walk in on them. But then Will deepened the kiss, and none of that mattered. He was out of his chair, on his knees in front of her. He pressed closer, pushing her back against the chair. Sarah started to feel lightheaded.
"Jello cup!"
A man screamed from the ER. Sarah jumped. Will sat back on his heels. He wiped his mouth from the back of his hand. "Sorry," she apologized, as if she could control the patience. Sarah straightened Will's collar, smoothed down his tie. She could feel his pulse pounding in the side of his neck. It matched her own beating heart. "The drunks are waking up."
"I like Jello, too."
"Will..."
"I should probably get to work."
He stood up and brushed the grime off his pants.
"Remember what I said, okay? I'm not going anywhere."
He grinned.
"I mean, I'm leaving now, but I'm coming back as soon as I can, okay?"
Her mind filled with things to tell him. that she wanted him to promise that he would stay out of harm's way, that she needed him to assure her that everything was going to be all right. Sarah knew these promises would be meaningless at best, and a burden at most. The last thing a cop needed to think about when he was in the line of fire was whether or not his girlfriend would approve. In the end, she told him, "Okay." He smiled at her, but again, Sarah could tell that something was off. She could see it in his eyes. A hesitation, a concern. As usual, Will didn't give her time to question him. She caught a glimpse of the crowded hallway as he opened the door and left. The morning rush had arrived. The cacophony of beeping monitors and machinery had started to rev. Patients were already parked on gurneys in the hallway. The drunk screamed for Jell-O again. Then another screamed for the first one to shut up, and also that he wanted some Jell-O. Sarah clasped her hands together in her lap, silently reviewing her conversation with Will. What was he really trying to tell her? Why had he come to the hospital when everything he'd said could have been relayed over the phone? At least he'd admitted something else was going on. He could be so damn inscrutable, and Sarah was not too proud to admit that she often found herself outmaneuvered. She touched her fingers to her lips, felt where Will's mouth had been. Was that the point of his visit? Was kissing her Will's way of making sure she didn't forget him while he was gone? Or was he marking his territory before he left town? Only one of those options was flattering. Sarah's phone rang. She dug around in her pocket, feeling for the telltale vibration. She expected, hoped, that it was Will, but the caller ID read Talladega County, Alabama. Over the last week, he'd called from a lot of strange places, but never from Alabama. Sarah answered. "Hello?" There was no response, just a low humming sound. Sarah tried again. "Hello?" There was still no response, but the humming got louder, more animal than electronic. "Hello?" Sarah was about to end the call, but unreasonably, her mind flashed up the image of Will lying on the pavement, his body rent in two. She stood from the chair. "Will?" There was a huff of air down the line. "Hello?" Sarah pulled open the door. She ran into the hall, nearly colliding with a patient. This was ridiculous. Will was fine. He'd just left less than 2 minutes ago. She could still feel his mouth on hers. "Hello?" Sarah pressed the phone to her ear. "Who is this?" Sarah." The woman on the other end could barely speak. Sarah put her hand to her eyes, relief washing over her body. "Yes? It's... I'm sorry, Nell?" Sarah quickly put together the pieces, recognizing the voice of her husband's high school sweetheart. He'd had a child with Darnell Long, but not much else. "Nell?" Sarah repeated. "Are you okay?" "It's Jared," the woman wailed. "Oh, God." Sarah leaned back against the wall. Jared, her stepson. Sarah had only met him a few times. He was a police officer, just as his father had been. "I didn't..." Nell's voice caught. "I should have..." "Nell, please, tell me what..." "I should have listened to you," she cried. "She's got him. Oh, God." "Listened about..." Sarah stopped. She knew exactly who Nell was talking about. Lena Adams. Sarah's husband had trained Lena fresh out of the academy, had taken her under his wing and promoted her to detective. And in return for Jeffrey Tolliver's trust, Lena Adams had gotten him killed. Nell sobbed. "Oh, God, Sarah, please." "Nell," Sarah managed, her breath catching around the word. Tell me what happened." The woman was too hysterical to comply. "Why didn't I listen to you? Why didn't I forbid it? Why didn't I..." Her words dissolved into a heart-wrenching moan. Sarah forced air into her lungs. She could feel her chest shaking, her hands shaking. Her whole body vibrated with dread.
Now, please, just tell me what happened.
Chapter 3. Will Trent stood in his boss's office on the top floor of City Hall East, looking out at the city. Atlanta was just waking up, the sun sparkling between the skyscrapers, commuters in BMWs and Audis honking their horns. Across the street, dozens of men were lined up outside the Home Depot shopping center. Will watched as, one after another, trucks pulled up and taillights glowed red. Hands shot out, fingers pointed, and 2, 3, sometimes 4 men at a time would jump into the back of the truck to begin the day's work. Will could have had that life. There hadn't been much career advice at the Atlanta Children's Home. When Will turned 18, they'd given him $100 and a map to the homeless shelter. He'd spent the next several months jumping in and out of trucks, working construction or whatever jobs he could find. Will had been very lucky that the right kind of people had intervened. Otherwise, he never would have become an agent with the GBI. He wouldn't have his house, or his car, or his life. He wouldn't have Sarah. Will turned away from the windows. He took in Amanda Wagner's office, which hadn't been altered much in the almost 15 years that he'd worked for her. The location had moved a few times, and the electronics had gotten sleeker as she worked her way up to deputy director of the GBI. But Amanda always decorated the same. Same photos on the wall, same oriental rug under her behemoth desk. Even her chair was the same squeaky old wood and leather contraption that looked like it belonged to George Bailey's nemesis in It's a Wonderful Life. The flat-panel TV was one of her few concessions to modernity. Will found the remote and checked all the Atlanta news channels to see if they had picked up on what had happened in Macon last night. Less than a 2-hour drive from the state capital, Macon was a fairly significant city, with more than 150,000 residents and a thriving university system. Because it was geographically at the heart of the state, the city served as a compromise for people who found Atlanta too busy and smaller towns too slow. In many ways, Macon was a better representation of Georgia than Atlanta. Art museums sat alongside junk stores. A handful of respected tech colleges were blocks away from expensive private schools that taught creationism. The Visitors Bureau touted both the Tubman African American Museum as well as Hay House, an 18,000-square-foot antebellum home built by the keeper of the Confederate Treasury. Apparently, the Atlanta news stations didn't find Macon as interesting. Will turned off the television and put the remote back on Amanda's desk. He should be careful what he wished for. It was probably just a matter of time before all the channels were filled with the gory details about the attack on Jared Long. The Atlanta news producers probably hadn't yet gotten wind of the story. Sometimes it took a painfully long time for phone calls to be made, people to be told that their lives had been irrevocably changed. Will had been sitting in his car outside of Grady Hospital when Sarah's call came through. He'd never been anyone's first phone call before, but when something bad happened, Sarah evidently thought of him. She was crying. She had to stop a few times before she could tell him the story, though she had no way of knowing that Will already knew. Could fill her in on some of the missing details. Jared had been shot. His life was hanging by a thread. Lena was somehow involved. Will had stared blankly out the windshield as he listened to Sarah try to get the words out. His mind conjured up the image of Lena in that tiny bedroom, half naked, covered in blood. Will had been panicked as he rushed down the hallway, careening off the walls. He felt as if he was watching a video moving in slow motion. Lena jammed her knee into the guy's back, arced the hammer high above her head. The slow motion got even slower as the hammer dropped down the first time. The hallway got longer. Will could have been running up a mountain of sand. He was moving closer, yet somehow every step seemed to take him farther away. But Sarah didn't know any of that. She just knew that Jared had been shot, that yet again Lena Adams had been standing by, while another good man had been targeted. It had happened to Sarah's husband 5 years ago, and now it had happened to her husband's son. It wasn't a stretch for Sarah to think it might happen to Will, too. The frustrating part was that Will had specifically gone to the hospital this morning to come clean. He was going to tell Sarah that he'd lied to her about his undercover assignment because he didn't want to worry her. And then he'd had to lie about where he was working so she wouldn't figure it out. And then he'd had to lie again and again until he'd realized that it would have been easier just to tell her the truth in the first place. But then Will had seen her standing at the nurse's station and lost his nerve. Actually, he'd lost his breath. This was nothing new. Lately, every time he saw Sarah Linton, Will literally felt like she had taken his breath away. That couldn't be good for his brain. He'd been oxygen deprived. Obviously, that was why, instead of confessing, he'd ended up on his knees, kissing her like they were never going to see each other again. Which might end up being the case. Will was painfully aware of the tenuous hold he had on the situation. On Sarah.
"You're late,"
Amanda Wagner said, scrolling through her BlackBerry as she entered her office. Will didn't address the comment, which was automatic, something she generally said in lieu of hello. He told her,
"I sent my report an hour ago. I've read it."
Amanda's thumb started working as she stood in the middle of the room responding to an email. She was dressed in a red suit, the skirt hitting just below her knee, white blouse neatly tucked into the waist. Her salt and pepper hair was in its usual helmet. Her nails were trimmed, the clear polish gleaming. She looked well rested, though Will knew Amanda hadn't gotten much sleep last night. The Macon Chief of Police, the director of the GBI Crime Scene Unit, the GBI Medical Examiner, the GBI Crime Lab. They each had to be read in or sent out or relayed orders. And yet Amanda had managed to call Will back 3 more times before the sun came up. He could tell she was worried by the calmness of her tone, the way she spoke to him as if he'd gotten a flat tire on the side of the highway instead of walked into a bloodbath. Usually, Amanda took a certain joy in making Will miserable, but last night was different. It was also fleeting.
"So,"
she finished the email and moved on to another.
"Quite a mess you've gotten yourself into, Wilbur."
He wasn't sure which mess she was talking about.
"I don't have to tell you that we're not out on the limb anymore. We're on the thin part of the branch, the twig." "Yes, ma'am." "Whoever these men are, they don't mind going after cops."
Amanda glanced up at him.
"Try not to get yourself killed, won't you? I don't have the patience to break in someone new." "Yes, ma'am."
She turned her attention back to her email.
"Where's Faith?"
Faith Mitchell, Will's partner.
"You said meet at 7:30.
He checked his watch.
"She's got 6 minutes. "How wonderful! You've learned to tell time."
Amanda continued reading as she went to her desk, sat in her chair. The old cushion made a sound like a pig snort.
"I looped the director in on your midnight escapades. He's keeping a close eye on this."
Will didn't know how he was expected to respond to this information, so he took his seat, waiting for the next shoe to drop. Just recently, Will had come to accept that Amanda Wagner was the closest thing he would ever have to a mother. That is, if your mother was the type to lock you in a refrigerator or strap you into the back seat of her car and roll you into a lake. She put down her BlackBerry and took off her reading glasses.
"Anything you need to tell me?" "No, ma'am."
Uncharacteristically, Amanda didn't press. She turned on her computer, waited for it to boot. Will guessed Amanda was in her mid to late 60s, but there really was no way of knowing her exact age. She was still in good shape, still capable of running circles around men half her age, or Will's age to be exact. And yet watching her try to work a computer mouse was like watching a cat try to pick up a pebble. She slapped the mouse against the desk, mumbling, "What is wrong with this thing?" Will knew better than to offer his help. He brushed a speck of dirt off the knee of his trousers. It made him think about Sarah. She was probably in her car by now, heading down to Macon. The drive was about an hour and a half. Will should have offered to take her. He could have confessed the whole sordid truth along the way. And then Sarah would have given him a choice. Walk back to Atlanta, or walk the rest of the way to Macon. Amanda said, "You're brooding." Will considered the description.
Don't you need the moors for that?
Clever. Amanda sat back in her chair, giving Will her full attention.
You investigated Lena Adams last year? A year and a half ago.
Will corrected.
Faith helped me. Lena's partner was stabbed. He practically bled out in the street. And then she arrested the suspect, and he died in her custody.
Reckless endangerment? Negligence?
Yes.
Will answered.
She was formally reprimanded, but she left Grant County a week later and joined the Macon force. They didn't seem to mind the taint.
Amanda picked at the stem of her glasses. Her voice got softer. She was Jeffrey Tolliver's partner when he was murdered. What, 5, 6 years ago? Will stared out the window. He could feel her eyes lasering the side of his face. She said, "There's an Eric Clapton song about telling the truth. Something about how the whole show is passing you by. Look into your heart, etc." Will cleared his throat.
It makes me very uncomfortable to think about you listening to Eric Clapton.
Amanda's sigh held a tinge of sadness that he didn't want to dwell on. How exactly do you think this is going to end? He indicated the gray clouds that were suddenly crowding the sun.
I think it's going to rain.
There's definitely a storm coming. Her tone quickly changed. Ah, Major Branson, thank you for making the drive. Will stood as a woman wearing a dark blue police uniform came into the office. Ribbons and commendations filled her chest. A heavy-looking leather briefcase was in her hand. She was short and stocky, with her curly black hair shaved close to her head. She seemed about as happy to be here as Will. Amanda made the introductions. Special Agent Trent, this is Major Branson with the Macon Police Department. Denise is our liaison on the Jared Long shooting. Will felt his bowels loosen.
I'm doing the investigation?
A smile teased at Amanda's lips before she said, "No, Faith will take the lead."
Already got it figured out?
Branson's temper sounded poised to uncoil.
I'm going to be honest with you, Deputy Director. I'm not real happy with the idea of your people stomping around my patch like you own the place.
Amanda's tone stayed light. Yet your chief sent you 2 hours north expressly to turn over all of your files.
An hour and a half.
Branson corrected.
And I may work for the man, but I don't always agree with him.
Fair enough. Amanda indicated the chair in front of her desk. Why don't we get our little pissing contest out of the way while Agent Trent fetches us some coffee? Branson sat, her briefcase clutched in her lap. Without looking at Will, she said,
Black, 2 sugars.
Amanda smiled her cat smile. Just black for me. Will wasn't happy to be the designated fetcher, but he knew better than to linger. Outside the office, Caroline, Amanda's secretary, was sitting at her desk. She smiled at Will. Cream, 2 sweet and lows. Will saluted at her request as he walked into the hallway. His shoes sank into the padded carpet on the floor. He felt the chill of air conditioning. City Hall East was housed in an old Sears building that had been built in the 1920s. When the city took over back in the 90s, only the important parts had been renovated, namely the executive suites. 3 stories down, in Will's shoebox of an office, the air was stale and likely toxic. The windows were rusted closed. The cracked asbestos tiles on the floor was scuffed red from the Georgia clay that had traveled in on nearly 100 years of wingtips. It wasn't just the air that was better on the top floor. The kitchen was a showplace, with dark cherry cabinets and stainless steel appliances. The coffee maker looked like something a transformer would shake off its leg. Will guessed the machine was the fancy kind that required pods. He checked the cabinets and found 2 boxes. He assumed Amanda drank the pink and orange Dunkin' Donuts high test. The other box contained purple and yellow pods with flowers and vanilla beans emblazoned on the foil. Will took out 3 hazelnuts and shut the cabinet door. After a few false starts, he figured out how to load a pod. Another minute passed before he managed to pry open the lid of the water tank and fill it to the line. He took 3 mugs off the hooks and waited for the water to boil. Out of habit, Will opened the refrigerator door. There were a couple of paper bags in the fridge, but no old takeout containers or rotting food that smelled like it belonged in the morgue. Before Will started dating Sarah, everything he ate was an on-the-go type of meal, whether it was a bowl of cereal he downed while standing over the sink, or the hot dogs he bought at the gas station on his way home. Now, when Will went home, that usually meant Sarah's apartment and something for dinner that didn't roll under a heat lamp all day. Or it meant that for the time being. Finally, the red light flashed on the coffee machine. Will pressed down the handle on the pod and watched the hot liquid squirt out. The smell reminded him of the cloying perfume some women wear in an attempt to hide the odor of cigarettes. He refilled the water tank for another round. The hazelnut scent wafted into his nostrils as he stirred powdered creamer into the first mug. Will had never liked the taste of coffee, but he made Sarah's for her every morning. She liked it strong, with no fancy flavoring. He'd started to associate the smell with her. Will put down the spoon and stared at the machine. There was no use fighting it anymore. He gave in completely to thinking about Sarah, letting his mind consider all the things he was going to lose. Feeling her long auburn hair tickle his face, tracing his lips along the freckles at the small of her back, watching her chest blush bright red when he touched her. Then there was the way she would sometimes kiss him, showing him with her mouth what she wanted him to do. Will? He looked up, surprised to find Faith Mitchell standing in the doorway. She asked, "What's wrong? You look sick." The red light was flashing. Will loaded another pod.
You want one?
If I have any more caffeine today, my head will explode.
Emma keep you up?
Emma was Faith's 10-month-old daughter. Will knew the baby was with her father this week, but he listened to Faith like it was the first time he was hearing the news. Anyway, Faith rounded out the litany of complaints about her baby's daddy by asking, "What do you think about coincidences?" Will recognized a trick question when he heard one. She said, "Like, you're working an undercover case 1 minute, and the next minute you're sucked into another Lena Adams shitstorm." She held out her hands in an open shrug. "Coincidence?"
We always knew it was possible I'd run into her.
"We did?" She raised her voice high on the last word, like she was questioning a toddler. Will turned his attention back to the coffee machine. He slowed down his movements, feigning uncertainty so that Faith would take over. Instead of taking the bait, she told him, "Sarah called me about 15 minutes ago." Will concentrated on filling the water tank precisely to the mark. "She knows the state investigates officer-involved fatalities." He loaded up the next pod. "She wanted to know what was going on with Jared." Faith paused a moment, then added, "She didn't want to bother you with it, but we both know she's terrified of you getting mixed up with Lena, so—" Faith shrugged. "I told her I'd look into it." Will cleared his throat.
That should be easy. Amanda's putting you in charge of the investigation.
"Well, great. but I didn't know that when I told Sarah. I was lying to her, just like I was lying when I agreed that it's a good thing you're working undercover God knows where and you're not going to get sucked into this, because I'm not sure if you know this, but Sarah is terrified of you being around Lena. Will checked the kitchen drawers for sweeteners. He found 2 pink packets and tore off the tops. Faith said, "You know, Sarah thinks Lena's responsible for her husband's murder. I pretty much agree with her, by the way." Will tapped the sweetener into the mug. "She's also going to think it's Lena's fault that Jared was shot, which, considering her history, is a real possibility." Faith paused again. "Actually, it's a pattern now. I saw it back when you were investigating Lena Adams a year and a half ago. People who get close to her end up dead. Sarah's right to be scared. Jared's just the latest casualty." Will tossed the trash into the garbage can. Stainless steel, just like the appliances. He wondered if Amanda had used her own money. Faith needled. "Jared, Sarah's stepson by her dead husband, who she thinks Lena got murdered." The red light started flashing on the coffee machine. Will pressed down the handle on the pod. He tried the weather thing.
"I think it's going to rain today."
Faith groaned. "You're a dumbass, you know that?" He grimaced, mostly because he couldn't contradict her. "It's not the case that's going to piss Sarah off, it's the cover-up." Faith paused, but only for breath. "Actually, it won't piss her off. It'll hurt her. Devastate her. Which is a hell of a lot worse than her being mad. People get over being mad." Will scooped up the 3 mugs in his hands.
"Amanda's waiting."
Faith trailed him out of the kitchen. Will hunched his shoulders against the disappointment radiating off her, but she was blissfully silent as she followed him to Amanda's office. He knew better than to think this was over. Faith was probably itemizing in her head all the different ways she was right about this. Sadly, there was nothing Will could say, because Faith was right. Sarah wouldn't be angry. She would be hurt. She would be devastated. And then she would probably inventory the steaming load of crap Will had brought into her otherwise normal life and decide it wasn't worth it. His Dickensian childhood, what had happened to his family, his ardent desire not to discuss either topic no matter how gently Sarah pressed. There just wasn't much to recommend him. Will had almost been kicked out of high school. He'd been homeless. He'd barely graduated from college. And this didn't even touch on Will's hateful wife, who had evaporated off the face of the earth the minute he'd filed divorce papers, yet still somehow managed to leave the occasional nasty message tucked under the windshield wiper of Sarah's car. Caroline was still at her desk. She helped Will move the mugs around, taking the one with cream. He realized he'd screwed up the orders at the same moment he realized he didn't care. Unbelievably, the tension in Amanda's office was thicker than when Will had left. Amanda's jaw was set. Denise Branson's body was rigid, her hands clenched into fists. The pissing contest was far from over. Amanda's tone could have cut through steel. "Major Branson, this is Special Agent Mitchell." Oddly, Denise Branson smiled warmly at Faith.
"I worked with your mother when I was a rookie. I hope she's enjoying her retirement."
"Yes." Faith shook the woman's hand. "I'll tell Mama you asked after her." Branson continued.
"Evelyn was always the consummate professional."
She still didn't look at Amanda, but they all took her meaning.
"I'm sorry I don't have time to look her up while I'm in town."
Faith's perfunctory smile and lack of response made it clear she wasn't going to be so easily charmed away from Amanda's side. To break the awkward moment, Will passed out the coffees. Amanda held the mug to her lips, then recoiled when the smell hit her. Branson noted the gesture and placed her mug on the desk. Amanda said, "Let's try to keep this brief. We all have work to do." Will waited for the women to sit, then leant against the windowsill, feeling, literally, like the odd man out. He was used to being surrounded by women, but there was something about this particular group that made him feel the need to cross his legs. Amanda began. "All right, let's start with this officer involved." She searched for the appropriate word. "Hammering." She smiled on this last bit, though Will had seen firsthand why the observation wasn't funny. "Denise, any leads on why Adams and Long were targeted?"
We have some theories.
They all waited, but Branson didn't share them. "All right," Amanda said. "We'll need to review all recent case files, talk to their partners and team members, and see if they can come up with any—"
We've already done that.
Branson interrupted.
No one stood out. They're police officers. They don't get thank you notes for arresting people.
Amanda did not demur. "And yet they were targeted for a reason."
We've reviewed all of Adams' cases going back 12 months. Same for Long. They've been doing mostly routine stuff. No dangerous work. Nothing that would draw this kind of attention.
Amanda smirked. "Fascinating you were able to reach that conclusion in less than 6 hours.
We're a crack team down in Macon."
Amanda analyzed the woman. So did Will. Branson obviously relished the game, but her lips quivered at the corner when she was hiding something. It was almost as if she was fighting a smile. Amanda asked, "You've met Charlie Reed?"
That's your forensics guy.
Branson shook her head.
Didn't have a chance. Per your request to my chief, the house was sealed immediately after Jared Long was taken to the hospital. It didn't seem like a good use of my time to drive over there and wait for your boys to mosey on down.
"Thank you for your cooperation, Major. I'm sure it will help our investigation run more smoothly. Too many cooks and all that." Amanda stopped to offer a canned smile. "The lab knows to rush any trace Charlie finds. He'll report directly to me, and I'll share anything relevant with your department. Faith is taking point on the investigation." She told Faith, "Let's be sure to keep Macon in the loop." "Yes, ma'am." Faith took out her notebook and turned to a fresh page. "Major, what can you tell me?" Branson had obviously come prepared. She told Amanda,
Go ahead and pull up those photos on the zip drive.
Amanda raised an eyebrow at the order, but she still complied, moving the mouse around, looking at the TV set as if she expected something to happen. The screen stayed static. "Why isn't this working?" Will kept silent, but Faith asked, "Is it on?" "Of course it's on." Amanda picked up the remote and pressed the red button. The screen flickered on. Then a photograph came up. Will guessed he was looking at Jared Long's employment photo. He'd met the young man once before. Long was a handsome kid, with a kind of charming self-confidence that made him a natural leader. From all reports, he was a lot like his father. Branson provided,
Jared Long, Lena Adams' husband. He's a motorman. Been on the Macon force 7 years. Good at his job. Likes being on the bike. No red flags. Stellar officer.
Faith mumbled, unlike his wife. If Branson heard the comment, she chose to ignore it.
Long is out of surgery as of half an hour ago. It's touch and go, but that doesn't change anything on their end. An officer was shot. Another was almost murdered. Someone put the hit out. Next picture, please.
Amanda clicked the mouse. She stared at the screen, waiting for the image to change.
Oh, for the love of...
Faith said, "Hit the space bar."
That won't work.
Amanda tapped the space bar. The picture changed. The new photo showed an older man with a pock-marked face and squinty eyes. He was dressed in an orange prison jumper. There was a placard under his chin with his name and inmate number. Branson supplied,
Samuel Marcus Lawrence, the first assailant who entered the house. DOA shortly thereafter. He's our first shooter, mid-level thug with a couple of assaults that put him inside for 2 and 3 years, respectively. Early parole for good behavior, ×2. He told anyone who'd listen that he was an ex-Hells Angel, but there's no evidence he ever patched in.
Faith kept writing in her notebook as she asked, "Drugs?"
Meth. He had more sores on his face than a backseat whore.
Amanda said, "Either way, he's dead now." She tapped the space bar again. Another mugshot came on screen. The man was about the same age as the first, with gray hair and the faded tattoo of a cobra's head folding into the turkey gizzard of his neck.
Fred Leroy Zachary,
Branson provided.
He did 8 years for assault with a deadly, then pulled a full dime off a kidnap and rape. Known around town as a muscle for high. He's alive, but just barely. His jaw was broken, spine fractured, ribs broken. Whole body's in a cast, mouth's wide shut, he can't talk, and even if he could, his lawyer won't let him.
Amanda said, "Well, you can't accuse Adams of not being thorough. What did she have to say for herself?" Branson turned cagey again.
Not much. Doctor said she was in shock. They had to treat her at the scene. She sketched out the highlights. One armed male breached the house. Long was shot in the back. Sawed-off shotgun, so the pellets spread. Adams took the hammer out of Long's tool belt and defended herself. A second armed male came at her. There was a struggle, but she managed to neutralize both intruders.
Branson seemed to be finished. Amanda asked, "That's it?"
Like I said, Adams was under medical care for severe shock. She saw her husband get shot. Fought for her life. His life, too, come to that. We'll go back at her later, but from where I'm sitting, she's earned some breathing room.
Amanda silently steepled her fingers together underneath her chin. Faith kept writing in her notebook, but Will could practically see her ears perk up. There was a big piece missing from the end of the story. Either Lena had lied about Will being at the house, or Branson was lying about what Lena had told her. Amanda said, "Faith will go back at Adams. She's had enough breathing room, I think. We need to know exactly what happened last night. You may not like it, but it's our case, and that's how it's going to be." Branson's jaw tightened, but she gave a single nod of agreement. Faith broke the tension this time. "Major, maybe you can fill in some basic details for me." She turned to a fresh page in her notebook. "We're talking a residential area?" Branson nodded. "A shotgun goes off in the middle of the night. Anybody see anything? Hear anything?" Branson apparently shared Amanda's habit of answering questions she didn't like in her own sweet time. She paused a moment longer than necessary, then said,
The neighbors weren't sure at first. It's a fairly rural area. Just past midnight, you hear a shot. Maybe it's poachers. A car backfiring. The area's heavily wooded. Houses are on 5-acre lots. We're not like y'all here in the city, stacked up on top of each other like rats.
Faith nodded, ignoring the dig, or maybe agreeing with it. "Who called the police?"
A neighbor who lives 4 doors down. You've got her name and statement on the zip drive, if your boss can figure out how to open it.
She glanced Amanda's way, then turned back to Faith.
There's 2 other cops on that street. One's married to a paramedic, the other lives with a firefighter. That's the only reason Long didn't die at the scene. His heart had stopped by the time they got there. They took turns working on him until the ambulance arrived. Took almost 20 minutes.
Amanda said, "If Long comes around, Faith will interview him to see if his statement matches his wife's." Branson waited another long moment. The corner of her lips quivered, then curved into a smile.
Aren't you curious how I know for a fact that your boy over there was in that house last night, right when the murders went down?
Will supposed he was the boy in question. He thought about the hammer, the way the blood was still warm when he grabbed the metal with his bare hand. The swirls of his fingerprints in the dried blood would have been like a neon light to a cop as seasoned as Denise Branson. Amanda breathed out a heavy sigh. "I think we can call Will a man, since he's the only thing that stopped your detective from hammering a suspect to death. A second suspect, that is." Branson snapped,
You think so?
Amanda made a calculated guess. I gather that despite my orders to keep your people out of my crime scene, you ran fingerprints? Branson straightened her shoulders, as if bracing herself for a fight. She'd probably sent a team to Lena's house the minute Amanda gave the order to lock it down. Will could only imagine the Major's rage when his GBI file popped up on her computer. He couldn't blame the woman. Nobody liked realizing they'd been fooled. All right. Amanda turned to Will. Our turn to share. Run down your evening for the Major, please. Will hadn't been expecting to contribute, but he said,
Last night, I was approached by a contact I've been working as part of an undercover operation. He told me he needed a lookout on a house robbery. No violence involved. The occupants weren't home. Obviously a lie on both counts. It looked like a good way to get inside the group, so I said yes. You just happened to be in Macon?
Branson smirked when no one answered.
This contact got a name?
Amanda supplied. Anthony Dell. Branson didn't acknowledge the answer. She prompted Will.
So, Dell said he had a job. What next? We went to the job. Dell dropped me at the end of the street and told me to call on his cell if anyone approached. He drove down and parked in front of a house with a steep driveway. A light gray van was already parked on the street. 2 males got out. I assume Zachary and Lawrence. They entered the house. Dell stayed outside by the van. I didn't see that they were armed, but I was about 50 yards away. That's half a football field,
Branson noted.
Did you get the plates on the van?
It was midnight.
Full moon?
No street lights. All I could see from where I was standing were shadows. Branson kept studying him, like she was trying to suss out a lie. Finally, she said,
The Kia that Dell was driving was still on scene when our units rolled up.
Will felt his stomach drop. He had forgotten all about Tony's car. Branson continued.
We woke Dell up at his house this morning. He seemed real shocked that his car was missing from his driveway. Wanted to file a stolen vehicle report ASAP. We checked him for gunshot residue, ran his sheet, which was packed with low-level bullshit, but I'm sure you know that.
You let him go? Amanda asked.
What am I gonna hold him on? You got a witness puts him at the scene?
Will saw Amanda's nostrils flare. Branson continued.
I noticed Dell's car's got a sticker on the windshield. Macon General Employee Parking. Now, that rang a bell for me, because we did an investigation last month on some pills missing from the hospital pharmacy. Never did get any solid leads, but I know the GBI gets a copy of all reports pertaining to the theft of controlled substances. I made a trip to the hospital this morning to check out Dell's co-workers.
She asked Will,
How do you like your job at the hospital?
Amanda managed to sound both irritated and bored. Yes, Major, excellent work. Bully for you. Where is Dell's Kia now?
It's in our garage. You told us to seal the house, not the street.
She seemed to take great pleasure in telling Amanda,
I'll make certain to share any relevant information with your department.
How kind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Branson turned her attention back to Will.
2 males went inside the house. You and Dell stayed in the street. What next?
Will had to think a second before he could pick back up where he left off.
I heard the shotgun go off. I ran toward the house. Half a football field away,
she noted.
And then?
Dell tried to stop me from going in. We struggled for a while. I don't know how long, but he's stronger than he looks, and he was obviously freaked out. Several more shots went off while we were fighting. Branson gave him the once-over.
You don't look like you've been in a fight.
He was trying to stop me from going inside, not knock me out.
Nice guy.
Will shrugged, but in the criminal world, Dell had been doing him a solid. He'd been trying to get Will to leave instead of running into a firestorm. Will continued.
By the time I made it into the house, both men were neutralized. Lena Adams recognized me, or at least it seemed like she did. I got her to drop the hammer. Then I went back outside. Dale was gone. The police were close by. I could hear the sirens. I went behind the house, jumped the fence into the woods, and walked away.
Will tucked his hands into his pockets as he leant against the window. Technically, he hadn't walked, but they didn't need to know that Will had bolted through those woods like the hounds of hell were at his back. Branson asked,
"Have you had any contact with Lena Adams since you and your partner investigated her a year and a half ago?"
Will told the truth.
Neither one of us has laid eyes on Lena since the investigation ended. Have you talked to her since last night?
Will shook his head, his mind flashing on the image of Lena's face when he'd put his finger to his lips, told her to be quiet. She'd apparently taken it to heart. Branson said,
"I find it interesting that without any coordination, Detective Adams chose to maintain your cover."
Faith pointed out, "It makes her look good, doesn't it? Instead of Will stopping her from braining guy number 2, she stops herself." Branson wasn't about to publicly pile onto one of her offices.
"I'll put a bolo on the gray van and get it out to the news stations." "A late model,"
Will supplied.
"Probably a Ford. No windows on the back or sides. Light gray, not dark."
Branson took her BlackBerry out of her briefcase.
"And nothing on the license plate, even though you were right up on it before you went into the house."
She started thumbing the information into an email. Amanda asked, "You didn't search for vehicles registered to Lawrence and Zachary?" Branson kept typing.
"Of course I did. They've both been living in the same trailer park off I-16. Zachary rides a Harley, Lawrence drives a truck. Both are parked outside their respective shitholes. Neither one of them have a gray van registered to their names."
"They're from Macon?"
"Born and raised."
"Family been notified?"
"Lawrence has an ex who seemed real happy he was gone. Zachary has a brother waiting for the needle over in Holman. Killed a gas station attendant during a robbery. Murder runs in the family."
"It usually does." Amanda was obviously ready to end the meeting. "Looks like we've got work to do." She turned to Faith, saying, "Priority number 1 when you get to Macon is talking to Lena Adams, making sure she knows to keep her mouth shut about Will. You'll need to review her recent cases. I'm sure the Major won't mind another set of eyes on the good work her people have already done. Talk to Adams's team. Get some idea of what she's been up to. I wouldn't be surprised to learn she's been working off book. See if anyone will talk." Branson dropped her BlackBerry into her briefcase.
"You'll have to interview her at the hospital. She won't leave Longside. Said we'd have to take her away in handcuffs."
"That can be arranged," Faith offered. She'd worked behind the scenes on the previous Lena investigation and couldn't quite get past their inability to make the case stick. "Adams did attempt to murder a man." Branson glared at her.
"Are you not familiar with the Castle Doctrine, Agent Mitchell? The state guarantees a citizen's right to protect his or her home from an intruder. To my thinking, this episode is the very reason the law was passed in the first place."
Faith couldn't argue with the legalities, but she'd never been one to let go of a grudge. Be that as it may, Major Branson, the way Lena Adams lives her life, she's going to end up looking out from the wrong side of a cell eventually.
"I think the only thing Lena's looking at right now is how to get her husband to wake up. We all feel that way. Jared Long is a good cop. So is Lena, for that matter. And it worries me, Agent Mitchell, that you're going into this thing thinking otherwise."
Faith bristled. "I'll go where the evidence leads me. Regardless," Amanda said, "we need to pin Lena down on protecting Will's cover. There's still a play to be made at that hospital, and given last night's events, this just got a hell of a lot more dangerous. Major, I expect you'll honor our request for confidentiality. We've spent too much time on this thing to have it blow up in our faces."
"This thing,"
Branson echoed, giving careful weight to the words. Amanda was silent. She wasn't buying time. She was making Branson wait. For her part, Denise Branson looked ready to roll out a sleeping bag if that's what it took. Finally, after what felt like a full minute, Amanda said, "Will?" He looked her in the eye, wondering how much she expected him to reveal. She made an open gesture with her hand, as if to say he should hold nothing back. Of course, what she indicated for Branson and what she actually meant were two different things. Will carefully bent the truth.
"Several days ago, we got a tip that a high roller was making a move into Macon. Street name is Big Whitey. We ran him through the system and got a ping out of Florida, but not much else."
Branson asked,
"Which part of Florida?" "Sarasota. You got a picture?"
Will hesitated a moment too long. Amanda made a great show of opening one of her desk drawers, pulling out a surveillance photo. She slid it across her desk, saying, "This was taken 4 years ago." Branson leant over, making a point of studying the grainy image. Will could describe the picture in his sleep. Big Whitey wore a Marlins baseball cap with the brim pulled low. His jacket was bulky, hardly what you'd expect in the Florida heat. Mirrored sunglasses wrapped around the top part of his face. His beard was dark and dense, showing very little skin. His hands were in his pockets. Big Whitey knew how to pose for closed-circuit security camera. There was no way to tell how tall or short, white or not white the man was. Will explained,
"Florida never laid eyes on him personally. This photo was taken off CCTV at a chicken joint on Tamiami Trail."
Branson asked,
"Florida sure this is Big Whitey?" "One of the fry cooks gave him up. Said he recognized him from his local pill shop." "Gave him up for what?"
Will pointed to the photo.
"About half a minute after that image was captured, Whitey stepped back from the camera, shot a cop in the head, and escaped through the back exit, where a car was waiting."
Branson sounded dubious.
"And Sarasota didn't go balls to the wall looking for a cop killer?"
The fry cook didn't know much more than his street name. They were going to go back at him the next day, but he was shot dead outside his house later that night.
"Sarasota let their only material witness go home?"
They didn't know Whitey had made him, and they couldn't legally hold the guy without cause. Amanda chimed in. And Sarasota didn't put the pieces together on Big Whitey until the FDLE came in and did it for them. Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she needlessly explained, "The Florida Department of Law Enforcement works much like the GBI. They coordinate cases across county lines. They're very good at providing the whole picture, the kind of details the local force is too myopic to register." Again, Branson took a moment before asking,
"Do you have any more details on this Big Whitey?"
Will said,
"Nothing recent. FDLE thinks he was originally ganged up with the Palmetto Street Rollers. They were a Miami-based group, mostly Cuban, some Caucasian. The FBI put membership around 20,000, running up and down the East Coast."
Branson nodded, so Will continued.
"The gang broke up into sets after some turf wars. Florida believes, but isn't certain, that Big Whitey took over from Sarasota down to the Keys. We're guessing 2 years ago, he moved up the coast into Savannah and Hilton Head." "Guessing based on what?"
Both Savannah and Hilton Head kept hearing his name come up. Snitches mostly, but nothing concrete. At first, the locals thought he was an urban legend, a kind of go-to bogeyman. Play it straight, or Big Whitey will get you.
"Wasn't me, officer. Big Whitey did it."
Will added,
"Savannah's convinced he's real, but Carolina disbanded the Hilton Head task force 6 months ago. Put the money on coastal trafficking instead. Figured it was a wider net." What persuaded Savannah that this Big Whitey is not some kind of urban legend?
Branson obviously couldn't resist adding,
Other than the excellent counter-myopic services of the great GBI.
Will ignored the sarcasm.
They started to see a pattern. The junkies and cons were suddenly more sophisticated. Crime went up, but prosecutions went down. The bad guys had more money for lawyers, usually the same lawyers from the same firms. Better cars, better clothes, bigger guns. Somebody took a bunch of low-level thugs and turned them into businessmen. Ergo, Big Whitey is real,
Branson summed up.
All the bad guys in town played along, unless they wanted to end up face down in the sand.
Will didn't tell her that in their own way, many of the cops had played along too. The detectives who didn't request transfers asked for early retirement.
Most of the criminals complied. They didn't become drug dealers to lose money. And now you think Big Whitey's trying to set up the same type of organization in Macon because you got a tip,
Branson concluded.
I'm assuming Whitey specializes in pills, which Tony Dell was swiping from the hospital pharmacy.
Will said,
That's a chunk of his business, but heroin is his endgame. Whitey moves into the suburbs, branches out into the rich white neighborhoods. They start with pills. He moves them into heroin.
Branson asked,
How'd you target Dell in the first place?
Amanda quipped, Confidential source. Branson didn't look at Amanda.
Same source who turned you on to Big Whitey?
Amanda said, That's how it usually works. Branson kept ignoring her, asking Will,
And that's why you agreed to play lookout on the so-called robbery last night, to build your bad boy cred with Dell.
Will nodded.
Well, that all makes sense. Thank you for your time.
Branson picked up her briefcase from the floor and held it in her lap again.
You know how to get in touch with me, Deputy Director?
Amanda was seldom thrown, but Denise Branson had managed to surprise her.
That's it? You're obviously not going to tell me anything else, and I'm sure as shit not going to share anything with you.
Branson stood.
If I'd wanted to get fucked around with this morning, I would have stayed in bed with my vibrator.
The woman knew how to make an exit. She kept her head held high as she left the office, her briefcase gripped close to her side. Will looked at Amanda, who silently stared at the empty doorway.
Wow.
Faith broke the silence.
That was quite a show.
Amanda played with the stem of her reading glasses again.
She knew Lawrence fired the shotgun that took down Long. I expect we'll find you ordered some tests.
Will had picked up on that too.
She was in the house at some point before it got locked down. She knew Lawrence had meth sores on his face, but he doesn't have them in the booking photo. She called Dell Tony, not Anthony.
Amanda said, She had about 2 hours before Charlie and his team got to Macon. She's obviously running a parallel investigation. Amanda shot Will a pointed look. And hell will freeze over before she tells us what, if anything, she finds in Dell's car. Will nodded at the rebuke, which was deserved. I doubt the car will be useful. Faith flipped back through her notes. Branson obviously fingerprinted the bodies to get their IDs. Zachary and Lawrence weren't stupid enough to go in with their wallets. They probably left them in the van. Will said,
Dale's probably sold their credit cards by now. He'll keep the licenses for his own use. The van's probably been stripped for parts.
Leaving the Kia at the scene had been a risky move, but Tony Dell wasn't the type to pass on an easy score. Amanda asked Will, Dell's criminal record is petty. Am I correct?
Yes.
Will answered. Tony Dell had been very lucky up until now.
He's done jail time off some misdemeanors, but he's never made it to the big house.
What's your story when you see him?
I'm angry. Why did he lie about the job? What did he tell the cops? Should I leave town? Do I still get paid?
Good. Don't oversell it. Will nodded again. Faith sat back in her chair. Why didn't Lena tell Branson you were there?
I have no idea.
Will admitted.
I buy that she was in shock. Her pupils were blown. She was dripping sweat. She just killed one guy with her bare hands and was about to take out another.
Yes, how about that?
Amanda asked.
Let's keep in mind she was fully prepared to commit cold-blooded murder.
Will said,
Branson's right about the castle doctrine. 2 people came into Lena's home and tried to kill her. She thought her husband was dead. She feared for her life. You could take it to trial, but there's not a jury on earth who would convict her.
This was the problem with Lena Adams, or at least Will's problem. He didn't condone her actions, but at a gut level, he understood them. Amanda's tone was brisk.
I said let's keep it in mind. I didn't tell you to lock her up for it.
She told Faith,
See if you can get Will and Lena in the same room together. She might talk more openly with him.
That should be easy with Sarah right down the hallway. Faith stared her displeasure into Will. And don't forget who we're dealing with. In case it's not obvious, it still rankles me that Lena got away the last time. It wouldn't surprise me a bit to find out this time around that she knows exactly why this happened and who ordered it. Maybe she skimmed cash from the wrong bust. Took kickbacks from the wrong bad guys. That could be why Major Branson's doing her own investigation. Lena is one of her team. Branson doesn't want to look like the idiot who didn't realize she had a dirty cop on her hands.
Lena's not working the other side,
Will countered. He'd spent a lifetime dealing with damaged women like Lena Adams. Their motivations were easy to read once you knew what to look for.
She'd never take a bribe. She does bad things, but she always thinks she's doing them for the right reason.
Whatever. Faith had never been a fan of nuance. Major Branson thinks the hospital pharmacy theft is the reason you ended up in Macon. She's not going to stop until she finds out who your informant is. Amanda stated the obvious.
She'll only know if someone tells her.
Will said,
Don't you think it's strange she asked if we had a photo of Big Whitey?
Yes,
Amanda answered.
A picture isn't the first thing I would ask about.
Faith said, She didn't do that weird thing with her mouth when she saw it. But who the hell knows? She closed her notebook. What else do you think she's not telling us? Amanda said,
More than we're not telling her, which I find highly annoying.
She raised her voice.
Caroline, get me Gil Gonzalo at the FDLE.
He's on Central Time, Caroline shouted back. Give it another half hour, unless you want to talk to a junior officer.
I guess they work when they please down there, Amanda grumbled. Will, your report said Dell approached you around 11:30 last night. He took you straight to the job?
I was just coming off my hospital shift. He stopped me in the parking lot.
Will hadn't considered the timing until now.
Maybe he needed me to fill in for someone else.
Faith asked, How did Dell pitch the job?
He asked if I wanted to make $500 cash for keeping my mouth shut and my eyes open.
Faith said, $500 is a lot of money for being a lookout. You could get a guy killed for less than that.
You're right.
Will was beginning to think he'd missed a lot of things last night. Adrenaline and sheer panic had never enhanced anyone's short-term memory. He said,
I noticed when they were outside Lena's house that they all shook hands. Not the shoulder bump bro thing, just a formal handshake. Like they didn't know each other well.
Faith twisted her lips to the side as she considered the situation. So, the plan was thrown together at the last minute. They didn't have a crew in place. Will said,
Dale hangs out at a place called Tipsy's just about every night. It's a strip joint off the highway. Caters mostly to bikers and ex-cons. I went with him a few times to build a rapport.
A rapport? Faith echoed. Will ignored her sarcasm.
If you're looking for a guy to help you kill a couple of cops in Macon, Tipsy's is the place to go.
I'll check it out, Faith said. Hopefully, Macon PD will be more helpful than Major Branson.
There's something a little too go-getter about her for me. Who wears all their ribbons for a downtown meeting? And what was that snickery smile on her lips? Amanda told them. This sounds like a character-building exercise. Attempted murder on 2 cops, 1 man dead, another critically wounded, and the chief sends her to brief us. That's not a plum assignment. Especially if she's been up since 1 shitty in the morning, Faith pointed out. For what it's worth, Branson sounds to me like she's on side with Lena. Could be an us-against-the-world thing, like they're both the same kind of bad. Maybe, Amanda allowed. Misery loves company. Will tuned out their voices. He thought about last night, the drive to Lena's house. Dell had been fidgety, but that was pretty much his default. He'd played with the radio, tapped his fingers on the dash, the steering wheel, his leg, as he drove one-handed toward what they both thought was an easy score. Dell had talked the entire time, about the weather, his ailing mother who lived in Texas, a woman at the hospital he was dying to sleep with. All Will had to do was nod occasionally to keep him going. Dell didn't need any more encouragement. He actually talked too much for his own good. Major Branson had been fed the story backward. Tony Dell was the original target of Will's investigation. His first day undercover, Dell would not shut up about a big-time dealer named Big Whitey. Will realized that Amanda and Faith had gone silent. Faith asked, "What is it?" Will shook his head, but he still told them.
Big Whitey.
It can't be coincidence, Amanda said. You're down there for Dell. Dell turns you on to Big Whitey. Big Whitey kills cops. A little over a week later, 2 police officers are attacked. Will said,
It's the timing that's bothering me. If I'm going to kill some cops, I don't do it on the fly. I plan it out. I follow them around. I figure out what their habits are. It would take several days, maybe a week, to get a team together. There must have been a clock ticking on the hit. Otherwise, they would have never used Dell, and they sure as hell wouldn't have hired me sight unseen.
Faith asked, You think some of their original crew chickened out? She answered her own question. It would make sense that they wouldn't tell you and Dell what they were really up to after their first choice walked away. Will said,
That would explain the $500. You overpay to keep the questions down and buy an easy yes.
He went back to the timing.
Bad guys don't play the long game. This was something recent. The hit was put out in the last 2 weeks maximum. So, we figure out what happened in the last 2 weeks.
Macon is in Bibb County now. Amanda tapped some keys on her computer. That's region
12.
Will supplied. Amanda raised her voice again. Caroline, get me Nick Shelton on the phone. Will said,
I've been reading the Macon paper every day.
He ignored the surprised looks they gave him.
About a week ago, 2 cops were hurt raiding a shooting gallery that was selling mostly meth and pills. The details were sketchy. One's still in the hospital. The other's taking disability.
Anything else? Amanda asked.
They netted some cash under the drug seizure rule. Paper didn't give an exact number, but Macon PD was talking about using it to buy new cruisers, some AKs for SWAT.
Will shrugged again.
The rest was just the usual blotter stuff. Missing teenage girls, pop bust at the school, a guy died in the toilet.
Amanda clasped her hands together on the desk. She was obviously done with talking. All right, we have a plan?
My hospital shift starts at 11.
Will told Faith.
You'll have to figure out a way to get me and Lena in the same room without blowing my cover.
I'm sure she'll cooperate. Faith sounded skeptical. She asked Amanda, Do you think it's worth me going to the trailer park where Zachary and Lawrence lived? Amanda shook her head. Branson's probably flipped the place upside down by now. Give it a day or 2. Go in soft, so there's a nice contrast. All right.
Faith agreed. Speaking of Branson, I'll double-check the information she gave us. Run down the records on Zachary and Lawrence. Make sure there's nothing she's leaving out. Might as well run Adams and Long while I'm at it. I'll send everything to data analysis so they can track down bank accounts, mortgages, known associates, family members, whatever else pops up.
Amanda said,
That's going to be a lot of information to sort through. Pull some help from the field office. Make them do the bulk of the work on Jared Long, so we have a long paper trail if this goes to trial. We don't want to be accused of prejudicial thinking. You mean again?
Faith pushed herself up from her chair.
I'll call the cell phone company and get a list off the towers near Adams' house. Midnight in a rural area, there can't be that many active calls. Let me know if they give you any pushback,
Amanda said. Cellular providers were getting stingy about data mining lately.
If we need a warrant, it'll take a few days.
Amanda? Caroline yelled. Nick Shelton's online too. Amanda picked up the receiver, but she put it to her shoulder instead of her ear.
Will, be careful. Keep your phone on you at all times so we know exactly where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
He followed Faith toward the door.
Also,
Amanda waited for them to turn back around.
Will's right about the timing. Whatever set this off had to be recent. Faith, put together a timeline. Start with last night, then go backward day by day, minute by minute if you have to. Find out whatever the hell it is Lena Adams did to put all of this into motion.
Chapter 4. Macon, Georgia. 7 days ago, the day of the raid. Dawn turned the morning light a cobalt blue as the raid van roared down a gravel road. There were 10 cops in back, 5 on one side, 5 on the other, all jammed shoulder to shoulder so that every bump of the tires made them jerk in unison. The radio speakers were blaring Ice-T's Cop Killer. The air inside the van vibrated with the raging beat. Cop Killer, better you than me. Lena Adams steadied her shotgun as they hit another rut in the road. She checked the Glock strapped to her thigh, made sure the Velcro held the gun tightly in place. The voice in her head screamed along with Ice-T's as they got closer to the target. She took a few quick breaths, not to clear her mind, but to make it spin. To amp up the adrenaline and the absolute high that came from knowing she was a few moments away from the biggest bust of her career. And then, everything stopped. The music snapped off. The red light came on over their heads. Silence. 2 minutes until arrival. The van slowed. Gravel crunched under the tires. Guns were drawn. Magazines checked. Helmets and protective glasses were adjusted. The smell of testosterone got thicker. 9 men and 1 woman. All of them suited in Kevlar vests and black fatigues, loaded up with enough ammo to take down a small army. Lena breathed through her mouth, tasting the fear and excitement circling inside the van. She took in her team, eyes wide, pupils the size of dimes. The anticipation was almost sexual. She could feel the exhilaration building around her, the way everyone shifted in their seats, gripped their guns tighter in their hands. They'd been staking out the house for the last 2 weeks, had planned their attack even as the junkies and whores streamed in and out like ants on a mound. There would be piles of money. Percocet, Vicodin, hillbilly heroin, coke, guns. Lots of guns. Overnight surveillance told them that 4 men were inside the house. One was a low-level thug on parole off assault charges. The second was a junkie scumbag who would suck off a dog to feed his oxy habit. The third was Diego Nunez, an old-school enforcer who enjoyed getting his hands dirty. The fourth was their leader, a bastard named Sid Waller, who'd been questioned on a rape and 2 different murders, but somehow managed to skate on all of them. Waller was their main target. Lena had been tracking him for 8 months, doing a masochistic hokey-pokey, locking him up, letting him go, locking him up, letting him go. Not this time. The drugs and guns would put Sid away for 20 years minimum, but Lena wanted more than that. She wanted him to know for the rest of his miserable life that a woman had cuffed him, jailed him, convicted him. Not that he would have a long life once Lena was finished. She wanted Sid Waller on death row. She wanted to watch them jam the needle in his arm, see that last flicker of life drain out of him. And she was betting her career on making that happen. For 2 weeks, she'd been fighting the brass, pushing them to keep the operation going, pleading with them to extend the overtime, authorize the manpower, spend the money, and pull in the favors for the snitch who'd brought them all to this house in the middle of the woods. Sid's crew wouldn't last long behind bars. Diego Nunez would hold out, but the other two were junkies, and with Sid Waller out of the way, getting high would trump being loyal. In less than 24 hours, they'd both be scrambling to make deals, and Lena had a DA who was ready to hand them out. Sid Waller had killed a 19-year-old kid. He'd raped his own niece and slit his sister's throat when she called 911. Every cop in this van wanted to be the one to take him down. Lena didn't bother with wanting it. She was actually going to do it. She looked up at the ceiling, staring at the red light until it flickered off and then on again. 1 minute. Lena closed her eyes, going over the plan. They had pulled the records on the house. It was a foreclosure, one of the many on the outskirts of town. Brick, which was good because it would stop bullets. The single-story structure was in the middle of 2.5 acres, bordered by a national forest on one side and a rural route on the other that bisected Macon and fed into Interstate 75, heading north into Atlanta. Searching the tax commissioner's office had netted them a builder's diagram: den, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms in the back. Dining room and kitchen in the front, with a set of stairs opposite the sink that led down into the basement. They'd rehearsed the raid so many times that Lena saw it like a tightly choreographed dance. Deshaun Franklin and Mitch Cabello would breach the side door with a monoshock ram. Lena would take the front of the house with Paul Vickery, her partner for the last year. Eric Haig and Keith McVeigh would clear the bathroom and 2 bedrooms in the back. Deshaun and Mitch would secure any prisoners. The remaining men would guard the perimeter of the house and make sure no one slipped out through a window or door. Lena had wanted at least 8 more bodies on the team, but the operation was already pushing the $1 million mark, and Lena knew better than to ask the brass for more. They always worked in twos. No one entered a room alone. The layout of the house was choppy, each room walled off with nothing but a door in and out. Back at the station, they taped off the garage, mapping the rooms to scale. Lena and Paul had 2 doorways to contend with before they reached the basement: den to dining room to kitchen. Each opening represented a new opportunity to get shot. The basement was going to be the trickiest part. The builder's diagram showed a wide open space, but that had been drawn in the 50s when the house was built. Sometime in the last 60 years, the basement had been finished. There would be walls they didn't know about, closed doors and closets. There was no door to the outside, only 2 narrow, boarded-up windows that a grown man couldn't fit through. The basement was a death trap. Back at the station, they had drawn straws to see who would go down first. Lena's team had won, but that was only because she had been holding the straws. The van downshifted to a crawl. There were no windows in the back, but Lena could see past the driver's head. The sun winked underneath the visor. A thick stand of pine trees arced around the side of the house. Aerial photos showed a straight shot to the rural route less than 200 yards through the forest. If the bad guys decided to run, that was the direction they'd take, which was why 2 cruisers were assigned to patrolling that stretch of road. The van stopped. Overhead, the red light flickered again, this time staying off. Lena pumped her shotgun, loading a cartridge into the chamber. She checked the Glock again. Her team followed suit, checking their weapons. The driver, an old-timer named Kirk Davis, whispered into the radio, letting the brass know they'd arrived. The mobile command center was parked a mile away in the Piggly Wiggly parking lot. If history was any indication, Denise Branson would wait until Lena's team had secured the house, then roll in and take credit for everything. So be it. Lena's credit would come when she had Sid Waller on the ground, her foot on his neck, thick plastic zip ties cutting into his fat wrists. It was the only thing left in her life that she wanted to do, could do. It got her up in the morning, and it went to her empty bed with her every night. Lena grabbed the door handle, then looked back at the group, stared each man in the eye to make sure they were ready. There were nods all around. She pulled open the door, and the dance began. Lena jumped out first, heading toward the house at a fast trot. She heard footsteps pounding behind her, 9 guys armed to the teeth and ready to break some heads. She kept her shotgun tight to her chest as she ran toward the carport. Her Glock tapped against her thigh. She scanned the woods around the house, took in the trash littering the ground, the broken bottles and cigarette butts. The perimeter team swarmed into position. Lena led the rest of her men into the carport. They lined up, 2 on each side. Paul Vickery jammed his shoulder against Lena's. He winked at her, like this was nothing, though she could see his chest heaving up and down underneath his vest. Inside the house, they heard the laugh track from a TV show, then music. The Jeffersons. Moving on up. Lena started the timer on her watch. She gave the nod to Deshawn and Mitch, who were holding the monoshock, waiting for her signal. They swung back the ram twice to build up momentum, then slammed the 60-pound metal cylinder straight into the door. The wood splintered like glass. Lena yelled, "Police!" as they rushed in, guns drawn, ready to light up the place. But they were late to the party. 2 men sat on a yellow corduroy couch opposite the television. Their shirts were off, jeans slung low. One had his hand tucked into his front pocket. The other guy held a can of beer. Both had their eyes open. Parted lips showed missing teeth. An array of handguns covered the battered coffee table in front of them. Neither moved, or ever would again until the coroner came to pronounce them. Their throats had been cut. The skin gaped open, showing white tips of vertebrae among the dark red sinew inside their necks. Paul checked for pulses, though even from 10 feet away, Lena could tell both men had been dead for hours. Waxy skin, the odor of decay. The junkie was one of the deceased, Elian Ramirez. His bare chest was concave, the ribs standing out like toothpicks. His murderer had saved him the cost of killing himself with oxy. Paul checked the second man, turning the head to get a better look at him.
"Shit,"
he cursed. His disappointment spread around the room. Diego Nunez, Sid Waller's right-hand man. Lena watched a fly crawl across his eyeball. Nunez's purple-black tongue lolled out of his mouth like a chow's. According to statements, Diego had taken his turn with Sid Waller's niece once his boss had finished with her. He'd been behind the wheel during the drive-by that killed a 19-year-old kid who'd been stupid enough to mouth off to Waller. Lena's guess was that, as a reward for good service, Diego had joined in on the fun with Waller's sister. The woman had been brutally raped and beaten before her throat was sliced open. Murderer, rapist, thug. He died with a beer in his hand and his eyes glued to the TV.
"Shit,"
Paul repeated. He had found another body behind the couch. This one had been spared the slit throat, but part of his head was missing. It was a clean cut straight across. Lena guessed the axe leaning against the wall was the reason why. Long strands of hair and chunks of scalp and white bone were caked onto the edge of the blade. Eric Haig's hand clamped to his mouth.
Vomit spewed between his fingers as he ran out the door. As far as Lena was concerned, he could keep running. She had little tolerance for weakness, and she sure as shit wasn't going to let her team get ambushed while they stood around with their thumbs up their asses. She snapped her fingers for attention, the crisp sound cutting through the chorus booming from the TV. Lena pointed to the 3 corpses, then held up her hand, showing 4 fingers. Surveillance had 4 guys in the house. Sid Waller was yet to be found. They didn't need further prompting. Deshawn guarded the door so there wouldn't be any surprises from the rear. Mitch took Eric's place and followed Keith into the back hallway. Lena headed for the dining room, Paul behind her. They kept at a low crouch as they walked. Trash was scattered across the floor, mostly beer cans and empty fast food bags. The carpet underneath was thick with grime. It stuck to the soles of Lena's boots as she moved toward the open doorway to the dining room. She kept her tread light, mindful of the basement. She imagined Sid Waller down there, gun pointed up, listening for a sound he could shoot at. The Jeffersons' theme wound down with a gospel flourish. Lena could barely hear it over the sound of blood pumping in her ears as she stood to the side of the open dining room doorway. Her shoulder was against the wall. Plaster, lath, a few studs. Easily punctured by a 9mm Parabellum, which Lena knew for a fact was Sid Waller's ammo of choice. Paul tapped her leg twice, giving her the go signal. She spun around the doorframe in a low stance and pointed her shotgun into the room. There was no dining room table, just a blood-stained mattress on the floor with the usual detritus found in a shooting gallery. Crack pipes, scorched aluminum foil, spent hypodermics. The sharp vinegar smell of heroin burned Lena's nostrils. Water damage from a recent rain had caused the ceiling to collapse. There were chunks of plaster on the floor. The hardwood was warped, cupping like the hull of a canoe. Lena scanned upward, making sure no one was hiding in the rafters. The room was empty. Through the broken window, Lena saw one of the other detectives in the front yard. He held his Colt AR-15 at chest level as he scanned back and forth like a pendulum. He stopped to shake his head at Lena, indicating no one had come out of the house. She glanced back at Paul, then pointed toward the next doorway. This one was closed. The kitchen was beyond, then the basement door. As rehearsed, Paul took the lead. Lena kept her shotgun braced against her shoulder as she walked backward, guarding the rear. From the bedrooms, Mitch yelled,
"Clear!"
Lena tapped Paul's leg, indicating he should go. His movements mirrored her earlier ones as he kicked open the door and pointed his Glock into the kitchen. Lena swiveled with her shotgun. Empty. None of the cabinets had doors. Half the ceiling had fallen down. The other half was stained dark brown. The sink had been pulled out. Plaster was missing where copper pipes and electrical wire had been ripped out of the walls and sold for scrap. The stench from the open drain was nauseating. Paul pointed his Glock into the ceiling as he checked for hiding places, then shook his head, indicating it was clear. They both looked at the basement door. This was unexpected. There was a wooden brace like you'd find across a barn door. A 2x4 rested on 2 metal U-channels that were bolted to each side of the doorframe. Paul gave Lena an inquisitive look. She could practically hear his thoughts. They'd talked a great deal about the basement door. In all the scenarios, they had assumed 2 things. The door would be locked, and a bad guy would be standing on the other side with a loaded gun. The plan called for them to work with their backs to the wall, use the butt of the shotgun to break off the knob, the lock, or whatever was in their way, then yank open the door and rush into the hell that was waiting for them. The bracing changed things, but maybe not too much. Lena stood to the side, back flat to the wall as she used the muzzle of her shotgun to try to push up the wood. The fit was too tight. There was no way to slide it out. One of them would have to use both hands to heave it away,
leaving his or her body as an open target to whoever might be standing on the other side of the door. Lena didn't think about it for long. She tossed her shotgun to Paul. He caught it with his free hand, then backed up to give her cover. She had to put her shoulder into moving the brace, kneeling down and pushing up. The damn thing was wedged in there. It wouldn't budge. She tried again, bending deep at the knees and exploding up. That worked, sort of. The board finally slipped free, but Lena stumbled back in the process, losing her balance and falling flat on her ass. So much for the element of surprise. The board clattered to the floor. Her tailbone felt like it had been cracked. There was a sharp, biting pain in her scalp, where her head had met the sharp edge of the laminate counter. Her helmet had tipped forward, smashing her safety glasses into the bridge of her nose. Lena put her hand to the back of her head. The hair was wet. She looked at her fingers. Blood. Paul stared at her, his brow furrowed, like he couldn't understand how she'd screwed up something so easy. Lena couldn't either, but there was no time to figure it out. She pulled herself up, keeping an eye on the closed door. She tried to shake it off. Her vision was blurry. Her nose felt like a metronome was pounding inside. She took off the safety glasses. They were cracked at the bridge. She tossed them into one of the open cabinets. There was a low whistle from the other room. "Don't shoot." Keith came into the kitchen. Mitch followed. They were both big guys, their shoulders so wide that they made the kitchen feel more like a closet. Lena felt a bead of sweat roll down the back of her neck. She used her hand to wipe it away. Her fingers were sticky. It wasn't sweat. It was blood. Paul chewed his tongue between his front teeth, a tic she'd spotted their first week working together. It meant he was about to disagree with her. He didn't do it much, but when he did, he meant it. Lena opened her mouth to take back command, but by some silent agreement, Mitch and Keith stepped forward, pulling out their flashlights as they stood on either side of the door. They all looked at Lena, but this time it was with irritation rather than expectancy. Reluctantly, she moved over to the sink and jammed the shotgun to her shoulder so she could at least back them up. The laugh track on the television seemed to mock her. Lena couldn't make out the words, just the low rumble of Wheezy's voice, followed by a high-pitched response from George. Mitch swung open the basement door. No one shot him, so he went down the stairs. Keith followed. Paul stood at the top, Glock pointing down in case someone managed to get past the combined 400-plus pounds of cop. And then, the waiting started. Time changed. Even the particles in the air floated at a different frequency. Paul didn't move. Sweat dripped from his hands, spotted the floor. Lena held her breath as she waited for some kind of resolution. Guns firing, men yelling. Her head ticked down the seconds. 5, 10. Another roar of laughter came from the television. Wheezy again. Then Lionel. 20 seconds. Paul still hadn't moved. He was like a statue. Lena quietly let out the breath she'd been holding. She inhaled again. 35 seconds. 40. Finally, Keith called, "Clear!" Paul's hands lowered. Lena felt her lungs shake as she exhaled. "Do the second sweep," she ordered, propping the shotgun against the counter so she could take off her helmet. There was a string of curses from below, but Lena didn't care. 3 dead men were in the house, a house that had been under 24-hour surveillance. She'd spent $1 million of the department's money on this clusterfuck. She'd managed to rip open her scalp and bruise her nose. Her ass ached like a motherfucker. Her head was pounding. Meanwhile, Sid Waller was probably on a beach somewhere, sipping a margarita, and wondering which woman he was going to follow home and rape tonight. Lena looked down at her watch. The timer was still running. They'd been in the house 4 minutes and 32 seconds. "Shit," Lena drew out the word. She looked up at the ceiling. The bare rafters showed white specks of mold. A clump of plastic bags was shoved into a hole in the asphalt shingles. She heard heavy bootsteps in the next room as the rest of the team came in to see what had happened. Lena raised her voice so it would carry through the house, ordering, "Clear out of here ASAP! This is an active crime scene!" Deshawn called back,
"Branson's on the way. Karin is 30 minutes out."
"Great," she said. "The more the merrier."
Paul took off his helmet. He ran his hand through his sweaty hair.
"You okay?"
Lena shook her head, too angry to speak. This was supposed to change things. This was supposed to make everything better. The only goddamn thing she had in her life right now that was working was her job, and she'd managed to screw that up too. She unstrapped the Velcro around her vest so she could breathe. Her shirt was stuck to her back. She knew her neck was covered with blood. This wouldn't stop with Denise Branson. The chief would want answers. The brass would show up, internal affairs. Lena would need to call her husband to bring her a change of clothes, so she didn't look like she'd gotten her ass handed to her while they chewed her out. Not that Jared was answering her calls. Not that he probably even thought of himself as her husband anymore. Lena covered her face with her hands, shook her head. She had to get her shit together. She couldn't fall apart now.
"I'll back you up with Branson,"
Paul said.
"Whatever you need."
Lena dropped her hands.
"I need to know why that door was braced."
Paul's brow furrowed again. She could see he hadn't thought that far into it. Lena said,
"You butcher 3 guys and you get the hell out. You don't stick around inside the house. You don't barricade the basement."
She indicated the door.
"Look at the edge of the wood. Somebody pounded it in."
Lena wiped away the sweat pooling on her brow. The house was like a kiln.
"God damn it. Branson's probably gonna bust me down to patrol for this."
"You and Jared can ride together."
"Go to hell."
"Hey."
Paul put his Glock on the counter. His hand was on her arm, then her face. He smiled at her, trying to make everything okay. Lena pulled away from him. She stamped her boot on the floor so they'd hear her in the basement.
"Cabello? McVale? What's taking so long down there?"
"Found some money,"
Keith called back.
"We're rich."
"Thank God."
Lena headed toward the basement.
"Please let it be $1 million.
A drug seizure like that would at least pay for all the overtime. She told Paul,
"Get everybody out of the house. Tell CSU they're gonna need to bring lights. I want to talk to the coroner when he gets here."
He gave her a curt salute.
"Yes, boss."
Lena took her mag light out of her pants pocket as she headed downstairs. She searched the wall for a light switch as she reached the bottom landing. The electrical panel was open. She could see old fuses plugged into slots. She tapped a few, but nothing happened. As predicted, the basement had been chopped into tiny rooms. The beam of Lena's flashlight picked up buckling, cheap paneling and busted open bags of trash that had been tossed down the stairs. The back of the stairs was open, empty but for more trash. There was no hallway, just a series of open doors, one room leading directly into the other. There were 4 doorways in all, so 5 rooms, counting the one she was standing in. She saw a soft glow of light in the distance, probably Keith and Mitch counting the stash of money in the last room. Lena's eyes blurred on the light. She put her hand to the back of her head, suppressing a string of curses. The blood was coming out in a steady stream. She would probably need stitches. Her head throbbed with pain. Her nose felt cracked. The day's humiliations were piling up. Her only chance of salvaging the operation was finding a mound of $100 bills that was high enough to touch the ceiling. Lena opened her mouth to call to the guys, But something stopped her. Sixth sense. Cop's intuition. There were no voices. Keith and Mitch couldn't take a dump without narrating it for all to hear. They'd found a pile of cash and weren't joking about how they were going to spend it. Something wasn't right. Lena's hand wrapped around her Glock. She turned off the flashlight, then waited for her eyes to adjust to the darkness. She strained to pick up sounds, trying to block out the noise from the television set upstairs. Nothing. She made her way into the next room. As carefully as Lena moved, it was impossible to not make a sound. There was too much trash on the floor. Empty beer cans, glass crack pipes, aluminum foil. The carpet was thick and wet, like a suction cup against the soles of her boots. Every sound was amplified in the crowded space. She might as well start singing. No. What she really should do is go upstairs and get back up. You never went into a room alone. You always worked in pairs. Lena was breaking her own cardinal rule. But she'd already fallen on her ass, cut open her head, and spent a fortune capturing 3 dead men and securing a crime scene that probably contained more DNA than a men's toilet at the local truck stop. She wasn't going to risk what was left of her reputation based on feeling some bad juju. Still, Lena felt for the loose strap around her Kevlar vest and pulled it tight against her waist. She moved forward, her knees bent, her center of gravity low in case she had to dive to the ground or fight off an attacker. The closer she got to the last room, the more certain she was that something had gone horribly wrong. 20 feet. 15. Lena was approximately 10 feet away when she saw the tip of a boot. Black leather, steel toe. It was just like the one she was wearing, only 3 sizes larger, and pointing up toward the ceiling. Lena froze. She blinked her eyes, her vision doubled. Blood was pooling up around the collar of her vest. Her mouth was bone dry. She took another step. Lena could just make out the floor in front of her. The flashlights from the other room were wall-eyed, one pointing toward the door, the other toward the wall. There was a suitcase opposite the door. Money spilled out onto the floor. Hundreds, just like she'd prayed for. Lena two-handed the Glock. She wasn't sweating anymore. She didn't feel any fear. All extraneous thought left her mind. She counted out her steps. 1, then 2. Then she was in the last room and pointing her gun at Sid Waller. He had Keith in a chokehold. The muzzle of a Sig Sauer 9mm jammed into the man's neck. Mitch was flat on his back. His scalp was ripped open. Blood covered his face. From the moment they put a gun in your hand at the academy, they taught you to always rest your finger on the trigger guard, never on the trigger. This gave your brain a few extra milliseconds to process what you were looking at, to tell whether or not you were drawing down on friend or foe. You never put your finger on the trigger unless you were ready to shoot someone. Lena put her finger on the trigger.
"Get back,"
Sid Waller ordered. Lena shook her head. No. He made a show of tightening his grip on the Sig.
"I want a car. I want the road cleared." "You're not getting anything."
Keith's eyes went wide as Lena took another step closer. "Let him go."
"Get a negotiator."
"I'm your negotiator," she told him.
"Let him go, or die." "Back up."
Waller jammed the Sig harder into Keith's neck.
"I'll do it."
"Do it." She took another step forward. There was no way in hell she was letting him take Keith out of this basement. "You're going to kill him either way. Do it now, so I can go ahead and kill you."
"I mean it."
"So do I." Waller's eyes turned jittery. This wasn't the first time he'd stared down Lena, but it was the first time he'd done it with a gun pointed at his head.
You're fucking crazy.
You're fucking right. Lena took another step forward. She felt numb, like she was watching someone else do this. A different woman held her Glock. A different woman stared down this murderer, this child rapist. Put the gun down. Keith let out a sob. He whispered,
Please.
Waller turned the cig on Lena.
I'll kill you then. How about that?
She glanced into the dark nothingness of the muzzle.
See if you make it up those stairs. Back the fuck up!
Waller screamed, spit flying from his mouth.
I'll do it!
Do it! Lena was less than 2 feet away.
I will!
Do it! She screamed. Pull the trigger, you fucking pussy! Waller's hand moved quickly. There wasn't even a blur. 1 second, the cig was pointed at Lena. The next, it was pressed to his head. His finger jerked. There was a flash, and the side of his head exploded.
Jesus Christ!
Keith slapped at the pieces of skull and brain that had sprayed his neck.
Christ!
He scrambled to get away, his feet sliding on the wet carpet. Lena braced her hand against the wall. All the buzz left her body.
Check on Mitch. Fuck!
Keith pushed himself up, stumbled from the room.
Jesus! Lee?
Paul trampled down the stairs, his voice filled with panic. Get the paramedics! She shouted back. Lena knelt down beside Mitch, made sure he knew she was there.
Take it easy,
she managed.
We're getting help.
Mitch coughed. His chest heaved from the effort. His eyes were as wild as Keith's.
What the?
Paul took in the scene with visible shock.
What?
He didn't say anything else. Just kicked the gun out of Waller's hand like a guy with half his head missing was still a threat. Deshawn's voice came from the other side of the basement.
You all okay?
We're okay. Stay where you are. Lena sat back on her heels, slid her Glock back into the holster. She told Paul,
Waller shot himself in the head. No shit,
Paul said.
Mitch, are you? Get me out of here.
Mitch reached up, touched his fingers to the bare bone of his skull. He stared at Lena. She couldn't read his expression. Either he was terrified or impressed. She still wasn't sure when he told her, You got a fucking death wish.
Come on.
Paul folded Mitch's scalp back into place like it was a piece of cloth.
Can you stand up?
Mitch tried, but Paul did most of the lifting, telling Lena,
Branson's 5 minutes out.
Lena felt something tickle her neck. She put her fingers to the spot and rubbed away the grit of Sid Waller's brain. Flashlight beams came from the other end of the basement. Lena guessed most of the team had come down the stairs when they heard the gunshot. She shouted,
Jesus Christ, get out of here! Why do I have to keep reminding everybody that this is an active crime scene?
There were grumbles of protest, but no one challenged the order. Paul told her,
IA is going to be all over this.
Lena didn't answer. She was no stranger to internal affairs.
I'll talk to Keith. Make sure he's on board.
Paul looped Mitch's arm around his shoulders. He asked Lena,
You got your story straight?
Just get Mitch upstairs. Paul practically lifted Mitch's feet off the ground as they staggered toward the basement stairs. The climb was cumbersome, but a couple of men had obviously disobeyed Lena's orders and stuck around to help Paul carry Mitch out. She heard them walk clumsily through the kitchen. Then they were finally gone. The house was silent. The wood creaked and flexed as the temperature started to change. The sun was coming up fast. There was a hint of white light seeping around the edges of the boarded-up windows. All of Lena's energy had drained. Her vision was still hazy. The room felt off-kilter. A sense of separateness took hold. The aloneness turned lonely. She wanted Jared. She wanted him to rush into the room and put his arms around her. If she thought about it hard enough, she could almost feel his hands rubbing her back, hear his calming voice in her ear. Lena wiped away tears. Why did she ache for Jared so much when he wasn't there? Yet every time he was standing in front of her, all she could think about was how much she wanted him to leave. She looked down. Her hand had gone to her stomach again. Her palm flat to her belly. Lena shook her head, tried to make herself focus, because Paul was right about one thing. The minute Branson got down here, she'd want a clear story. 3 men had been murdered in the night, while the cops was sitting in a surveillance truck less than 500 yards away. Keith was probably still shitting himself from having a gun jammed into his neck. Mitch had almost been scalped. Sid Waller was dead by his own hand. What could Lena say? The part of her had been hoping Sid Waller would kill her? That just about everybody in Lena's life would be better off if he had? No. She would tell Branson that she had followed her training. You didn't leave a hostage with a madman. You didn't let them go to a second location. You took your shot when you could. Or you let the bad guy take his shot. She turned her flashlight on Sid Waller. His mouth was open. She could see the titanium cap on his front tooth. There was a skull and crossbones etched into it. Lena had seen it enough times during interrogations to draw it from memory. Waller would sit at the table with his legs spread wide, like his balls needed the extra room. He barely looked at Lena, but when he did, he conveyed such a sense of disgust that she felt dirty just being near him. Even with his lawyer there, he would sneer at her, spit at her, call her a stupid cunt. It drove Paul insane, but Lena just let it slide. Waller wanted a reaction. He wanted her to lunge at him so he could laugh in her face. You didn't have to be a genius to recognize a man who hated women. The bastard would rather kill himself than be taken in by one. She trained the flashlight on the gleaming wet hole where the side of Waller's head used to be. Wish granted. Lena turned away from the body, shining the light into the suitcase. She'd been wrong about that. There were more 50s than hundreds. Maybe $500,000. Denise Branson would have to fill her chest with all her ribbons and commendations again for when they put her picture in the paper. The fact that 2 seasoned cops had let the bad guy get the drop on them wouldn't be part of the story. Lena wanted the question answered, though. Mitch and Keith were better than this. At least she thought they were. She scanned the room with her mag light, trying to figure out what had happened. There was a piece of paneling hanging crookedly off the wall. She craned her neck to see behind it. Waller's hiding place. The earth was dug out around the foundation. Like rats in a trap, Keith and Mitch had gone straight to the money, and Sid Waller had sprung out from behind the wall and taken them both down before they could make a squeak. Mitch first, probably brained with the muzzle of the cig. Then the next thing Keith knows, the cig is jammed in his throat. Much more frightening than the thought of getting shot in the head. You get shot in the neck, you might live. You might never walk again. You might breathe through a tube or piss in a bag for the rest of your life, but you'd live. Someone was on the stairs. Lena waited for Denise Branson to pick her way through the filthy basement.
Adams? What the hell happened here?
Denise yelled.
You're gonna be damn lucky if Chief Gray doesn't bust your ass over this.
Lena had heard the threat before, and from people a lot scarier than Denise Branson. She answered, Waller took Keith hostage. He pointed the gun at me. I pointed my gun at him. He made a choice. Denise scowled at Wallace's dead body. She looked mad enough to spit.
Who do you think is gonna give us Big Whitey now?
Lena was so sick and tired of hearing that fucking name.
Denise, I really don't give a shit. You best check that attitude before I...
She stopped. There was a sound. They both heard it. Waller's hiding place. There was something else behind the wall. Lena's Glock was in her hand. She couldn't even remember pulling it. Denise moved more slowly. She stepped back, drew her sidearm. The sound came again. Lena moved to the right, tried to use her flashlight to see behind the panel. Just like before, she had her shoulder to the wall. She knelt down, angling the light. The whole left side of the hole was obscured. All Lena saw was wet, black earth and a filthy, wadded-up athletic sock. Lena stood back up. The two women stared at each other. Predictably, Denise nodded for Lena to take lead. Lena waited for the numbness to come back, the autopilot to take over. It didn't, or wouldn't. All the bravado from before had evaporated away. Her body didn't want to move. 5 minutes ago, she'd had a death wish. But now that the opportunity had presented itself again, she found herself unwilling. Denise made a hissing sound between her teeth. Lena turned to look at her. The Major was waiting, gun pointed low, finger resting on the trigger guard. Her eyes went wide, her lips parted, showing her teeth. Lena turned back around. She looked at the dirty, wet sock, the dark hole Sid Waller had crawled out of. The sound came again. No more thinking. Lena pulled back the panel. Chapter 5. Sarah had only visited Macon a handful of times, but she'd always gotten the impression that the city was one forever stuck in limbo, caught between the liberal state capital less than 100 miles north and the smaller, more conservative towns that made up the majority of the state. Most Atlantans never gave Macon a second thought, but everything about Macon seemed to strain with the need to impress its wealthier neighbor. Macon General Hospital was a perfect example of this endless striving. Even as Sarah pulled into the freshly paved parking lot, she couldn't help but notice the difference in scale between the towering monolith of Grady and the 3 architecturally ornate brick buildings that made up the much smaller county medical complex. Up until the 1960s, Grady had been segregated into 2 different wards, one for black and one for white. As with many areas in the modern South, a different sort of segregation had taken hold in Macon. It wasn't about race anymore, but class. All were welcome, so long as they could afford the entrance fee. Sarah didn't realize she had driven to the back of the parking lot until she noticed the exit signs. She pulled into a space under some trees. For a few minutes, she just sat in the car, trying to decide what to do next. Then, her brain took over and made her hand open the door. Her feet hit the asphalt. Her legs moved as she walked toward the hospital. The large fountain in the middle of the circular drive sent up a wet mist as she passed by. The rhythmic lapping of water was probably meant to calm visitors, but to Sarah, the sound only managed to further set her teeth on edge. She felt time roll back as she walked toward the front doors of the main hospital building. Not by decades, but by years. Just like that, she was in Grant County again, transported back to the day her husband had been murdered. Sarah's body made the connection before her brain did. It was probably all the police officers, a sea of blue that filled the parking lot, the front entrance, the lobby. The sight of them sent a jolt of adrenaline straight into Sarah's heart. Her ears filled with a high-pitched ringing. Her head ached. Her muscles twitched. It was as if all the wires that held together her body had suddenly gone taut. Or maybe it wasn't adrenaline. Maybe it was anger. Because by the time Sarah walked into the hospital, she was so angry that she could barely function. No, she wasn't just angry. She was furious. Furious to be here. Furious that she wasn't home taking a shower or eating breakfast, or walking the dogs, or sleeping in her bed, or going about her normal life. Furious that yet again, she'd become ensnared in another one of Lena Adams's deadly webs. If the wires had gone taut, it was only because Lena had pulled them. The rage had started its slow build in the Grady ER the moment Sarah hung up with Nell. Sarah had heard it humming in the background, like a song she couldn't remember the words to. She'd called Will. She'd packed the spare clothes and toiletries she kept at the hospital. She'd made arrangements with the dog sitter, her department head, her students. She'd filled up her car with gas. She'd driven just above the speed limit as she made her way out of the city. Jared needed her. Darnell needed her. That was what kept Sarah moving forward. They were the only two things that mattered. Sarah had a duty to be there for them. She owed it to Jeffrey. She owed it to Jared and Nell. But by the halfway mark to Macon, the song got louder, and Sarah's brain started adding words to the melody. Jeffrey, Lena's partner, Sarah's husband, Sarah's life. She had held him in her arms as he lay dying. She had stroked her fingers through his thick hair one last time. She had touched the rough skin of his cheek one last time. She had pressed her lips to his, felt his ragged last breaths in her mouth. She had begged him not to leave, even as she watched the life slowly leave his beautiful eyes. Sarah had wanted to follow him. Grief set her adrift, unmoored her from everything that mattered. Weeks went by, months, but the pain was a relentless tide that would not ebb. Finally, Sarah had taken too many pills. She'd told her mother it was a mistake, but Sarah hadn't made a mistake. She'd wanted to die, and when she found that she could not die, the only thing she could do was start over. She'd left her family, her home, her life, and moved to Atlanta. She had bought an apartment that was nothing like the house she'd shared with Jeffrey. She'd purchased furniture that Jeffrey would not have liked, dressed in clothes he would never expect her to wear. Sarah had even taken a job Jeffrey had never seen her do. She'd made her life into something that worked without him. And she'd met Will. Will. The thought of his name smoothed down some of the sharp edges. Sarah wanted so badly to be with him right now that she almost turned around. She saw herself getting into her car, heading toward the highway, retracing her steps back to Atlanta. There was a clingy red dress hanging in Sarah's closet. She would wear it with the painfully high heels that made Will lick his lips every time he saw them. Sarah would brush out her hair, wear it down around her shoulders the way he liked. She would darken her eyeliner, load up on the mascara. She would wear a touch of perfume everywhere she wanted him to kiss her. And as soon as he walked through the door, Sarah would tell Will that she was deeply, irrevocably in love with him. She'd never said the words to him before, never found the right time. Time. A sharp, startling memory jolted Sarah out of her plans. She was at her old house, standing in front of the fireplace. What was she wearing? Sarah didn't have to think for long. She was in the same black dress she'd worn to her husband's funeral. Days had passed before her mother managed to get Sarah to take off the dress, to shower, to change into something that didn't carry the stench of Jeffrey's death. And still, Sarah had kept returning to the fireplace. She could not stop staring at the cherry wood clock on the mantel. It was a beautiful old thing, a wedding gift to Sarah's grandmother that had been passed to Sarah, just like the watch she'd wore on her wrist. That Sarah had inherited 2 timepieces was not something she'd ever considered remarkable. What she remembered most from the days after the funeral was watching the second hand move on her grandmother's clock, hearing the loud tick of the gears marking time. Sarah had stopped the clock. She had put her watch in a drawer. She had unplugged the clock beside her bed, their bed that she could no longer sleep in. She had found some electrician's tape in Jeffrey's workbench and covered the clock on the microwave, the stove, the cable box. It became an obsession. No one could enter the house with a watch. No one could remark on the passage of time. Anything that reminded Sarah that life was moving on without Jeffrey had to be hidden from sight.
Mrs. Tolliver?
Sarah felt another jolt. She'd stopped walking. She was standing stock still in the middle of the hospital lobby as if lightning had struck.
Mrs. Tolliver?
The man repeated. He was older, with a shock of white-gray hair and a well-trimmed mustache. As with Nell's phone call, Sarah's memory took a few seconds to cull information from her past. She finally said, "Chief Gray." He smiled warmly at Sarah, though there was a familiar reserve in his eyes. Sarah thought of it as the widow look. Not the look a widow gave, but the one she received. The one that said the viewer didn't quite know what to say because, secretly, all he or she could feel was so damn lucky it hadn't happened to them. He held out his hand.
Lonnie.
Sarah. She shook his hand, which felt solid and reassuring, just like the man. Lonnie Gray was an old-school cop, the type who could never really leave the job. Even during retirement, he'd taken up consulting, moving around the state to help whip various law enforcement agencies into shape. Sarah hadn't seen Gray since the funeral, or at least she assumed that was the last time. Sarah had been so heavily medicated during the service that the only memories she had were the ones her mother and sister had planted there. She said, "I didn't know you were running Macon now."
Consulting proved to be even more boring than it sounded. I miss being a benevolent dictator.
Gray smiled at the joke, which they both recognized as the truth. Despite his grandfatherly appearance, Sarah couldn't see Lonnie Gray offering advice that no one had to take. She said, "Macon is lucky to have you."
Well, let's just say I'm glad it hasn't been put to a vote.
He glanced down at Sarah's hand, probably to see whether or not she had remarried.
I hear you're living in Atlanta now.
Yes. Sarah decided to acknowledge the obvious. You and I keep meeting under bad circumstances.
We do indeed.
Gray seemed to appreciate her candidness.
Jarrett's stabilized for now. The doctors are taking good care of him.
Sarah was relieved to be on more comfortable footing. Do you mind if I ask why he wasn't taken to MCCG? The Medical Center of Central Georgia was a Level 1 trauma center, much better equipped for a gunshot wound than Macon General. Chief Gray deflected.
I'm sorry, I called you Mrs. Tolliver. You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes. Sarah could only guess why he'd sidestepped the question. The ambulance crew had obviously been thinking in seconds, not minutes. Jared's injuries had necessitated rushing him to the closest emergency room.
Rest assured, we'll find out who did this to your stepson.
Gray gave her a sage nod, as if to remind Sarah that they always got their man. It was so maddeningly black and white to some people. They thought vengeance made it easier, when in fact, all it did was fester the sorrow. Gray continued.
Jeffrey's surely been missed these past few years. I could use his skills on this one.
Sarah already knew the answer, but she asked, You called in the state?
Never hurts to have extra hands.
He wasn't being diplomatic. Lonnie Gray was the same kind of chief that Jeffrey had been. They weren't concerned with glory. They just wanted the bad guys caught and the good guys to go home at night. Sarah said, I'm sure you'll figure out why this happened.
As am I, Dr. Tolliver. That's a promise.
His voice took on a practiced tone that he probably employed whenever duty called.
Jared's a good kid. Wish I had 50 more of him. And Detective Adams has been a great addition to the team. We'll have them back up on their feet in no time. You know, we take care of our people.
Sarah tried to think of an appropriate response, but Lonnie Gray was obviously not expecting one. He looked as drained as Sarah felt. She'd seen Jeffrey in the same circumstance many times. His shoulders were slumped from the burdens placed on him. His face was drawn. Policing was an occupation, but no one stayed in it long enough to become chief without feeling a true calling. Sarah followed Gray's gaze as he took in his officers. She tried not to catalog the similarities from 5 years ago. The Band-Aids on their arms where they'd all given blood. The way boredom compelled them to chip off the edges of their styrofoam coffee cups. The expectant looks in their eyes when anyone new appeared. Lonnie Gray said,
My son passed away just recently.
Sarah didn't know he'd had a son. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
He sounded resigned.
I'm sure you know it never gets easy.
Sarah nodded again. There was a lump in her throat that she could not swallow. I should go.
I'll walk you up.
No, she said, almost interrupting him. Thank you, I'm fine. Stay here with your men. He seemed relieved.
The mother's up there. I take it there's no love lost between her and my detective. Perhaps you could,
Despite the circumstances, Sarah felt a smile come to her lips. He was talking to her the way he talked to any senior officer's wife. She imagined it was the same in the military or any other male-dominated profession where the women were expected to keep hearth and home running smoothly while the men went out and conquered the world. She said, I'm not sure it's my place.
Adams was your husband's partner.
She was, Sarah confirmed, though she gathered Gray didn't know about their complicated history. She paused before adding, I really should go. Nell's waiting for me.
Thank you.
He grasped her hand between his.
And remember, if there's anything I can do for you, just ask.
Sarah could only nod again, which was the response Chief Gray seemed to need. He touched her elbow before walking away. Sarah watched him approach one of his detectives. The man's relaxed posture immediately took on a military stance. He nodded at Sarah with a familiar, exaggerated deference she'd come to expect whenever any officer learned that she was a cop's widow. Sarah nodded back, thinking the sentiment was comforting until it became suffocating. She did not want to be tragic. She had fought the stigma for years at Grady, where a cop was generally posted outside every third room. Oddly, it wasn't until Sarah had started dating Will that people had let her step down from the pedestal. She didn't have it in her to climb back up again. Sarah followed the green stripe on the floor, knowing it would lead to the elevators, just as she knew the blue signage would direct her to the ICU. There was a reassuring sameness to private hospitals, with their bright lights and cheerful paintings that announced to the world that the majority of their patients were paying customers. Sarah pressed the button beside the elevator door. It was hard to believe that just a few hours ago she'd done the same in Atlanta. As with the exterior, Grady's interior was different compared to Macon General. Everything here was clean and modern, befitting the clientele. Most of the hospital's money probably came from luxurious birthing suites, routine colonoscopies, and MRIs on baby boomers' knees. The paint was not chipped from the walls. Buckets were not strategically placed under leaking pipes. There was no permanent police precinct on site or a holding area for prison inmates and the criminally insane. Frankly, Sarah preferred Grady. The elevator doors slid open with a tiny squeak. Sarah got into the car. She was alone. The doors closed. She pressed the button by the blue sign. She watched the numbers flash on, then off, as the car traveled up to the 5th floor. With each burst of light, she suppressed the urge to speak the phrase that was playing over and over in her head. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Even before Jeffrey died, Sarah had never liked Lena Adams. She was dangerous, arrogant, sloppy. Jeffrey constantly complained about Lena's headstrong ways, but Sarah knew how her husband's mind worked. There was no sexual attraction between them. Sometimes Sarah wished it had been that simple. Lena was simply a challenge that Jeffrey could not walk away from. She was a destructive little sister to his all-forgiving big brother. Jeffrey loved her toughness. He loved her fight. He loved that no matter how hard Lena was hit, she always got back up after being knocked down. And if Lena couldn't quite pick herself up, Jeffrey was always there to lend a hand. It was easy to take risks when you knew someone else would bear the consequences, which was exactly what had happened 5 years ago. Once again, Lena had gone off on her own, recklessly pursuing some very bad people. When they'd proven to be too dangerous for Lena to handle, she'd called Jeffrey to save her, just like she'd done countless times before. Only this time, this last time, the bad people hadn't backed down. This time, instead of making Lena pay, they had murdered Jeffrey. Sarah had no doubt that this same scenario had played out with Jared. Motorcycle cops didn't have hit squads break into their houses. Sarah would have bet her life savings on Lena yet again, pissing off some very bad men who decided, just like the last bad men, that the best way to punish Lena was to take away the thing she loved most. As if Lena Adams was capable of loving anything. The elevator doors slid open. Same crisp white. Same bright lights. Sarah was on autopilot as she followed the arrows to the ICU waiting room. She walked by a tall man wearing a blue and orange baseball hat. He didn't recognize her, but Sarah instantly knew Jerry Long, Darnell's husband and Jeffrey's boyhood friend. Everyone called him Possum because of a childhood accident involving illegal fireworks. He'd worshipped Jeffrey in that strange way that only straight men can. Possum had played wide receiver to Jeffrey's quarterback. He'd married Jeffrey's old girlfriend. He'd raised Jeffrey's child. Sarah kept walking. She kept her head down, passing unnoticed. As a doctor, her life had been spent anticipating what would happen next, thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. But for some reason, Sarah's day was revealing itself in small slices. She hadn't let herself think past the mundane tasks in front of her. Leave Grady. Now drive down the interstate. Now take the exit. Now park the car. Now go into the hospital. Seeing Possum offered a small glimpse of what was to come. They would want to reminisce about Jeffrey. They would want to tell old stories about pranks and practical jokes and loose women and angry husbands, and Sarah would have to sit there and listen to all of it, as if her life had stopped the moment his had. And it had stopped. Everything had come to a standstill. But eventually, it had to start moving again, and Sarah had built a new life for herself, a life that they would not understand. The guilt felt like a vulture sitting on her shoulder, waiting for the right moment to devour her. Sarah could only put one foot in front of the other as she continued down the hall. She turned into the small waiting room just outside the closed double doors of the ICU. The space was empty, but for an older woman whose hair was more gray than brown.
"Sarah,"
Nell said. She was sitting on a love seat underneath a window. A pile of knitting was in her lap. Several magazines were splayed beside her. There was only a 5-year difference between them, but Nell had aged in that way good country women do. No hair color, no makeup, no laser treatments to remove sunspots or smooth out wrinkles. She looked, in fact, entirely her age, which was not something Sarah was used to seeing in Atlanta.
"Don't get up," Sarah told her, leaning down to pull Nell into a tight hug. Nell had always been stout and strong, but there was something fragile about her now. Helplessness had reduced her. Still, Sarah said, "You haven't changed a bit." Nell barked a laugh.
"Hell, honey, don't lie. We got mirrors in Alabama, too."
She moved the magazines so Sarah could sit beside her. She took Sarah's hand, which was unusual. Nell wasn't affectionate. She was talkative and sometimes abrupt to the point of rudeness, but she was also incredibly kind. The sort of woman you could call in the middle of the night no matter how many years had passed, and she would move heaven and earth to come to your side. The sort of woman Sarah should be. She tightened her hold on Nell's hand.
"I'm so sorry this happened. I shouldn't have bothered you. I'm glad you did,"
Sarah told her, and in that moment she really meant it. There was no way she could have stayed in Atlanta. This was where she belonged.
"Is there anything I can do?"
Nell let out a heavy sigh.
"I don't know what you can do other than wait. They're not telling me anything. 24 hours. They say they might know more. What does that even mean?"
Sarah knew that it meant they had no idea. It was all up to Jared now. Still, she told Nell,
"It means he's young and he's strong, and his body needs time to fight this. I hope you're right."
Nell let go of Sarah's hand. She tucked her knitting into a denim bag.
"You were right about her, Sarah. First Jeffrey and now this. That woman is nothing but poison."
Sarah felt a familiar tightening in her throat.
"We should just concentrate on Jared right now."
Nell shook her head.
"She won't leave the room. Just sits there in the corner like a damn gargoyle."
Her lips turned into a thin white line.
"I can't even stand to look at her. Takes everything I got not to spit in her face."
Sarah forced back the impulse to agree. It would do no good for them to feed off each other.
"Who's his doctor?" "Shammers. Shaman. I can't remember. Something foreign."
"Is he with this hospital, or did they call him over from Central Georgia?"
"No idea. He gave me his card."
Nell picked up her purse to search for it.
"I don't even know if this is a good hospital."
"It's good," Sarah told her, though she hoped they'd called in the bigger guns from the trauma center. "How long has he been out of surgery?" She looked at her watch.
"About an hour."
"Did they give you any details?"
"Hell, Sarah, I don't know that medical stuff. He was shot with a shotgun. The pellets went everywhere. His head, his neck, and back."
"Did any penetrate the skull?"
"They're monitoring his brain swelling. I guess that means it went into his brain."
She turned to Sarah.
"They said they might have to release the pressure. Is that bad?"
Sarah explained, "The skull has a fixed volume. If the brain swells, it needs somewhere to go."
"So they just saw off the top of his head?"
"Not like you're thinking. It's a very precise surgical procedure." She put her hand on Nell's shoulder.
"Don't think about that until you have to, all right?"
Nell reluctantly nodded.
"What about his spinal cord?" "You mean Will he be crippled?
She shrugged, a tight, jerky movement.
They're keeping him knocked out. Said it's best he sleeps. But I know my boy. He'd hate being pumped full of pain pills.
Sarah knew that Nell couldn't fathom the amount of pain her son was in.
Did Jared say anything before they put him under? Chief Gray told me he was unconscious when they brought him in. Do you know him?
Gray? Sarah nodded. Jeffrey worked a case with him before we met. He trusted him. So does everyone else. Gray's worked all over the state. Received all kinds of awards.
Nell wasn't impressed.
For whatever that's worth. Didn't stop Jared from getting shot.
She started pulling things out of her purse. A hairbrush, her pocket Bible, a tin of Burt's Bees lip balm.
Where did I put that damn card?
Sarah asked, "How has Jared been lately?"
Healthy as a horse.
No, not his health.
Sarah didn't know how to broach the subject, so she dove right in.
Has he been working a case he was worried about? Or has Lena been doing something?
Oh, he won't say a word against her. Not little Miss Perfect.
Nell took out a blister pack of gum. She offered a piece to Sarah. Sarah shook her head.
When's the last time you talked to him?
He calls me every Sunday and Wednesday after church. Mind you, he's not going himself. Stopped doing that once he met up with her.
Today was Thursday. Sarah asked,
"So, you talked to him last night?"
9 o'clock, and he was at a bar with his friends. What does that tell you?
Nell wasn't looking for an answer.
Said something's not right, that's what it tells you. Wednesday night, he should be at home with his wife, not off somewhere drinking with his buddies.
Sarah kept her opinion to herself. Jared was a grown man. Married or not, he was entitled to a night out.
Did he say anything on the phone that sounded off?
No, just the usual. Work's good. Lena's great. Tell Daddy I said hey. Nothing but puppies and sunshine.
She snorted at the thought.
They didn't even get married in a church. Did it downtown like they were signing a contract. You've met her uncle.
Sarah nodded again.
He was the only one there on her side. That tells you everything you need to know right there. No friends, nobody from work, just some old piece of beef jerky looks like he belongs on the side of the road harassing people for money.
She pointed to her bare arms.
Had needle tracks up and down his arms. Didn't even bother hiding them. God knows if they're old or new.
Sarah pressed her lips together, catching a glimpse of that bottomless pit she'd barely managed to pull herself out of.
Nell, it won't do any good getting worked up like this.
Nell was obviously reluctant to let go, but finally she said,
You're right. If I keep talking about her, I'm going to end up going in there and killing her.
Nell looked down at her purse again and concentrated on digging around for the doctor's card.
He needs his pajamas. He'd hate waking up in one of those gowns.
We'll get some pajamas for him,
Sarah offered, knowing there was no point.
I want to see the house. I've only seen pictures. What do you make of that? I'm less than 4 hours away, but she's never invited me for Christmas or holidays or nothing.
Sarah wasn't about to take up for Lena, but she doubted Nell had made things easy.
The forensic team is probably still there.
The forensic team.
Nell let the words settle.
I want to go by the house. I want to see where it happened.
That's probably not a good idea.
Sarah counted.
The police don't clean up before they leave. It'll look just how it did last night.
Nell seemed shocked by the information. She recovered quickly, taking a small notebook and a pen out of her purse.
I'll tell Possum to go by the dollar store. There's one right off the exit.
She clicked the pen and started writing.
We'll need a bunch of rags, Lysol spray, trash bags, some gloves. What else? Bleach?
Sarah tried to reason with her.
There are services that take care of this kind of thing.
I'm not gonna let some stranger clean my baby's house.
She sounded appalled.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Sarah knew better than to argue.
Why would anyone do this?
Nell asked.
He's always been the sweetest boy. Never said a hard word against anybody. Always helping people. Never asking for anything in return. Why, Sarah? Why would someone hurt him?
Sarah shook her head, though Lena's name was on the tip of her tongue.
His eyes are taped shut. He's got all kinds of tubes coming out of him. They got this plastic thing looks like a Connect 4 sticking out of his side.
That's probably a plurivac, Sarah guessed. It helps keep his lung open to give it time to heal.
Well, you just told me more than anybody else has, thank you very much.
Sarah doubted this was true. She'd seen the glazed look in Nell's eyes before. In traumatic situations, it was hard to understand the information being conveyed by doctors, let alone ask salient questions. Sarah told Nell the same thing she told the families of her patients. Write down all your questions as they come. If I can't answer them, then we'll find someone who will. All right?
That's good. I should have thought to do that. I've just been so...
She couldn't finish the thought.
I mean, seeing him all...
Her words were cut off by a guttural sound. She lowered the notebook and pen to her lap, the shopping list forgotten. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Sarah wondered if she was wishing her husband would return. More likely, she was praying her son would walk through the door. Sarah took Nell's hand again, but she couldn't look at her. The pain was too raw. While Sarah witnessed the possibility of death almost every single day, knowing Nell, knowing Jared, made it different. She had lost her outsider's perspective.
Well, this is useless.
Nell's voice was filled with self-recrimination.
Crying never helped anybody.
She pulled a pack of Kleenex from her purse and dried her eyes.
I haven't told Delia.
Jared's sister, Nell's youngest child.
She's working in the Gulf. She's a vet now. Did you know that?
Sarah nodded.
They got her scraping oil off sea turtles. She says the whole damn coast is still a tar pit.
You need to tell her.
What do I say? That bitch your brother married might have got him killed?
Nell shook her head, visibly angry.
I knew when I found out he was seeing her that nothing good would come of it.
Sarah said nothing.
He kept it from me for a full year. He knew I wouldn't approve. He knew why, too.
Nell blew her nose in the Kleenex.
You warned me, Sarah. You warned him, too. There's no harm in a big fat I told you so right about now.
Sarah didn't respond. She got no joy from being right.
Jared just wouldn't listen. Kept saying Jeffrey knew the risk when he put on the badge. Like she had nothing to do with it. Like she didn't abandon him when the going got tough.
Nell's mouth twisted with disgust.
Part of me wonders if I'd just shut up about her, maybe he would have gone on to somebody new.
The arguments were so familiar that Sarah could practically recite them along with Nell. She'd tortured herself with the same recriminations after Jeffrey had died. Sarah should have stopped him from working with Lena. She should have put her foot down. She should have told him that it was too dangerous, too risky to get involved in Lena's life. But his focus had always been on saving other people, never on saving himself. Sarah told Nell, "You can't second-guess yourself."
Can't I?
She indicated the waiting room.
I got all the time in the world to think about everything I've done wrong.
Sarah forced a change in subject. "I saw Possum in the hall." Nell slumped back against the couch. She didn't speak for a few seconds.
He's just a wreck. Keeps breaking down. I hadn't seen him cry like that in 5 years.
Won't listen to the doctors. Won't go into Jared's room. It's not because of Lena. He always got along with her. You know how friendly he is. The man would talk to a stump about its knots. But all this stuff...
She waved her hand in the air, indicating the hospital.
It just brings it back for him. You too, I guess.
Sarah looked past Nell at the floral painting on the wall. Unbidden, she thought about Will, lying on the couch with him, watching TV, his arms around her, their dogs piled around them. Nell said,
We all went to the hospital that night.
She didn't have to say which night.
Drove straight through without stopping. Like there was any use, him being at a hospital. Nothing could be done for him by then. Hell, if there was something to do, you would have done it.
Sarah felt the image of Will slip away. The vulture was back with its guilt, digging its talons into her flesh. Nell continued.
I know we lost touch with you for a reason. It's just too painful, isn't it? And here I dragged you back down into all of it. I'm sorry for that, Sarah. I didn't know who else to call.
Sarah nodded. All she could manage was,
Jeffrey would have wanted me here.
Nell said,
I wish to God I'd told him about Jared sooner. Given him a chance to know his son.
He understood why you didn't, Sarah said, thinking that was only half a lie. Jeffrey had been trying to find a way to connect with Jared before he died. It was a tricky proposition. Nell could be a hard woman, and Possum deserved better than to have some other man come in and try to be Jared's father. Nell asked,
Do you remember the first time I met you?
It felt like 100 years ago, but Sarah said, Yes.
You must have thought Jeffrey was crazy driving you down past where Jesus lost his sandals.
Sarah smiled. Sylacauga, Alabama, was the very definition of rural, but she'd been so pleased that Jeffrey wanted her to meet his family, his people. We crashed your garden party.
You told me you were a stripper.
Sarah laughed. She'd forgotten that part. Nell had prompted the response, asking Sarah whether she was a stewardess or a stripper. They'd all had this idea of Jeffrey in their heads, the sort of man he was, the type of woman he dated. And they had been so wrong.
Anyway,
Nell said,
we're miserable enough without digging up the past. I know you still deal with it every single day.
Again, she took Sarah's hand in her own, but this time, she smoothed out the finger where Sarah's wedding ring used to be.
I'm glad you took it off, darling. Someday, when enough time's passed, you'll find a way to move on.
Sarah nodded again, forcing herself not to look away. 5 years. She had mourned her husband for 5 years. She had been alone for 5 years. She had waited and waited for the ache to go away for 5 long, lonely years.
Sarah?
Sarah realized she'd missed a question.
Yes? I asked, could you go check on him? I know it'll be hard with Lena in there, but maybe you can do some of your doctor talk and see if you can find out anything they're not saying.
Sarah couldn't think of a reason not to. It was why she was here, after all. To help Nell. To help Jared. To be her husband's proxy as his son lay in a hospital bed. Even Chief Lonnie Gray had assumed Sarah would play her part. So she did. Sarah stood from the couch and left the tiny waiting room. She was still dressed in her hospital scrubs. The nurse's eyes passed over Sarah as she pushed open the doors to the ICU and walked down the hall. The board behind the desk gave Jared's room number, but Sarah would have known where he was by the cops stationed outside. The officer was standing a few yards down from the nurse's station, arm resting on his holster. There was a glass wall separating Jared's room from the hall. The curtain was half closed. The door was open. The cop gave Sarah a nod.
Ma'am,
She didn't respond, just stood in the doorway to the room, acting as if she belonged. The overhead lights were off. The machines provided a soft glow to see by. Jared's face was swollen. His body was still. Sarah did not need to see his chart. The equipment in the room told the story. Plurivac connected to wall suction for the pneumothorax. Ventilated to assist breathing. 3 IV pumps pushing fluids and antibiotics. NG tube to wall suction to keep the stomach empty. Pulse ox monitor. Blood pressure monitor. Heart monitor. Urinary catheter. Surgical drains. A crash cart was pushed against the wall. The defibrillator on standby. They weren't expecting Jared to rally anytime soon. With great resignation, Sarah forced herself to look at the corner opposite the bed. Lena was sleeping, or at least her eyes were closed. She was balled up in a large chair. Her arms were wrapped around her legs, knees hugged to her chest. She was wearing hospital scrubs, probably because her clothes had been booked into evidence. She seemed much the same. A yellowing bruise arced underneath her left eye. The bridge of her nose had a linear cut that had started to scab. Neither was unexpected. Sarah could not think of a time when Lena didn't have some visible bruise or mark that came from living her life so hard. The only thing different was her hair. It was longer than the last time Sarah had seen her. At the funeral? Sarah couldn't remember. No one in the Linton family could bear to utter the woman's name. Sarah took a deep breath, then walked into the room. In many ways, seeing Jared was much harder than seeing Lena. He looked so much like Jeffrey. The dark hair, the tone of his skin, the delicate eyelashes. He was built like his father. He walked with the same athletic grace. Jared even had the same deep voice. Sarah put her hand to his face. She couldn't stop herself. She stroked her thumb along his forehead, traced the arc of his eyebrow. His hair was thick and surprisingly soft, like Jeffrey's had been. Even the scruff of his beard felt familiar, was growing back in the same pattern as Jeffrey's. Lena still hadn't moved, but Sarah could tell she was awake now, watching. Slowly, Sarah took her hand away from Jared's face. She would not let herself feel ashamed for touching him, for thinking the obvious thoughts, making the obvious connections. Lena shifted in the chair. She unfolded herself, rested her feet on the floor. Sarah held Jared's hand. The palm was calloused. Jeffrey's hands had always felt smooth. His nails had been trimmed, not bitten to the quick. His cuticles weren't torn at the edges. Sometimes, Sarah had caught him using the oatmeal-scented lotion she'd kept on the table by their bed. Lena stood up from the chair. Sarah's heart hammered in her chest. She didn't know why. Just being in the same room with Lena made her feel nervous, even with the cop outside. Even knowing that there was no way Lena could harm her, Sarah felt unsafe. And Lena, as usual, was oblivious. She stood by the bed. She didn't touch Jared. Didn't reach down to ease him or to reassure herself that he was still there. Instead of holding him, she held herself. Her arms were wrapped around her waist. She had always been so goddamn self-contained.
Sarah,
Lena breathed. It was more like a sob. Lena had never been ashamed to cry. She used it to great effect. She hissed in a mouthful of air, her body shaking from the effort. Her hand gripped the railing on the bed. Her wedding ring was yellow gold with a small diamond. Blood was caked into the setting. She was waiting for Sarah to say something, to make it all better. Automatically, the words came to Sarah's mind. the advice she had given over countless hospital beds. It's okay to touch him. Hold his hand, talk to him, kiss him. Ignore all the tubes coming out of his body and lie beside him. Let him know on some basic level that he is not alone, that you are here to help him fight his way back. Sarah said none of this. Instead, she chewed at the tip of her tongue until she tasted blood. Her heart was still pounding. The fear was gone. A coldness had taken over. Sarah could feel it moving through her body, its icy fingers wrapping around her torso, scratching at her throat.
I can't.
Lena's voice caught. For Sarah, it was like listening to herself 5 years ago. Just with those 2 words, she felt it all over again. The devastation, the loss, the loneliness.
I can't.
Lena repeated.
I can't do it. I can't live without him.
Sarah gently pulled her hand away from Jared's. She smoothed down the sheet, tucked it in close around his side. She looked at Lena, really looked at her straight in the eye. Good, Sarah told her. Now you know how it feels. Chapter 6. Will rode his motorcycle around the Macon General parking lot until he spotted Sarah's BMW. It was a stupid thing to do, but he was feeling pretty stupid lately anyway. She'd bypassed the doctor's lot and found a spot in the back under a stand of shade trees. He suppressed the desire to get off his bike and touch the hood of her car. Will told himself it was only to see how long she'd been there, but deep down, he knew he wanted some kind of connection. Which was embarrassing and pathetic enough to make him gun the engine and proceed to the employee lot at an unadvisable speed. Fortunately, burning some rubber in the parking lot was exactly the kind of thing his alt ego would do. Will had gone undercover before. He liked to think that he was pretty good at getting into character. There was some happily retired chickens in North Georgia who could attest to his skills. While busting a cockfighting ring was not as dangerous as his current assignment, the GBI's information officers had managed to give Will an even more impressive cover this time around. As with the day laborers outside the Home Depot, Will imagined that Bill Black, his cover ID, provided a glimpse into what could have been. The man was a con, the sort of guy who knew his way around the system. He had a sealed juvie record and a dishonorable discharge from the Air Force. More important, there were 3 serious charges on his adult sheet. 2 for knocking around various women, and another for pushing a mall cop down an escalator. The latter charge had landed Bill Black in the Fulton County Jail for 90 days. He'd been paroled for good behavior, but was kept on a tight leash by a parole officer who reported directly back to Amanda. The PO had already dropped by the hospital a few times for surprise check-ins. Bill Black was a scary guy. There were other crimes that the cops were looking at him for. A gas station stick-up, some messy business up in Kentucky, an assault that left a man blind in one eye. Black was what those in the know called a person of interest. The GBI had managed to locate a couple of snitches who were willing to back up Black's cover story in exchange for leniency. Another con told Will all the gossip floating around the jail during the time in which Bill Black was incarcerated. The guards had confirmed the lurid details, which sounded like a mashup of Cool Hand Luke and The Sopranos. Then they had taken some unflattering photos of Will holding up a placard with Black's name and inmate number. Aside from the lack of any pathetic jailhouse tattoos, Will would have been hard-pressed to find the holes in his backstory. Of course, there were always holes to be found, but Will wasn't about to share the biggest one with Amanda. The name Bill Black, which Amanda had proudly presented to Will as if on a silver platter, made his brain feel like it belonged in a Salvador Dali painting. Bill rhymes with Will, she told him, handing over the dossier he was required to memorize. And, of course, black is a color. Will gathered from her demeanor that he was supposed to be grateful. The truth was, she might as well have thrown on a leotard and acted out the name in interpretive dance. Will was dyslexic, a fact that Amanda only trotted out when she couldn't find a sharpened knife in her drawer. He wasn't about to have an open conversation about his problem. That was what the internet was for. But if Amanda had bothered to look it up, she would have realized dyslexia wasn't a reading disorder, but a language processing disorder, which was why Will had no ear for rhymes and couldn't understand how black could be a color when the capital letter meant that it was a name. But Will had sat in Amanda's office and thumbed through Bill Black's file like it made perfect sense.
Looks good,
He'd told her. She hadn't been convinced. You want me to help you with the big words? Will had closed the file and left her office. He could read. He wasn't a complete imbecile, but it took some time and a lot of patience. Over the years, Will had learned a few tricks to help him pass as more fluent, holding a ruler under a line of text to keep the letters from jumping around, using the computer to dictate his reports or read his emails. He'd been told in school that he read on a second-grade level, not that his teachers had formally diagnosed him with anything other than stupidity. Will was in college when he finally learned that what he had was called dyslexia, but it was too late by then for him to do anything but pray to God that no one found out. For the most part, not many people did. Amanda seemed happy to keep it as a weapon in her arsenal. Faith had discovered it during their first case, and whenever anything involving reading came up, she took on a maternal tone that made Will want to stick his head in a wood chipper. And of course, Sarah knew. She'd figured it out immediately. Will guessed being a doctor helped her recognize the signs. The weird part was that she treated him no different from before. She saw his dyslexia as just another part of Will, like the color of his hair or the size of his feet. She saw him as normal. And if he kept revving his motorcycle, she'd look out the window and see him riding through the parking lot. The irony was not lost on Will that he'd spent the last 10 days hiding the truth from Sarah, only to find himself stuck not just in the same city, but in the same building dealing with basically the same people. He would do anything to have her back in Atlanta, where the lies flowed a lot easier. In Macon, there was the constant possibility that Will would turn a corner or open a door and find Sarah standing there, wanting answers. He coasted the Triumph into his usual spot by the employee entrance. The rain had accompanied him most of the trip down from Atlanta, spitting fine needles into his face. Will's helmet wasn't the wraparound kind, but a shorty, which gave his head the minimum coverage allowed by law. It was closer to a beanie. Every time a large truck crowded him on the interstate, Will wondered if he'd actually be able to see his brains on the asphalt before he died, or if death would be instantaneous. The thought was not a new one. Will had ridden a Kawasaki in his 20s because the bike was cheap and gas was expensive. And it had to be said that the sensation of sitting atop a large, vibrating machine was not an unpleasant feeling for a young man with limited dating experience. Add another decade, and the story took a considerably darker tone. His back ached, his hands hurt, his shoulders were screaming. Other areas were equally displeased. Will shook out his legs as he got off the bike. He unbuckled his helmet and peeled it off his head. "Hi, bud," a nurse called. Will looked up. The woman was leaning against the building and sucking on a cigarette. He told people to call him Buddy because he didn't want to recall his conversation with Amanda every time he heard Bill Black's name. That his hospital colleagues had all shortened it to Bud was an unforeseen development. She asked, "Good ride?" Will grunted, which was a typical Bill Black response. "That's nice." She smiled at him. Her bleach blonde hair didn't move in the breeze.
Her tight pink scrubs were covered in leaping dolphins.
You hear about what happened last night with them two cops?
Yep.
Will pulled the bandana off his head and used it to wipe the road from his face.
One of 'em's in the ICU. Might not wake up.
She picked something off the tip of her tongue.
Popo's crawling all over the place.
Will grunted again. He stuck the bandana in his back pocket. She exhaled a long stream of smoke.
Tony says they were at his house this morning. Fool stole his car and used it for the hit. You believe that?
Will stared at her, trying to decipher whether or not she was being rhetorical. He decided his best bet was to ignore the question altogether.
I need to clock in.
He tucked his helmet under his arm as he walked toward the door. The nurse took a last hit off the cigarette. She didn't seem to mind his gruffness. This was typical of the women in Bill Black's social circle. They expected their men to be quiet, to grunt and glare and scratch and spit. For Will, who'd been trained to put the toilet seat back down before he was even out of diapers, it was like living on the moon. Or utopia, depending on how you looked at it.
Take care now,
the nurse said. She winked at Will as he opened the door. He didn't bother to hold it open for her. He knew the woman's type, had seen her standing in the periphery his entire life. They were at the children's home. They were out in the streets. Oftentimes, they were in the back of a squad car. They chose the wrong guys, made all the wrong decisions. The worse you treated them, the tighter they held on. Will had always known this type of woman found him attractive. Maybe it was the scars on his face. Maybe it was some invisible mark left by his childhood that only fellow travelers could see. Either way, they were drawn to Will because they thought he was damaged or dangerous, or both. He had spent his life avoiding them. The only way to hold the interest of a desperate woman was to be a certain type of man. Will had never wanted to be that man.
Hi,
the nurse called. She stood in the open doorway, hand on her hip.
It's Kayla, by the way.
Will stared at her. He was standing outside the employee locker room. She was 30 feet away. The gray dolphins on her shirt looked like spoiled sperm. She gave a flirty smile.
Kayla with a C.
Will didn't think another grunt would travel. He tried to be clever.
You want me to write that down or something?
Sure do.
She laughed in a way that made him feel small.
What you doing after work?
He shrugged.
Why don't you come by my house for supper? I bet you ain't had nothing home cooked since you got out.
Bill Black's history had gotten around fast. Will had worked at the hospital less than 2 weeks, and she already knew he'd been in jail. She pressed.
How about it? Around 7? I can get a good scald on a chicken.
Will hesitated. He knew Kayla Martin's name from her rap sheet, which showed an arrest for drunken driving 4 years ago. DUIs came with expensive fines. Kayla still had another $1,000 to pay before she was allowed to do more than drive herself to and from work. She was also a pharmacy nurse, which meant she had access to all the pills that kept getting stolen. Kayla stamped her foot.
Come on, bud. Let me cook you something good.
Will was contemplating his options when Tony Dell came out of the locker room. The man panicked. His sneakers squeaked against the floor as he tripped over his feet trying to flee. Con or cop, it didn't matter. When someone was trying to get away from you, you stopped them. Will dropped his helmet on the floor. He grabbed Tony by the back of the neck and slammed him face first into the door.
Hey!
Tony cried. He was a little guy. Will was almost 1.5 feet taller and carried at least 50 pounds more muscle. Lifting Tony off his feet was as easy as lifting Sarah. Will made his voice a growl.
What the fuck did you get me into? I didn't!
Tony tried.
Obviously, it was difficult for him to talk with his face smashed against a door.
Come on, bud. I was trying to hook you up. I'll hook you to a fucking noose. Bud, I'm serious, dude. I didn't know.
His toes kicked at the door as he tried to find purchase.
Come on!
Will let him go. Tony's feet slid back to the floor. He took a few seconds to collect himself. He was breathing hard. Sweat poured from his brow, but whether that was because he was high or terrified, Will wasn't sure. Regardless, now that Tony wasn't afraid of having his neck snapped, he took umbrage with the rough treatment.
Jesus, dude. What's wrong with you?
Will demanded.
Who set up the job?
Tony looked up and down the hallway to make sure they were alone. Kayla had vanished. Women like that knew when to get out of the way.
Damn.
Tony rubbed the back of his neck.
That hurt, man. Who set it up?
Will jammed his finger into Tony's shoulder.
Tell me, you little shit.
Tony slapped his hand to his shoulder.
I don't know. The two guys at the bar came up and asked did I want to make some money. Last night? Yeah, after work. You knew them? I seen them around.
He started rubbing his shoulder.
You seen them too. Them guys who hang back in the special corner.
The VIP section of Tipsy's. Will had seen it all right. It was about as welcoming as the shower room at the state pen.
How much money did they offer?
Tony turned shifty. Will put his hand on Tony's chest and pushed him back against the door. There was no force behind the hold, but the threat was enough to get the little man talking.
$1,500?
Will pulled back his fist.
You mother... They told me we'd be safe!
Tony yelled, his hands going up.
They said we just needed to stand out in the street like we did. Nothing to it.
Will kept his fist at the ready.
So you get 1,000 and I get 5 bills? I was closest to the house.
He gave a half-hearted shrug.
My spot was more dangerous.
Will let his fist drop.
You knew it was more than a robbery.
Tony opened his mouth, then closed it. He checked again to make sure they were alone.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bud. I knew there were some people in the house, might get heard. I swear on a stack of Bibles I had no idea there was cops. No way I would've taken that job, let alone bring you into it. With friends, right? My friends don't throw me in the shit when I'm already on parole.
Will's shirt had pulled out from his jeans. He tucked it back in as he looked up and down the hall.
This better not blow back on me.
Tony wasn't as stupid as he looked.
Why'd you want to go in the house so bad anyway? What was up with that?
The $1,000,000 question. Will had figured out his answer on the ride down.
I need the money. Dead men don't pay. I hear you,
Tony said, but he was obviously not buying it.
You sure did run in there like a bat out of hell, though. Near about took my head off. I was only trying to help you.
Again, Will checked the hallway.
I got an ex, all right? Girl up in Tennessee. She's got a kid by me. I didn't believe her, but the test came back.
Will tried to put some anger in his voice.
Bitch said she'd file on me if I don't throw down $5,000 before the baby comes.
He said the phrase he'd heard from many a con.
I can't go back to jail again, man. I can't do it.
Tony nodded his understanding. Will had gathered from various conversations at Tipsy's that the DNA tests they feared most were the ones that proved paternity. What was harder to believe was that the slang Will had picked up from watching an outlaw biker show on cable was actually working.
I hear you, man.
Tony scratched his arm, a nervous habit that had left permanent red streaks on his skin.
You want? I could run up there with you, give her a talking to. You want to keep your voice down?
Will asked.
Every pig in the county's upstairs. That cop might not make it. You want to guess what happens then?
Tony kept scratching his arm.
So, what'd you say?
Again, he checked the hall.
Inside the house. What'd you say? One dead guy, one on his way out.
Will tried to fight back the bloody image of Lena straddling Fred Zachary, preparing to break his spine in two.
Some crazy chick with a hammer. She see you? You think she'd be alive if she did?
Tony lowered his voice.
I heard she used the claw. You know her?
Will clarified.
The cop. She ever bang you up? Shit, no. Ain't no bitch taking me down, bro.
Will guessed an 8-pound chihuahua could take down Tony Dell.
Why'd they want to kill two cops? They're on the take? Dudes didn't say, and I didn't ask.
Tony backed himself against the door, rather than let Will put him there.
Honest, bud, I got no idea.
Will considered what a guy like Bill Black would be worried about in this situation. He asked,
What'd you do with the van?
Tony was obviously not expecting the question.
It's cool. I know some guys. Whatever they paid you, half of it's mine.
Tony tried.
I didn't get much. Bullshit.
Will grabbed Tony's arm to make sure the man was paying attention.
I'm only gonna ask you this one more time. Who'd they work for? I got no idea, dude. Honest. Well, you better think hard about it, because you and me are looking a hell of a lot like a couple of loose ends right now. You think they'll come after us? You think whoever set this in motion is just gonna trust you not to talk? Holy Christ.
The color drained from Tony's face.
He's gotta be Big Whitey. He's the only dude I can think of who has them kind of balls.
Will tightened his grip around Tony's arm. It was a hell of a lot easier to interrogate someone when you could scare the crap out of them.
Why do you say that? Because he's killed cops before. Everybody knows that. Hell, man, I heard he took out a federal agent down in Florida.
Yet another murder to look into. Will asked,
You sure you didn't tell them my name? Hell no, brother, hell no. If I find out you did, I promise.
Tony's voice went up a few octaves.
Look it, man, I ain't no snitch. I'm telling you straight up.
He used his free hand to dig into his back pocket.
Look, all right?
He pulled out a wad of cash.
This is all I got for the van. You take it, all right? We'll call it even, okay?
Will took the cash. It was moist, which he tried not to think about as he counted out the bills.
$600. That's all you got? That's more than you thought you'd get last night.
Will grunted. Bill Black would be satisfied with the amount.
Look it.
Tony scratched his arm again.
Big White is a businessman. We can go talk to him, try to reason with him. There's no way Just listen to me, Hoss.
Tony kept scratching, even though he'd drawn blood on his arm.
I told you I got a pill thing going here. You and me could double it up and... No,
Will said.
My P.O. got me this job. Who do you think they're gonna look at when a ton of pills start going missing?
He loomed over Tony again.
What'd you say to the police when they rang your doorbell this morning?
The furtive look was back.
How'd you hear about that? That nurse. She's probably told the whole damn hospital by now. Kayla?
Tony provided. The soft way he said her name rang a bell. Kayla Martin was the girl Tony wouldn't shut up about on the drive to Lena's last night. It made sense that a pill freak would want to hook up with a pharmacy nurse. Tony asked,
She say anything else about me? No. Are you sure?
Will was getting tired of this.
She offered to cook me supper.
Tony took the news harder than Will anticipated. He tucked his chin down to his chest.
Are you gonna go?
Tell me what you said to the cops this morning.
Tony didn't answer.
I thought you were my friend, bud. I can't believe you're going out with her.
Will couldn't believe he was having this conversation.
What did you tell the cops, Tony? Don't make me beat it out of you.
He still sulked,
but answered,
that the car must have been stolen. They asked me to come down to the station and file a report. You stay out of that station,
Will warned.
They get you in there, you won't ever come out. I ain't telling him nothing. You think that matters? 2 cops were almost killed. You're gonna pin this on the first idiot they can find. They got the idiots,
Tony said.
Them 2 guys from last night. One's dead. The other one can't even move, and there's no way in hell he'll open his mouth. I keep telling you, Big Whitey, he's got reach. He'll take him out in the hospital, in the jail, in the prison. I know where Big Whitey can't get to you. Trust me, man, he's a bad dude.
Will gritted his teeth. Every conversation he'd ever had with Tony Dell tended to turn down Big Whitey way at some point. Something about that didn't feel right, and Will's instinct was to shut it down.
Whatever, man. Just keep me out of it.
Tony sensed he was losing his audience.
We could talk to him. Let him know we ain't gonna rat. Maybe get on the payroll. No.
Will picked up his helmet off the floor. He wiped the scuffs with the back of his sleeve. He tried more biker talk.
I got a kid to pay for. My P.O.'s up my ass. I don't need to be looking for more trouble. It don't gotta be like that. Whatever, bro. Just keep my name out of it.
Will yanked open the door to the locker room. The space was empty. Blue lockers ran down the walls and divided the room into 3 sections. He waited a few seconds, wondering if Tony Dell would follow. When the door stayed closed, Will headed toward the lockers on the back wall. Bill Black's name was written on a piece of masking tape stuck to his locker. Will had used a Sharpie to cross it out and write Bud. 3 letters. It wasn't pretty. Will's handwriting had never been stellar, but it beat the locker next to his, where someone had drawn an ejaculating penis that had only 1 ball. Will assumed it was an inside joke. To secure his locker, Will had bought a luggage lock instead of a combination dial. Left and right had never been easy, but Will was good with numbers. He spun the 4 digits to the date he'd first kissed Sarah. Or, technically, the date Sarah had kissed him. The lock didn't need to know the details. Will hung his helmet inside the locker and took out his folded work shirt and pants. Maintenance duty wasn't a bad job as these things went. Will was good at fixing things. The forms they made him fill out were designed for someone with little grasp of the English language. There were only 5 boxes to check or not check, and only 1 long line with an X beside it, which made it easy when it came time to sign his name. Not that Will signed his name. He wrote 2 capital letter B's and left it at that. Will took off his street clothes and dressed for work. He wore Bill Black's photo ID on a lanyard around his neck. A security card and set of keys were attached to a retractable wire on his belt. A flashlight hooked through a metal loop on the side. Will transferred the still moist cash from Tony Dell into the front pocket of his work pants, hoping the bills would be dry when he logged them into evidence later. In a blue Velcro wallet were a few of Black's credit cards, a copy of a speeding ticket that served as his license, and some receipts that indicated Mr. Black preferred to do all his shopping at the racetrack, near the mouth of the Okmulgee Trail. He checked the battery on his iPhone. Will didn't use a smartphone in his real life, but Bill Black was a little more sophisticated. Not that the device was the sort of thing you had to be a rocket scientist to operate. Will had figured out most of the programs on his own as he whiled away the hours at the Fleabag Efficiency Motel, where Bill Black rented a room by the week. Black's primary email account was on the hospital server. The secondary account was through Gmail. The inbox contained some increasingly nasty messages that appeared to have been written by an angry pregnant woman in Tennessee. There were a few mildly racist forwards from some dummy accounts, but Bill Black didn't have many friends. The bulk of his mail consisted of junk sent from mailing lists that advertised hunting gear and naked women,
and coupons for things like beef jerky and Old Spice. Black's musical tastes ran toward country, with some Otis Redding thrown in as a hat tip to the singer's hometown of Macon. There were some pictures of scenic views taken from the highway. Black was a hunter, so it made sense that he would appreciate woods and trees. Black also liked the ladies. There were several risque photos downloaded from the internet. Blondes and Asians mostly. Will had briefly considered putting a few redheads on there, but that felt weird because of Sarah. And also because of Sarah, he knew they weren't really redheads. The tech specialist at the GBI had done the rest of the heavy lifting, adding some stealth features to the phone. The apps ran in the background and were invisible to anyone who didn't know exactly what to look for. One of them automatically erased all phone numbers and texts going in and out. Another turned the speakers into a recording device when you tap the power button 3 times. Yet another provided a rolling phone number in case Will had to make a call and didn't want his location to come up. The most important app patched the device into the military's tracking system. Not the GPS available to the entire world, but the real-time global positioning used for things like targeting drones and delivering bombs. This last app was the reason Will kept checking the battery. Amanda was right about many things, but none more than the belief that there was a link between Will's investigation into Big Whitey and the attack on Lena Adams and Jared Long. Even Tony Dell had made the connection. Will didn't want to go off the grid because he forgot to plug in his phone. The door banged open. Will turned around. He was half expecting to find Tony Dell, but the new guy was beefy-looking, with a full head of hair and a jaw that was sharp enough to cut glass. Will knew a cop when he saw one. He did exactly what Bill Black would do, slammed his locker closed, and headed toward the exit. The cop held up his badge.
Detective Paul Vickery, Macon PD.
Lena's partner. That made sense. Will still didn't acknowledge him. He kept his beeline toward the door. Vickery grabbed Will's shoulder and spun him around. He was a few inches shorter than Will, but he had a badge and a gun, and obviously felt that gave him the right to be an asshole.
Where are you going?
He glanced at the name stitched on Will's shirt.
Buddy.
Will tried to calm things down.
I don't want any trouble, all right?
Vickery bounced on the balls of his feet, obviously spoiling for a fight.
Will, you're about to get it, motherfucker. Where's Tony Dell?
Will shrugged, thinking Lena's partner didn't need to be face-to-face with the guy whose car was left outside the house where Jared Long was almost murdered. And Lena, too, for that matter.
I don't know, man. Ask at the front office. I'm asking you, fuckball. You're Bill Black, right?
Vickery wasn't looking for an answer. His eyes scanned the hospital ID hanging around Will's neck.
Your boss says you and Dell are real tight. Thick as thieves.
Will imagined Ray Salemi would have said anything to get Paul Vickery out of his office.
It's not exclusive,
Will said.
We've both agreed to see other people. Funny, asshole.
Vickery moved closer.
Where were you last night? You with Dale when him and his crew tried to take on my partner?
Will had already arranged his alibi.
Ask my parole officer. He dropped in on me around midnight. I'm gonna do that.
Vickery's beady eyes narrowed even more.
Something ain't right with you, asshole. I can feel it in my gut.
Will avoided the obvious joke.
You're just high in this shit. I can smell it on you.
Vickery sniffed, as if to illustrate the point.
Dale's a professional snitch. Just a matter of time before he rats you out. Why don't you beat him to it? Tell me what happened last night, and I'll keep you out of jail. Sorry, I can't help, officer.
Again, Will tried to leave, but Vickery's hand went to his chest, stopping him. Vickery warned,
You got one more chance to tell me where your boyfriend is, or I start taking it out on you. I said I don't.
Vickery punched him in the face. Will saw it coming, but there wasn't enough time to get out of the way. Will's head swiveled. His jaw popped. He tasted blood in his mouth. Automatically, Will's fists went up. He had to force them back down. Vickery was Lena's partner. Will didn't have to think long to consider the number of stupid things he'd do if someone threatened Faith and her family.
Come on, buddy.
Vickery slapped Will's face with his open palm.
You want to hit me, buddy?
He whistled like he was calling a dog.
Come on, boy. Come on.
Will peeled his fingers from his palms to get them to unclench. Instead of beating the ever-loving shit out of Paul Vickery, he said,
You know there's a security camera in here, right?
Vickery's eyes flicked upward to the corner. The camera was pointed straight down, its red light flashing. He seemed to be considering whether or not beating Will to death was worth losing his badge over. Apparently not. Vickery told Will,
This isn't over.
He kicked the door open and stormed out with his hands fisted at his sides. Will glanced up at the camera, which ran on a 9-volt battery and wasn't connected to anything, because the Supreme Court had ruled that employees had an expectation of privacy when they were in a locker room. You'd think a detective would know that. Will checked his reflection in the mirror over the sink. Vickery hadn't done any visible damage. Will used his tongue to find the source of blood in his mouth. The inside of his cheek had cut against his teeth. He turned on the faucet and sipped some water. The wound started to sting. Will swished the water around until his spit was only slightly pink. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He used the earbud to listen to the email from Ray Salemi, his helpful boss. Will read the words along with the tinny computer voice. He gathered Faith had found a way to get him and Lena in the same room together. There was a leaking pipe in the ICU. Will had been assigned to fix it. Will took the north stairwell up to the 5th floor. The going wasn't easy. His toolbox got heavier with each step. His body kept reminding him that he'd only gotten a few hours of sleep the night before. Will normally tried to run a few miles every day, but Bill Black's life didn't allow for such luxuries. By the 3rd floor landing, Will's arm was shaking. Level 4 brought shooting pains into his lower back. He set the toolbox down and used his bandana to wipe the sweat off his face.
Hey!
He looked up. Faith was leaning over the railing. She looked down the open stairwell, making sure they were alone before asking,
Did you come up from the basement?
He grabbed his toolbox and started climbing again.
The elevator opens up across from the waiting room, which is by the other set of stairs.
Why didn't you take the elevator to the 4th floor and go up from there?
Will watched a drop of sweat roll down his nose and splash onto the concrete steps.
Will?
He rounded the landing. Faith had that smile on her face that said she realized he was stupid, but was being kind enough not to verbalize the observation.
I've been checking all the doors for the last 15 minutes.
He asked,
Did you break a pipe, or just pretend it's broken?
Water pistol. You'll see.
She nodded toward the next flight of stairs.
Think you can make it?
Faith took the steps 2 at a time. She had changed into her regs, black sneakers, tan cargo pants, and a long-sleeved blue polo shirt with the letters GBI written in bright yellow across the back. Her blonde hair was tucked into a matching blue ball cap with the same logo. Her Glock was strapped to her thigh. Will dropped his toolbox by the door to the ICU. He looked through the skinny window into the ward. One nurse was behind the desk. The cop who was guarding Jared Long's room was so young he looked as if he was wrapped in plastic. Will had investigated cop shootings before. If Macon was like any other force on the planet, all the seasoned cops were out banging down doors and threatening sources. Will headed up the stairs after Faith. The climb was remarkably easy without the added weight. He pushed open the metal door. His eyes watered from the sudden sunlight. The rain clouds had receded, opening up a bright blue sky. Will gathered from the discarded cigarette butts and the pea gravel that the staff was familiar with the roof exit. He scanned the medical complex. The 5-story hospital building was at the center. 2 lower buildings flanked each side. Doctors rented the spaces. From what Will gathered, there were lots of baby doctors on hand. He'd been to the birthing suites a few times. They were more like hotel rooms. Most of Macon's industrial parks and factories had shut down during the recession, but Maconites were still making babies.
"Over here,"
Faith called. There was a shed covering the exit door. Faith had walked around the back so no one could surprise them. Will asked,
"Sarah?"
"She went shopping with Nell, Jared's mother. She wants to clean the house."
"The crime scene house?"
"That's the one."
Will felt his brow furrow. He couldn't imagine Sarah thought that was a good idea.
Faith said, "I'll head over to the house later and make sure she's all right."
She squinted at the name on his shirt.
"Buddy?"
"It belonged to the last guy."
Will lied.
"I talked to Tony Dale this morning.
"And?"
It's like we thought. Zachary and Lawrence found him at Tipsy's. Said they needed a couple of men for a job."
"Tony knew them?"
"He says no, that he's just seen them around the bar. I believe him, maybe 90%. They hang out in the back with the other rednecks in charge, way above Tony's pay grade."
Faith pulled a pair of sunglasses out of her pocket and slid them on.
"I verified what Branson told us this morning. She wasn't lying about the shooters. They're mid-level thugs. Nothing this violent in their histories. Certainly not murder for hire."
"What's the prognosis on Fred Zachary, the second shooter?"
"Don't ask me. I can't get near him. His lawyers set up shop in his hospital room. Won't leave his side."
"That sounds expensive."
"The guy is part of a fancy firm out of Savannah. Van Horn and Grisham. They just opened up offices in Macon."
She glanced over to make sure he was following.
"It's the same M.O. as Sarasota and Hilton Head. Big Whitey moves in. He organizes the local scumbags. He gives them fancy lawyers. And he takes out any cops who get in his way."
Will asked,
"Anything off the cell towers?"
"Lena got a text from Paul Vickery around 11:50. Nothing big, just checking if she's okay. 15 minutes later, Long got a block call we're trying to trace. Might take until tomorrow."
15 minutes later?
"Yeah, about 10 minutes before the attack."
Will stared out at the view, which was a depressing mix of interstate and strip malls.
Could be one of Jared's buddies just calling to check in.
"Could be."
Have you talked to Lena's team?
"What's left of it. Deshaun Franklin seems to think this is no big deal. Paul Vickery is a dick."
Will ran his hand along his jaw.
He's upset about his partner almost being murdered. He was here looking for Tony Dale this morning.
"Did he find him?"
If Tony gets the crap beaten out of him, then we'll know he did.
"Vickery struck me as that kind of guy,"
Faith admitted.
"Very self-righteous about me wasting his time when he could be out looking for whoever put out the hit on Lena and Jared."
Will said,
Vickery thinks Bill Black is involved.
"I'd probably make the same assumption. Black's a con with a violent history. Dale's car was at the crime scene. They both work at the same place."
My boss told Vickery that Tony Dale and Bill Black are good friends.
"Nice. How's that target feel in your back?"
Stabby.
Will admitted. He'd have to be very careful around Vickery if he ever had the bad fortune to cross paths with him again.
What's the police station like?
"They're all helpful on the surface, but the minute you start to pull at a string, they cut you off."
What strings?
incident reports, daily briefings. They're not good at producing paperwork, which is odd for a police station.
Will noted,
It's been my impression that police officers have to write everything down.
Mine, too. Maybe we should go work for Macon.
She leaned back against the shed.
Chief Gray runs a tight ship, but he's got the press on his back, both Macon and Atlanta. Plus, there's talk someone saw a CNN truck heading down 75.
Great.
Will mumbled. He'd seldom worked a case where the media made things better.
Faith said, Gray has every able-bodied cop pounding the streets, including himself. You gotta hand it to the old guy. He's got his sleeves rolled up just like everybody else. The downside is that Branson's got the whole station to herself. Her and Paul Vickery. I get the feeling Deshaun Franklin's heart isn't in it. He was hand-picked by Chief Gray when he took over the force a few years ago. His loyalties have to be torn.
You think he'll flip?
Not unless he's caught in bed with a dead woman or a live boy.
Faith blew out a puff of air. He could tell she was frustrated.
I ran Jared and Lena's credit. Checked their accounts. They passed the smell test. Lena's Celica is paid off. His truck's a year out. Low balance on their credit cards. There's a couple of thou left on Jared's student loans. Another thou in savings. No big trips or lake houses. They're a little upside down on their mortgage, but who isn't?
What about their cases?
We're covered up with cases. Jared was trying to win some kind of contest to write the most tickets. Lena's got a stack of arrests this big.
Faith held her hands a foot apart.
I've got 4 loners from the field office looking to kill me for drowning them in paperwork. They're going to be working 18-hour shifts.
It's easier to treat them badly if you don't know their names.
I'll keep that in mind.
Faith said.
First thing I asked for was the case file on that shooting gallery raid you read about in the newspaper.
Will assumed she was drawing this out for a reason.
And?
IA has all the files. Every single scrap.
Internal affairs.
That makes sense. 2 cops were hurt during the raid.
Keith McVale and Mitch Cabello. Don't be impressed. I only found out their names because I checked the duty roster.
Did you talk to them?
One's in Florida, spending his disability, and the other checked himself out of the hospital this morning. He's not answering my calls, and he's not at home.
She pulled her phone out of her back pocket and swiped the screen a few times before showing some photos to Will.
Deshaun Franklin, Mitch Cabello, Keith McVale.
Except for skin color, there was a sameness to all the men. Square-jawed, clean-cut. The same as Paul Vickery. They were more like a military unit than a detective squad.
Faith said, There's a third guy who took off around the same time. Another detective.
She held up the phone so Will could see his photo.
I don't know how he's connected, but Eric Haig applied for administrative leave the day of the raid.
Will scanned the image, which was more of the same. He guessed,
Unavailable?
He won't even answer his phone.
Faith said,
It's deja vu all over again.
Will knew what she meant. The police forces in Hilton Head and Savannah had both seen an uptick of early retirements and transfer requests the minute Big Whitey started throwing his weight around. He said,
It's the same strategy Whitey uses with the dealers. You kill or hurt one cop, it's easier to get the rest of them to either fall in line or fall away.
And then Big Whitey corners the drug market.
Faith changed the subject.
I was so desperate this morning, I even tracked down your newspaper stories.
She scrolled to the web browser on her phone. The Macon Chronicle-Herald blotter was already pulled up.
We know about the shooting gallery raid. At least that it happened. The 2 runaways were party girls. They straggled home the next afternoon. The school pop bust was a known offender who will be heading to rehab for his billionth time. The guy in the toilet had a heart attack. He was described as a 43-year-old entrepreneur.
Faith looked back up at Will.
I wish I was better at making puns.
It'll come to you.
She chuckled good-naturedly.
The raid has to be the flashpoint. I hate to admit this, but Denise Branson is good. She's got me completely rope-a-doped.
Will had worked these kinds of cases before. He saved Faith the explanation.
Internal Affairs won't release any paperwork on the shooting gallery raid until they reach a decision. They can't legally discuss the details because the reputation of an officer or officers is at stake, or because there's possibly going to be a lawsuit. There's a gag order on everyone involved, and even without that, no one will talk to you because you're the bad lady from the state who's sticking her nose where it doesn't belong.
In a nutshell, Faith confirmed, I have a teenage son, so I know I should be used to being hated. But this is a whole new level.
Will wanted to tell her it got better, but he couldn't lie. Faith tucked her phone back into her pocket.
I went in there expecting them to turn on Lena, but she's worshipped around that place. They talk about her like she's the best detective on the squad. I don't get it. And when I ask them why she's so great, they just look at me like it's so obvious I must be some kind of idiot for not seeing it.
Will couldn't explain why Lena engendered such loyalty. He'd witnessed it in Grant County, too. For someone who continually screwed up, she seemed to have more than her fair share of supporters. He asked,
What about Denise Branson? Did you get a temperature on her?
They're a bit cold on her, but that's to be expected. She's higher up the food chain. She's self-confident. She's a woman. 3 strikes.
Faith asked,
What else did you get out of Tony Dell?
Big whitey this, big whitey that.
That makes me nervous.
Will didn't address her concern. They'd had many conversations about how dangerous it felt for Tony Dell to keep throwing the name around.
I convinced him Big Whitey's probably going to kill us. Loose ends.
Makes sense.
Faith stared at the interstate. Will could guess her thoughts, which more than likely mirrored his own. It was time to make a move on Big Whitey. Will would have to get in deeper with Tony Dell, possibly through Kayla, the pharmacy nurse. He said,
Tony thinks we should try to arrange a sit-down. Let Big Whitey know we're not a threat. See if we can do business with him.
Faith nodded, but she still didn't look at Will.
Give me the details as soon as you have them.
Maybe you could tape a gun to the back of the toilet tank for me.
She didn't respond.
Like in the...
I've seen The Godfather.
Will followed her gaze to the line of cars. I-475 was backing up with lunchtime traffic. Every big box store and fast food restaurant imaginable was crammed along the exit. He asked,
You think of a pun yet? For the entrepreneur on the toilet?
It doesn't seem so funny anymore.
Will stared back at the cars. A truck swerved into the wrong lane to pass a van. Horns blared. Faith lifted her hat and brushed her hair back up underneath it. He asked,
Is she okay?
Faith shook her head.
I haven't heard a word come out of her mouth. It's like talking to a brick wall. She won't respond to anything. Won't look at me. I was thinking about holding a mirror under her nose to make sure she's still alive.
Will waited for Faith to realize that wasn't the question.
She said, Sarah's all right. Tired. She didn't say, but I can tell it's hard for her to be here.
Will nodded. She finally looked up at him.
You need to tell her, Will. This is getting too close to the bone.
He rubbed his jaw. He felt a knock coming up where Vickery had punched him.
Lena didn't say anything?
Faith stared at him for a second longer, then shook her head again.
I tried to go in there like she was just another witness. Then I tried to talk to her like a cop. But the whole time,
I've got sweat dripping down my back because all I can think is, am I going to be the next cop she gets killed?
Faith shrugged her shoulders when she added, "Or you." Will wasn't sure what to say. He shrugged his shoulders too. They both turned when they heard a cackling laugh. A group of doctors had made their way up to the roof. Will walked gingerly around the shed. He kept his back to the metal wall. The pea gravel crunched as the group walked toward the edge of the building. He checked that the coast was clear, then slipped through the door. Will looked over the railing before heading down the stairs. His toolbox was still outside the ICU. He grabbed the handle and pushed open the door. And then his heart stopped because he hadn't checked the window first. Luckily, no one was there but the cop and the nurse. The man's hand went to his gun. Will held up his ID.
Maintenance. I got a report that a pipe's leaking.
The cop gave Will a hard look. His hand stayed on his gun.
Officer Rowley, it's okay.
The nurse stood up from her desk.
Lordy, bud, it took you long enough.
She apologized quickly.
I'm sorry. That's probably not your fault.
I'm sorry anyway.
Will told her.
Got hung up on the last job.
It's Ruth.
She smiled, motioning for him to follow her. Will hefted the toolbox into his other hand as he walked down the hall. He had been in the ICU once before to check a hissing air conditioner. The basic layout was a horseshoe that squared off around the nurse's station. The rooms were small. The only windows looked into the hallway. Will guessed patients in the ICU didn't really care about sunlight, but the whole floor made him feel claustrophobic. Officer Rowley blocked the doorway to Jared's room. He grabbed the ID hanging around Will's neck. He scrutinized Bill Black's photo. Will was close enough to see the fine down on the young officer's cheek.
What's the deal here?
Ruth seemed perplexed.
This is Buddy. He's been up here before.
Will studied the woman. She was older with dark hair that showed a little gray at the part. He wasn't sure why she kept covering for him. Will was pretty good at remembering faces, and he was certain he'd never met this particular nurse before.
All right.
Rowley finally moved out of Will's way. Will tried to keep his expression neutral as he walked into the room, but Lena, who was folded into a chair in the corner, wasn't as careful. Her mouth opened in surprise. Ruth misunderstood her reaction. She told Lena,
I'm sorry, sweetheart. We need to get this leak checked out. Only take a minute.
Will couldn't help it. He looked everywhere in the room but at Jared.
It's there.
Ruth pointed at a brown spot in the ceiling. Will was tall enough to reach up and touch it. The tile was wet and smelled like apples. He looked at the food tray beside Jared's bed. The apple juice container was empty. Will lowered his hand. Ruth was watching him in a way that made him uncomfortable. She winked at him, then said in a breathy whisper,
I'm a friend of Kayla's.
Will was trying to summon up one of Bill Black's grunts when Faith finally appeared.
What the hell's going on?
She directed her anger at the cop.
I know Chief Gray taught you better than this. Did you check this guy out?
Rowley hesitated. He clearly had a healthy fear of his chief.
The guy's got an ID.
You can get those at Kinko's.
Faith nodded toward the doors.
Go downstairs and check with HR.
Yes, ma'am.
Had Rowley been a few years older, he would have told Faith where to stick her order, but he was new enough to jump when she snapped her fingers. Ruth looked up at the ceiling, all business, as she asked Will,
What do you think, bud?
Will looked up, too.
I think something's leaking.
Faith suggested,
Maybe we can move Mr. Long to a different room.
Ruth shook her head.
It's just me up here for the next hour, and I can't move him by myself.
Faith offered,
I can help.
We're not really allowed to.
Will interrupted.
I'll need the room cleared anyway.
He pushed up the ceiling tile and used the flashlight on his belt to look inside the drop ceiling. Will had been looking into ceilings in the hospital almost every day of the last 10. He knew that his chances of finding at least one suspicious-looking pipe were good, but the nest of lines crisscrossing the ICU still surprised him. He pushed the tile aside so everyone could see as he tried to sound authoritative.
That'll be oxygen. The condensed line for the AC, PVC pipe, some old polyboot. I'm gonna need a schematic, so...
I get it.
Ruth stopped him.
Let me call my supervisor and see if I can get her up here.
She left, Faith on her heels. Will kept his flashlight pointed toward the ceiling, but his eyes were on Jared Long. The young man's face had blown up like a balloon. There were tubes sticking out of everything. His eyes were taped shut. Dried blood was caked around his nostrils. The flesh on his hands was a waxy yellow color. No cop wanted to see another cop in a hospital bed. Will wasn't normally superstitious, but he had to suppress the shiver working its way up his spine. Then again, Jared Long wasn't the only cautionary tale in the room. Slowly, like she didn't want to break anything, Lena uncurled herself from the chair. Will asked,
You holding up?
No. She stood on the other side of the bed with her arms wrapped around her waist.
Sarah doesn't know you're doing this, does she?
Lena had always been an astute observer, but Will wasn't going to talk to her about Sarah. He glanced over his shoulder, checking Ruth. The nurse was talking on the phone. Faith was practically glued to her side. Lena said,
I won't tell her. I haven't told anybody.
She rubbed her lips together. They were cracked and dry.
You'll find out eventually. I'm good at keeping my mouth shut. I've learned to do the right thing.
Will asked,
What happened last night?
They shot him.
Lena stopped the story there, dismissing her involvement in a wholly predictable way. Still, Will could tell she was reeling from the aftershock. Her eyes were bloodshot. The bruise under her eye mottled the skin. She couldn't seem to keep her balance. Her pupils were wide open, though he didn't know if that was from the dark room or some kind of medication. He said,
Tell me what brought this on.
Her head moved slowly side to side.
Was it the raid last week?
He paused.
2 cops were hurt. Were you part of that? Were you on the team?
She paused before answering,
I'm not allowed to talk about the raid.
You and I both know you don't play by the rules.
Ask Branson.
I'm asking you.
Her head started shaking again. She looked down at Jared. Her voice was barely a whisper when she told her husband,
I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry.
Will said,
Lena, something happened to set this off.
She didn't respond. He tried to be diplomatic.
Did Jared pull somebody over who might want to hurt him?
She gave Will a confused look, as if it never occurred to her that a motorcycle cop working part of a drug corridor that ran up the eastern seaboard might find himself in a dangerous situation. She asked,
You think he got in the way of some traffickers?
I don't know. You tell me.
She seemed to think about it.
That would have shot him then and there.
Will knew she was right, but he still asked,
Jared didn't mention anything?
We weren't really talking.
Will let her words settle. He wasn't surprised there was marital discord. The first thing he'd seen when he walked through the front door of their house was a pillow and sheet on the couch. Will asked,
What about you?
What about me?
Will checked on Ruth again. Faith made a motion with her hand, indicating that there wasn't much time. He tried to keep his patience as he told Lena,
"Whatever brought this on, I know you didn't mean to do it. You're not a bad person. But you did something, and it got us here. And you need to tell me what that thing is so I can stop whoever did this."
There was still a small shake to Lena's head. Her hand was resting on the guardrail. She flexed open her fingers, letting the tips graze the sheet covering Jared's body. Will said,
"You know you can trust me. There's a reason I'm here."
She didn't acknowledge his plea. "Your partner. You work with her long?"
"Faith."
Will tasted blood on his tongue. Without thinking, he chewed at the cut in his cheek.
"A while."
"She any good?"
"Yes."
Will tried another tack.
"Who's Big Whitey?"
That snapped her out of it. He saw a flash of anger as the old Lena started to surface.
"What did Branson say?"
"Who is he?"
"No one."
She seemed genuinely afraid now.
"He doesn't exist. He's a lie."
"Lena."
"Stop!"
Her voice took on a pleading tone.
"Listen to me, Will. If you love Sarah, you'll stay away from this."
She gripped the bed rail, desperate.
"I mean it. Stay away."
Will looked back at the nurse again. She was obviously finishing up her phone call. He told Lena,
"Talk to me. Let me help you."
Lena shook her head. Tears started to flow.
"We're supposed to protect people. We're supposed to keep them safe."
"The best way to keep Jared safe is..."
"How do you decide?"
She swallowed hard. The sound was louder than the hum of the machines.
"How do you decide whose life is more important?"
Her hand went to her stomach. The palm was flat, fingers splayed.
"He would want this,"
she whispered.
"This is what Jared would want me to do."
Faith cleared her throat loud enough to announce her return. Ruth was behind her. She asked Will,
How bad is the leak? I mean, are we talking the whole ceiling's gonna come down?
Will took his time, clicking off the flashlight, dropping it back into the loop on his belt. Finally, he shook his head and shrugged at the same time.
"I won't know until I get up there."
Ruth sighed.
It's gonna be an hour before my boss can help move him. Can you come back?
Bill Black took over.
"You're gonna have to put in another request."
Ruth sighed again, but she was obviously used to dealing with the hospital bureaucracy.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming anyway.
She went to Jared and started checking the machines. Lena watched her like a hawk. It was unnerving the way she just stood there. Except for stretching her fingers, she didn't reach out to him. She barely looked at his face. Ruth must have felt it too. She told Lena,
It's okay to touch him, hon. He's not gonna break.
As if to prove this, she put her hand to Jared's cheek. And then she kept it there. Her brow furrowed. Something was wrong. Ruth's hand went to Jared's forehead, then his neck, then his wrist. She looked at her watch, checking his pulse against the flashing number on the monitor. Will could see the thumping heart was beating faster than usual. The blood pressure was low.
"What is it?"
Faith asked.
He's just a little clammy.
Ruth grabbed the control and raised the foot of the bed. The floor vibrated beneath Will's feet. The nurse put some false cheer in her tone.
I'm sure it's nothing, but let me get the doctor, all right?
She left the room at a brisk pace. Faith followed her, though Will doubted Lena would tell him anything else. He picked up his toolbox. He tried one last time.
"Lena, I know you think you've got all of this under control, but you don't."
She didn't look up as she said,
"I've never been able to control anything in my life."
Will waited, giving her another chance to come clean. She ignored him. She just stood there staring down at Jared. Her hand was still pressed flat to her stomach. Her mouth moved soundlessly, as if in prayer. All Will could do was leave the room. Ruth was on the phone by her desk. She barely registered his presence, which Will took as a bad sign. Jared's condition was obviously a more serious matter than she'd let on. He walked down the hallway toward Faith. She was reading her emails, or pretending to. Will could see the screen was dark. He stopped a few feet away from her and opened his toolbox. Faith kept her voice low. Will? Will found his clipboard and pen. He looked at Ruth again. She had her back to him, the phone pressed to her ear. Still, he kept his voice down.
She's protecting someone.
She's protecting herself. Will wasn't so sure about that. He checked some boxes on his form.
I think she was at the raid on the shooting gallery. She told me she wasn't allowed to talk about it.
Of course she was at the raid. I wouldn't be surprised if she was leading it.
She warned me off, Big Whitey.
Faith looked up from her BlackBerry. Will kept checking boxes. He was giving himself time to decide whether or not to tell Faith the rest. In the end, he knew he didn't have a choice.
She told me if I love Sarah, I'll drop the case.
Faith looked back at her phone. Her thumb scrolled across the black screen. She seldom registered any emotion beyond irritation, but Will could tell Lena's words had hit home. She asked, "Why do I get the feeling that 5 years ago, she told Jeffrey Tolliver the same thing?" Chapter 7. The day before the raid. Lena sat at her desk, staring at her computer monitor. Fireworks filled the screen. She knew if she tapped one of the keys, the desktop would appear. She also knew what the files would be. Open cases, closed cases, court documents, witness statements, suspect statements. Endless bytes of data that summed up the lives of thousands of people. There was only one life in the computer that she cared about. Not that there was life anymore. Lena closed her eyes, let the grief have its way. She had been electrocuted once. Not electrocuted like on death row, but shocked by an electric current. Lena was 15 when it happened. She'd been helping Sybil with her hair. They were both standing in front of the mirror. The glass was steamed over from a recent shower. The smell of mold was in the air. The house they grew up in had been wired by their Uncle Hank, so they were used to smoking outlets and popping light bulbs. He'd also built the bookcases that had no shelves, and removed a load-bearing wall, which resulted in the roof settling into a camelback sway. Just walking through the front door, you knew you were taking your life into your own hands. Which is why Lena should have known better than to plug in the hairdryer without first unplugging the box fan. The shock had streaked up her arm, down her spine, then legs, and into the tips of her toes, which happened to be touching standing water from the shower. There was some sort of delay. Lena didn't feel the brunt of the electrocution until she saw the water. She thought, this is dangerous. The light zapped out, her body seized. Then, the next thing she knew, she was lying on the bathroom floor, and Sybil was screaming for Hank to call an ambulance. That's what Lena felt like now. Shocked. Almost electrocuted. Laid flat on her back. Her body tensed, her nerves on fire. Only this time, there was no one around to help her. This time, she was completely alone. Lena watched the colorful bursts of light explode across the computer screen. She rested her hand on the mouse. She gently pressed down. The desktop came up. She moved the arrow to the file that contained the ultrasound. Lena had torn up the photo, but the video remained. Her hand froze on the mouse. She didn't need to open the file. She didn't need to see the picture. The image was forever seared into her retinas.
She felt weak as rain every time she saw it. Little black bubble, white folds and ridges, the tiny flutter of a beating heart that was no bigger than a drop of rain. How could she love something so much when she couldn't even see it with her naked eye? How could she feel that heartbeat inside of her when it took a machine just to let her know it was there? How could she have lost it so easily? How could one horrible moment erase weeks of happiness, destroy a prospective lifetime that had made Lena's heart feel weightless with anticipation? The arrow hovered over the file. There was a slight shake to the image. Her cell phone rang. Lena moved her hand off the mouse and picked up the phone. "Detective Adams?" "Oh." The woman seemed surprised that Lena had answered. "Yes?" Lena asked. She touched her hand to the mouse. She didn't need to see the file again. She should get rid of it. Throw it in the computer's trash. "Ma'am?" the woman said. "Hello?" "Yes?" Lena turned away from the computer. She made herself listen to the call. The woman was saying, "From Dr. Benedict's office? You saw me yesterday?" Lena couldn't stand people who raised their voices at the end of every sentence. "Are you calling about the bill? We haven't gotten it yet." "Oh, no, of course not." She sounded offended. "I just wanted to check on you. Your husband said you were back at work." Lena rubbed her eyes with her fingers. Jared had slept on the couch last night. He was gone this morning when Lena woke up. She checked the duty roster when she got in. He'd changed shifts so he didn't have to see her. "Ma'am?" Lena dropped her hand. "Is there something you wanted?" "Dr. Benedict asked me to check on you, see if the cramping subsided." Lena put her hand to her stomach. "It's better," she said, not knowing whether or not this was the truth. Every time she thought about it, she could feel it happening all over again. The excruciating pain that woke her from a deep sleep. The panic as she tried to dress herself. The fear as they raced to the hospital. The agony as they heard the doctor's words. The screaming argument she'd gotten into with Jared when they got home. He wouldn't let Lena throw away the bloody sheets. He said she was trying to pretend it hadn't happened, that she was unfeeling, incapable of grieving, that throwing away the sheets was her way of getting rid of the evidence. As if Lena needed a visual reminder to understand what she had lost. They had lost. "Ma'am?" Lena shook her head, trying to get rid of the thoughts. "Yes?" "I asked, no excessive bleeding?" Lena didn't know what excessive meant. She had no point of reference. "Mrs. Long?" The woman's voice filled with a warmth that was 10 times worse than her stupid interrogatory tone. "I can have Dr. Benedict write you a note for work. You shouldn't be back so soon. Most women take a few weeks, sometimes a month or even 2 if they can get off that long." "Well, I can't do that," Lena said. Yesterday was bad enough. They'd gotten home from the hospital around 10 in the morning. Lena had slept away the afternoon, then stayed up arguing with Jared well into the night. The thought of being trapped at home again with nothing to do but wait for Jared to walk through the door was unbearable. Besides, no one at work even knew she was pregnant. Had been pregnant. Lena told the woman, "I have work to do." "I'm sure you do, Mrs. Long, but people will understand. What you lost—" "I'm fine," Lena interrupted. She wanted to correct her, to tell the woman that her last name was Adams, that Jared had told her to keep it because Lena Long sounded like something you'd buy of an infomercial. Instead, Lena said, "I don't need a note, thank you." "Oh, darling, please don't hang up." She was obviously concerned. "You should go home. Be with your husband. Trust me, he might not be showing it, but he's hurting just as much as you."
Lena pressed her fingers into her eyes again. Jared was showing it. Lena was the problem. According to her husband, she was some kind of machine. She wasn't the woman he'd married. He wasn't sure she was the woman he wanted to stay married to. Lena looked at the clock. She had a briefing in 5 minutes. Her team was waiting for her. She should end the call. She should shut up. But the words came out of her mouth before she could stop them. I wondered. Instead of pushing Lena, or making an inane statement with her voice raised at the end, the woman was silent. The trick was a good one. Lena used it in interrogations. People naturally wanted to fill silences, especially when they felt guilty about something. Lena said, I had an abortion. Still, the woman was silent. 6 years ago. Lena put her hand to her face. Her skin felt hot to the touch. I wondered.
No, that has nothing to do with what happened the other night.
The answer had a certain finality to it.
If that were the case, I wouldn't have my 2 little ones.
Lena felt some of the tension leave her chest. She opened her mouth for air. For just a moment, she could breathe again. The woman said,
Give yourself time to grieve. You and your husband can try again. Trust me, what you're going through now, it gets easier. It doesn't ever go away, but it gets different.
Lena pulled a box of tissues out of her desk. She had to get her shit together. She was at work. She had to stop dwelling on this. There was no way she could lead her team if they saw her sobbing at her desk. She wiped her eyes, blew her nose. Okay, Lena told the woman. Thank you. I need to get back to work.
Mrs. Long, Lena, you really should go home. Don't do this to yourself. Nobody gets a medal for being tough.
Okay. Lena made her voice stronger. Thank you for calling. I have to go.
But...
Lena hung up the phone. She blew her nose again. She wiped her eyes until they felt raw. Maybe it was different at a doctor's office, but at the police station, they gave out medals all the time for being tough. Lena turned to her computer. She clicked on the ultrasound file and dragged it into the trash can. She clicked on the Finder menu, then scrolled down to empty trash. Her finger stayed pressed down on the mouse. Her heart thumped in her chest.
Lee?
Paul Vickery banged on the door as he walked into her office. He stopped.
What's wrong? Somebody yank your nose hair?
I got a stupid cold. Lena scrolled back up the menu, went to edit, then selected undo move to trash. She didn't look up at Paul until she saw the file safely back on her desktop. What is it?
You make a decision yet, boss?
The decision. They'd planned the raid for next week, but their snitch had told them a big shipment was coming in tonight. Even before she lost the baby, Lena wasn't comfortable moving up the schedule. She wanted more time to prepare. Apparently, no one else felt this way. She was feeling pressure from all sides to go in. More money, more guns, more dope, more jail time. She told Paul, yeah, everybody else knows but you.
Just checking, Kimasabi. No need to get your panties in a wad.
She heard a familiar chug from her computer. Paul wasn't the only one who was getting antsy. Denise Branson had sent another email. Lena scanned the first line, which dove straight into the fact that after last night's overtime, Lena's investigation had crossed the $1 million mark.
Damn, girl.
Paul read over her shoulder.
You pissed her off something righteous. What you gonna do?
She'll be fine when she gets her picture in the paper.
Van Horn and Gresham?
Paul read from the email.
Sid Waller's lawyers from that firm, right?
Lena clicked the email close as she stood up. We're gonna draw straws to see who goes down into the basement first. I'm gonna hold them. One person gets to pick from each team. Paul grinned like a possum.
Good thing I'm feeling lucky, partner.
Did y'all finish taping off the diagram?
Yeah. Had to keep Deshaun from using his protractor.
Good. We're gonna rehearse this thing until we know it in our sleep. Lena grabbed her jacket on the way out. Paul said,
It's 80 degrees in the shop.
Thanks for the weather update. Lena pulled on the jacket as she walked down the hallway. Her hormones were still out of whack. She was cold all the time, except when she was burning up. That's what she should have asked that stupid woman from Dr. Benedict's office about, not something that had happened 6 years ago. Paul said,
You're going to...
Shit! The zip was caught in her shirt.
Here.
Paul stood in front of her. He started working on the zipper like she was 3. Paul wasn't the only one who'd been treating her more delicately lately. Lena guessed she was putting out some pregnant woman pheromones, or at least she had been. Paul said,
I think we're going to have a problem with Eric. He's acting weird.
How?
He's being too quiet.
He added,
That thing in the van the other day was funny, but he's hiding something.
Hiding what?
Exactly.
Lena watched Paul's fingers as he tried to free her shirt from the zipper. She thought about the little blue jacket she'd ordered online. Jared's family loved Auburn football to the point of making it a religion. Lena had yelled at him for painting the nursery, but she couldn't resist going online last week and ordering a baby-sized Auburn hoodie from Tiger Rags. The jacket was on back order. She wondered when it would be delivered. What day in the near future would she go home and find a tiny jacket waiting for little arms that would never exist?
Lee?
Paul asked.
Where'd you go?
She shook her head. It's too late to switch out Eric. He's just gonna have to man up. He finally freed the zipper.
You're the boss.
The word grated. It had started taking on mocking undertones. Lucky me, she muttered. Technically, their lieutenant was supposed to be the boss, but a particularly aggressive form of leukemia had taken him out of the equation, and Denise Branson had yet to find a suitable replacement. At first, Lena had been happy to fill the role, but now she was seeing the downside of her new responsibilities. Paul said,
Shit. Look smart.
He puffed out his chest and pressed his back to the wall as he stood at attention. Lena didn't have to ask why. Lonnie Gray was talking on his cell phone as he walked down the hallway. He ended the call when he saw Paul and Lena. There was no preamble. He asked,
Status?
Lena provided, We're doing run-throughs. No mistakes this time. We're gonna nail Waller. Gray's voice was stern.
That's exactly what needs to happen, Detective.
Yes, sir, she said, knowing he wasn't kidding around. Lena had seen more than one detective leave the Macon PD before he was planning to because he disappointed the chief. You have my word that the entire team is at 100%. Paul added,
You can count on us, sir.
Sounding like a third grader bringing an apple to his teacher.
Good.
Gray headed back down the hallway, but not before giving Paul a curt nod. Lena could practically hear Vickery's ballsack quiver. She felt the same respect toward Gray, but she hoped she didn't look like she was creaming her pants every time the chief was around. As soon as Gray was gone, Paul clapped his hands together.
You heard the chief? Let's rock this bad boy.
He preceded Lena down the hall toward the shop. Paul was obviously pumped, and not just because of the chief. He walked on the balls of his feet in that weird way that made him look a little effeminate. Lena knew Paul had served 2 tours in Afghanistan before a piece of shrapnel got lodged in his arm. Physical therapy had brought him back to 100%, but being home had made him lose his taste for war. Paul still relished a good fight, though, one of the many characteristics they both shared. At first, Lena thought their matched temperaments made for a good partnership, but she was beginning to see that maybe a differing opinion would offer a better balance.
Part of the reason Lena had respected Jeffrey Tolliver so much was that he'd always told Lena when he thought she was wrong. Paul kicked open the door to the shop. The sound of metal hitting metal reverberated through the hangar-like building. The shop was where they brought seized automobiles and boats so they could take them apart and look for drugs or contraband. They also used it to do routine maintenance on the squad cars, which was why 3 cruisers were hanging on lifts. The mechanics had cleared out a large space for Lena's team to work. The footprint of the shooting gallery house was 35 by 60, and even in the large building, space was at a premium. They were using the log sergeant's duty desk as their workspace, which had infuriated the sergeant, but orders were orders. Lena was surprised Denise Branson hadn't taken the space away from them. She was pissed enough at Lena to strike out, and Branson didn't get to the rank of major without knowing how to punish people. Deshaun Franklin, Mitch Cabello, and Keith McVale stood around the duty desk. Lena took the lead ahead of Paul. She lengthened her stride so that he wouldn't pass her. Back in Grant County, Lena had been the only female detective on an all-male force. She knew the rules when she signed up. Every second of the day, she had to fight to keep her place in the pecking order.
Hey, boss.
Mitch looked up from the diagram they had gotten from the tax assessor's office.
You got a cold?
Lena knew what she probably looked like. Red-rimmed eyes, bloodshot from crying. She wiped under her nose with the back of her hand.
Yeah, Jared gave it to me.
I bet he gave it to you.
Deshaun made a grunting sound that invited a chorus of porn music from the team. Shut up, assholes. I just ran into Chief Gray in the hall. He made it clear we better come back here with Waller or keep on driving out of town. She gave Deshaun a pointed look. And that means you too, golden boy. Mitch made a rut-row sound straight out of a Scooby-Doo cartoon, though they all knew Deshaun was one of Gray's favorites. Lena looked around the shop. The mechanics had gone to lunch, and the duty sergeant was probably sulking in his car. The B team had worked surveillance last night. Lena told them they could come in late. During the raid, they were assigned to guarding the perimeter, so they didn't need to run the inside drills like the rest of them. Still, someone was missing. She asked, "Where's Eric?" Deshaun provided,
Shitting out lunch from the sound of it.
Lena glanced at Paul, whose face tended to show every single thought that crossed his mind. He was still worried about Eric. Maybe he had a right to be. To mangle the old saying, Eric's stomach was the window to his soul. Deshaun asked,
Something wrong, boss?
Lena tried to summon up her old self. Yeah, I got a bunch of little girls on my team. They greeted this with the expected howls and finger-pointing. Lena ignored them. She looked down at the concrete floor where they had taped off the house. The diagram was to exact scale. Den, 2 bedrooms, bathroom, dining room, kitchen. They could pace off the steps here so that it came as second nature when they were doing the raid in real time. The only unknown was the basement. Thumb latch, deadbolt, slide lock. There was no telling how the door would be secured, though they had wasted plenty of time considering the options. The biggest issue was the 4 guys, maybe 5, who were usually in the house. Sometimes a couple of junkies stayed the night, but that tended to be after a weekend of partying. Traffic started flowing around 7:30 in the morning, either kids on their way to school or adults on their way to work. 2 or 3 hours later, the moms came in their SUVs, seeking a bump to get them through their daily chores. Lunchtime traffic was unreliable, but rush hour started at 4:30 and didn't slow down until after 3 in the morning. This was when Sid Waller showed up. Like clockwork, he took the northbound exit onto Almond Road, hung a left onto Reading Street, then slowly drove his Corvette down the rutted gravel driveway to the shooting gallery. Waller usually stayed at the house for 3 hours. No one knew what he did while he was there. It was too dangerous to send in the snitches at that time of day. They were usually passed out by then anyway. Paul thought Walla was sampling the product. Deshawn thought he was banging some girls. Denise Branson thought he was counting all the money. Lena prayed to God he was doing all three, and that by the time they made their way into that dark, dank basement, Sid Walla was too stoned, too fucked, and too scared to do anything but watch helplessly as Lena ratcheted the cuffs around his wrists. She looked up. They were all waiting on her. Deshawn was staring at his hands like he was trying to decide whether or not he needed a manicure. Mitch and Keith were mumbling to each other because the two of them couldn't shut up if you held a gun to their heads. Paul's face said it all. He was like a puppy, bouncing around on his feet, about to wet himself with anticipation. The door creaked open. Eric Haig gave a sheepish smile as he walked into the shop. Paul was right. There was something off about the man. He seemed too hesitant, which became enormously clear as he joined the rest of the team around the desk. They were all ready to go. Eric looked like the only place he wanted to go was back out the door he just walked in. Well, they all had shit going on in their lives.
All right, ladies. Lena clapped her hands together. Decision's been made. We're hitting this place at dark 30 tomorrow morning.
Chapter 8. Thursday. Sarah sat in the passenger seat of Nell's truck, watching the Macon landscape scroll by. Atlanta was a city filled with beautiful gardens and trees, but there was something about being surrounded by a forest that made Sarah feel at home. Like Macon, Grant County was a college town, located in a part of the state that still moved at a slower speed. Just seeing the trees made Sarah feel like her lungs were working again. The vulture on her shoulder had temporarily left its perch. She felt more like herself. Maybe it wasn't entirely the scenery that had brought her this sense of calm. While Nell was shopping for cleaning supplies, Sarah had frantically poured her heart out in a long email to her sister. Tessa's response had been just as long, but instead of filling the message with cliches about soldiering on or enjoying sweet revenge, she'd made lists. 10 things she loved about Will Trent. 3 of the stupidest jokes their father had ever told. 8 new words that Tessa had said around Izzy, Sarah's niece, that would probably end up sending Tessa to hell. 6 reasons no one would ever be able to make biscuits as good as their grandmother's. 5 things that their mother did that they both swore they would never ever do, but that they were now doing almost every single day of their lives. The only direct acknowledgement to Sarah's situation came in the postscript. Please don't start listening to Dolly Parton again. Nell said, I do that all the time. Sarah was pulled from her thoughts. What's that? Remember something about Jeffrey and smile? Nell smiled, too. He loved being in the woods. Used to go hiking all the time when he was in high school. Sarah opened her mouth to correct her, then thought better of it. It's all right, Nell said. You say whatever story you just thought of for Jared when he wakes up. We'll all smile about it then. Sarah nodded. This was a familiar refrain that Nell had started the minute they'd left the hospital. She needed to get some clean pajamas for when Jared woke up. She needed to make sure the house was clean for when Jared woke up. Sarah didn't begrudge Nell the goal. She could tell it was the only thing keeping her going. Nell's cell phone beeped. She was using the GPS to find Lena and Jared's house. I guess it's down here, she murmured, taking a lazy right-hand turn. Sarah pressed her lips together. Nell drove like an old woman, never exceeding the speed limit, slowing to let over every car that even looked as if it might want to merge. Occasionally, she would stop the truck in order to read a sign or remark on a pedestrian. She was still stuck in small-town time, where rushing was considered rude, and you didn't beep your horn unless a dog was in the road. Nell took in the houses lining the street. Not too bad, she commented, which was the most positive thing she'd said about Macon since they got into the truck. I guess they got all the plans from the same magazine. Sarah followed her gaze. There was a uniformity to the subdivision, but the houses weren't overbuilt for the lots, or stuffed with extra bedrooms that no one would ever use. People kept their lawns tended. There were minivans in the driveways. American flags hung from porch posts. The street looked exactly like the kind where you'd expect to find 2 police officers living. Nell didn't need her GPS anymore. She parked near a white GBI crime scene van. Charlie Reed stood at the open back doors. A younger man handed him plastic crates that Charlie packed carefully into the cargo area. Sarah recognized the sealed evidence bags from her medical examiner days. The past started to creep up again, especially when she noticed the 2 cops standing around a cruiser parked at the end of the street.
Well,
Nell said. She was looking up at the house with some trepidation. Sarah guessed the woman had been expecting something closer to a witch's cottage, not the quaint single-story clapboard house at the top of a steep hill. The structure was shotgun style, deeper than it was wide, with the front door planted squarely in the middle. Instead of an American flag on the front porch, there was an orange and blue banner with the logo of Auburn University. Nell seemed to approve of the flag. She said, "At least he's still standing where he's from." Sarah made some mumbling noises that might be interpreted as encouragement. Maybe it wasn't Nell, but Sarah, who was having a hard time thinking about Lena living in this house. The lawn was a dark carpet of green. There was some lakey petunias planted around the mailbox. Monkey grass splashed over the front walk. The front door was painted red. More petunias spilled from wooden planters on the porch. Sarah couldn't imagine Lena tending flowers, let alone sitting down and taking notes from a book on feng shui. "You coming?" Nell asked. Sarah pushed open the door. The air felt chilly compared to the stuffy cab of the truck. The police officers at the end of the street stared with open curiosity. Sarah waved. She got 2 nods in return. Nell told Sarah, "I'm gonna call Possum and see if he checked in with the nurse yet." She flipped open her phone and dialed the number. Her hand went to her hip. She looked up at the house as she waited for Possum to answer. Sarah hoped Nell was reconsidering her plans. The first 30 minutes of their drive had been spent discussing the realities of what cleaning the crime scene would entail. Sarah hadn't held back toward the end. She'd been fairly brutal, which only seemed to galvanize Nell's resolve. Nell spoke into the phone. "How is he?" Sarah walked away from the truck to give her privacy. A breeze stirred the air as she headed toward the crime scene van. Sarah rubbed her arms, wishing she'd thought to bring a jacket.
Dr. Linton.
Charlie Reed smiled at Sarah. He was a nice-looking man, except for a well-groomed handlebar mustache, which gave him the appearance of a lounge singer.
"Please tell me Amanda finally managed to snag us your services."
Lord, no. The last thing on earth Sarah would ever want to do was work for Amanda Wagner. "I'm here with a friend." She indicated Nell. "Her son's Jared Long."
"Oh."
Charlie's smile dropped.
"Surely she doesn't want to see..."
"Worse than that. She wants to clean it up." Charlie indicated for Sarah to follow him to the front of the van. He glanced at Nell, probably to make sure she couldn't hear them.
"It's pretty bad in there. I mean, not as bad as most, but they used a shotgun and it was quite a struggle. The volume of blood..."
Sarah held up her hands. "I would gladly leave right now if I thought I could get her to go with me." Charlie looked at Nell again. Her determination must have been apparent.
"Well, that's good that she has you here to walk her through it."
"I'm still trying to change her mind."
"She doesn't look like the type who does that,"
he noted.
"I can give you a quick rundown if you like."
Sarah nodded, ashamed that she was so eager to hear the details. Charlie's voice took on a practiced tone.
The man we're calling Assailant 2 entered through the front window.
He indicated the window in question. Black fingerprint powder smeared the white trim.
He more than likely used a pocket knife, slid it between the frames, pushed open the thumb latch.
Sarah nodded. The entry method was typical for burglaries. He continued.
We can assume from fingerprints that Assailant 2 then opened the front door, letting the man we're calling Assailant 1 into the house. From the gunpowder residue on the floor and walls, we can conclude the first assailant was standing in the front room at the mouth of the hall when he initially fired the shotgun. Sawn-off Remington 870, 28 gauge.
Sarah knew from past cases that a shotgun blast from that distance could rip apart a half-inch piece of plywood. The sawed-off barrel had spread the pellets, which was probably the only reason Jared hadn't dropped dead on the spot. Charlie said,
I've read the hospital admitting report. My preliminary field investigation supports the shotgun pellets mostly clustered in a 20-centimeter circle in the victim's thoracic region, roughly T2 through T7, with some penetrating the skull. At the scene, a few pellets were found lodged into the wood around the doorframe. We can assume that the majority of the pellets went into the victim.
Sarah had gotten out of the practice of listening to people talk as if they were giving testimony. Jared was standing in the doorway?
Yes. The victim's body was almost exactly centered in the doorway. He likely had his arms crossed or in front of him. According to the hospital report, he had no wounds on the back of his arms or hands. He was wearing a tool belt, which we can surmise is where Detective Adams got the hammer.
Sarah had been wondering about that detail. She didn't imagine Lena kept a hammer in the bedroom, though who knew what the hell she got up to. Charlie continued.
Adams used the hammer to take out the first assailant, the shooter, at the doorway to the bedroom.
He pointed just below his eye socket.
Claw went in here, got lodged in the orbita, went straight through the vitreous. The shotgun went off a second time, blasting a hole approximately 32 centimeters into the far wall. At some point, the assailant fell to the floor, whereupon the hammer was yanked out of his face. We found splatter and bone on the walls approximately 10 to 16 inches from the floor, so he was likely supine when it was removed. Some spatter arced onto the ceiling as it was wrenched away.
Charlie shuddered.
Sorry. Hammers freak me out.
You're not alone.
Nonetheless.
He shuddered again.
At some point, assailant number 2 tried to come to the rescue. Residue puts him at approximately 6 feet outside the bedroom when he fired 3 shots from a Smith & Wesson 5-shot revolver. He ended up shooting his buddy instead. I'm not certain how that happened, but Assailant 1 was standing with his back to the door when he was shot. Obviously, he fell to the floor shortly after. Then somehow the second assailant fell, and Adams went at him.
The second assailant fell before she hit him?
Fell to his knees.
Charlie clarified.
Sorry. We found knee and handprints in the blood where he fell to the floor. This was when Detective Adams likely hit him in the head with the butt of the shotgun. We've got blood and hair on the gun, and the spatter on the wall and bed, which is approximately 32 inches from the floor, backs up a baseball swing. We took the dislodged teeth for evidence, so at least the mother won't have to see them.
He glanced at Nell again. She was off the phone now, digging around in the back of the truck for her bags of cleaning supplies. Sarah asked, "What happened after the second shooter was taken out?"
The neighbors arrived.
Charlie nodded up the road.
There were 2 officers on the block, as well as a paramedic and a firewoman. They got Jared's heart pumping again. Fortunately for me, the on-duty officers who responded to the 911 call stayed out of the bedroom. The scene was fairly pristine when I arrived.
Sarah asked, "You said Jared's heart stopped?" That would explain why they'd taken him to the closest hospital instead of the trauma center.
Correct,
Charlie answered.
As I understand it, the neighbors worked on the victim for quite a while before the ambulance arrived. I'm surprised he made it, if you want to know the truth. He lost a significant amount of blood. My estimate, and don't quote me on this until I do the math, is maybe 2 liters.
Sarah let the information settle. If Charlie was right, Jared had suffered a Class 3 hemorrhage, losing 30 to 40% of his blood volume. The cascade of respiratory distress and organ failure was second and third only to severe tachycardia. If not for his neighbors physically pumping Jared's heart, Sarah would have met Nell at the funeral home this morning instead of the hospital. And that didn't even take into account the severity of the wounds that had caused the bleeding in the first place.
Hello?
Nell said. Plastic shopping bag handles cut into her hands, but she shook her head when Sarah offered to take some. She told Charlie,
I'm Darnell Long, Jared's mama.
Charlie Reed.
He answered.
I work for the state. I'm so sorry about your son, Mrs. Long. I know he's in capable hands.
The Lord never puts more on us than we can bear.
Charlie clasped his hands together.
He who follows me shall never walk in darkness.
Nell seemed surprised to hear the man quoting from the Bible. Sarah felt the same. Charlie had never struck her as a churchgoer. Then again, he was born in the South, where babies drank scripture with their mother's milk.
I should get back to work.
Charlie's smile said he was pleased with their reactions.
If you'll excuse me, ladies.
He headed back to his van.
Well,
Nell said, watching Charlie leave. Sarah was beginning to understand that there was a certain amount of judgment in the word, which Nell had first uttered when she'd seen the packed parking lot of the strip club beside the dollar store. She asked Sarah,
what's with that mustache?
Charlie's one of the top forensics experts in the state, and very nice. He cares about what he does.
Well,
Nell didn't say anything else. She headed up the driveway. The bags were heavy. Sarah could see the crisscross of the handles cutting off the circulation to her fingers. She asked,
are you sure you don't want me to help you those? I've got it, thank you.
Still, Nell grunted as she made her way up the last part of the driveway. Jared's police bike was parked in front of the garage. The floodlight above the door was still on. Sarah looked back at the street. There was no mistaking that a police officer lived here. Even in the dark of night, the light would have put the bike on display. Nell asked,
what do we do about this?
Police tape was draped across the door, but Charlie had yet to seal the house.
They've got more,
Sarah told her, pulling the tape down. She didn't open the door yet.
Nell, I need to tell you again that this is a bad idea. It's going to be so much worse than you're thinking. There was a violent fight. Jared lost a lot of blood. It'll be on the floor, on the walls, on every surface. It's a biohazard. Medical waste has to be properly disposed of. You really need to leave this to the professionals.
Nell hefted the bags.
I think I know how to clean up a mess. I can let you borrow the money or give it to you. I don't care which.
No, Nell said, her tone making it clear that she was finished discussing the matter.
Thank you.
She stood waiting. Finally, Sarah turned the knob, pushed open the door. There was a distinctive odor that could be found at all crime scenes. Not the metallic scent of blood that came from the oxidation of iron, but the stench of fear. Sarah had always been a firm believer in intuition. There was a basic part of the human brain that cued every living being to danger. That part became fully engaged the minute Sarah walked through the front door of Lena and Jared's home. A man had died here. 2 men had almost been killed. A woman had fought for her life. The threat of violence lingered in the stale air. Sarah watched Nell take it all in. Her posture changed. She nearly dropped some of the bags. Sarah suggested,
why don't you sit down?
I'm all right.
Let's sit down.
Nell shook her head. She looked around the front room of the house. The floor plan was open, with a combined family room and kitchen. Sunlight streamed in through the windows. The ceiling fan over the couch gave a soft whine as the blades moved. Nothing bad had happened in this space. The furniture was not overturned. The walls were a muted light gray. The only area in disarray was the kitchen, which was obviously being remodeled. Flat packs of unassembled cabinets were stacked in a neat pile. The kitchen sink was a bucket resting on an old washstand. The dishwasher was in the corner, the cord and drain hose wrapped around it like a bow. The stove was pulled away from the wall, but Sarah could see the gas line was still attached. Without thinking, she said, "He's just as bad as Jeffrey." Jeffrey always had to have some sort of project going. Restoring an old car, adding a second sink in the bathroom, redoing his kitchen. Fixing things gave him a sense of accomplishment, if not completion. When he was dating Sarah, a thick plastic sheet served as the outside wall to his kitchen. The refrigerator was in the dining room. A garden hose ran through the front window and attached through various valves to the ice maker. Nell said, "Jeffrey always liked working with his hands." She set the bags down on the countertop, which was a piece of plywood on some 2x4s. She ran her finger along the wood. Her eyes traveled to the sink bucket, the bare but cleanly swept floor. "I guess I can't fault her housekeeping. There's no way Jared cleaned up like this." Sarah didn't answer. Lena had always been neat. Her desk at the station looked like something out of an office supply catalog. "I'll get his daddy in here to finish this up." Nell nodded toward the stacked boxes. "Possum will get those assembled in a day. I'll help him hang the top cabinets. He can do the bottom on his own. I don't guess they have a countertop, but we'll pick something out that..." She stopped talking. Sarah followed her gaze to the couch. There was a pillow with a sheet neatly folded on the top. On the coffee table beside the remote were a pair of glasses, a glass of water, and a plastic case for a retainer. "Hello?" Faith Mitchell walked through the open front door. She'd already met Nell and Possum at the hospital. Sarah had made the introductions. Faith asked, "You just get here?" "Yes, ma'am." Nell wouldn't take her eyes off the couch. Faith seemed to note the arrangement, but made no comment. She smiled at Sarah in a way that let her know there was enough discomfort to go around. Sarah said, "We saw Charlie. He's still packing up the van." Nell noisily started unpacking the bags, banging the bottle of bleach and box of gloves down on the plywood counter. Faith walked around the front room, picking up items, obviously trying to get a feel for the place. Will's partner was 1 year his junior, but she'd come up through the Atlanta police force before joining the GBI and was equal parts pragmatic and cynical. Sarah could not have wished for a better agent to back up Will. Faith was clever and competent. She hated taking risks. In other words, she was the complete opposite of Lena Adams. She was also nosy as hell. She walked around the room with a judgmental air, taking in the curtains and furnishings with the same sharp eye as Nell. Sarah felt slow on the uptake. Nell wasn't just here to clean. Lena was pushing her out of Jared's hospital room, so Nell was invading Lena's home. Nell had finished unpacking the bags. She braced her hands on the wooden counter. "I should probably look at it first." There was no use arguing with her. Nell was obviously determined to keep moving forward. Sarah and Faith silently followed her toward the hallway. Nell didn't get far. She stopped just outside the guest bathroom. The shower curtain was pulled back. A dirty sliver of soap was beside a bottle of Axe shampoo. The seat was up on the toilet. The counter was cluttered with men's toiletries: deodorant, a razor and shaving cream, a toothbrush that needed replacing, and a half-empty tube of toothpaste. Little hairs filled the sink, where Jared had shaved and failed to wash out the bowl. Nell continued down the hall, mumbling,
I guess she kicked him out of the bathroom, too.
Faith mumbled in an equally low voice,
You couldn't pay me to share my bathroom with a man.
Amen, Sarah answered, as she trailed Nell down the hallway. She stepped over a white chalk outline on the floor where Charlie had taken some DNA. Sarah guessed from the look of it that someone had spat in the hall, probably to make a point. Which further supported the idea that the shooters hadn't randomly chosen their victims. There was a spare bedroom on either side of the hall. The first one was being used as an office. The second appeared to be another unfinished project. The walls were a cheery yellow. The closet door was propped up on 2 sawhorses. Nell shook her head as she passed by, probably adding it to the list of Possum's chores. She stopped a few feet from the master bedroom. Sarah heard Nell draw in a sharp breath. The woman's hands shook as she grabbed the doorframe. Charlie's estimate may have been too conservative. Despite the passage of time, the pool of blood where Jared had fallen was still congealing. Light glimmered on the wet surface. The edges had curdled into a dark rust that seeped into the hardwood floor. The rest of the blood had dried hours ago, leaving burgundy stains that told the story of violent altercation. The ceiling and walls weren't the worst of it. Large boot prints mixed with Lena's bare footprints back and forth across the floor. Splatter, spatter, spray, drops, knee prints, handprints. Smears where an area rug must have gotten bunched up beneath Jared's body. Tracks that showed where someone had crawled toward the bed. Still more shoe prints indicated where the neighbors and first responders rushed in to work on Jared. They must have all been covered in blood by the time they left. Long trails of red even managed to seep into the grout lines in the bathroom floor. But the area around the door to the bedroom told the real story. This was where Jared had been shot. This was where Lena had first taken on the intruders. The dried blood splattering and spattering the walls and ceiling could fill a forensic textbook. They varied in size and shape, in coverage and scope, and would help map out every second of what had obviously been an extremely violent struggle. Even with the pieces of tooth and bone gone, the hammer and weapons taken into evidence, the shadow of death lurked in every corner. Nell's voice caught.
I can't. I don't know what.
Sarah didn't say anything. Nell sniffed, but no tears came.
Do you think a wet vac would...
Her voice trailed off again. Her grip tightened on the splintered wood around the door. Sarah looked at Faith, who just shook her head.
All right.
Nell thrust herself into the room. She picked her way toward the dresser. Though she was careful, there was no way to avoid the carnage. Her sneakers walked across dried footprints, boot prints, shoe prints, handprints. Her voice came out at a higher pitch.
Jared's always been more comfortable in his pajamas.
She started opening drawers, which had presumably been photographed and inventoried by Charlie's team.
No self-respecting man sits around in a hospital gown. I know he'll want to put on something normal as soon as possible.
Sarah stood outside the door with Faith. They both silently watched the woman riffle Lena and Jared's private things. The top 3 drawers obviously belonged to Lena. Her underthings were mostly utilitarian, though Nell managed to make a huffing sound when she found something that crossed the line. The bottom drawers belonged to Jared. They were filled with basketball shorts, t-shirts, and boxers. He wore a uniform 80% of his day. He probably had one suit in the closet for weddings and funerals, and a couple of polos and khakis for less formal occasions. Nell stopped her search. She rested her hands on her hips as she looked around the room.
I know he hasn't stopped wearing pajamas.
Sarah kept her mouth shut right up until Nell made her way to the bedside table.
Nell,
She looked up, but kept her hand on the drawer pull.
that's probably Lena's.
Sarah indicated the flattened book, which was clearly a romance novel, beside the hand lotion and tube of lip balm. When Nell didn't move, Faith said,
"You probably don't want to know what your son's wife keeps in her bedside table." She added, "Or your son, for that matter."
What on earth does that...
She was cut off by the sound of motorcycle engines. Sarah turned around. The front door was wide open. She saw at least 6 motormen in the street. If Sarah knew cops, they'd come here to look after Jared's mother. And just in time, too. Faith seized on the opportunity, suggesting to Nell,
"Why don't you go talk to Jared's friends? I'm sure they want to know how he's doing."
I don't have time to be everybody's mama.
Nell grumbled, but she stomped out of the room anyway.
Man,
Faith waited until Nell was out of earshot.
that woman has a razor for a mouth.
Sarah kept her own counsel. Did you talk to Charlie?
He briefed me earlier.
Faith looked back at the bedroom.
Nell's gonna get a call in a few minutes from the hospital. Jared's fever is up.
He has an infection?
That's what the nurse said.
Nurses were seldom wrong about these things. Sarah thought of Nell's steely determination, all the plans she'd made in the last few hours for when Jared finally woke up.
I don't think she'll make it if he dies.
It's always the strong ones who break the hardest.
Sarah tucked her chin to her chest. Faith entered the room, walking across the dried blood with a cop's impunity.
I guess I should look for those pajamas. Maybe that'll make her feel like she's helping him.
Maybe.
Sarah leant against the door jamb as Faith searched the closet. She stared at the footprints scattered across the floor. The blood was so dry that it had skeletonized, but Charlie had been careful. Sarah could still track the progress. It helped that Lena had such small feet. Sarah always forgot how petite she was, barely 5'4" and probably 110 on a heavy day. Charlie Reed had said that 4 initial responders came from the neighborhood. Judging by the bloody prints on the floor, they had each waited by the bathroom door as the others took turns working on Jared. That left the 2 sets of boot prints to the assailants. They had both sported the cowboy variety, with flat plastic soles that left distinct exclamation points in the blood. One had a skull and crossbones carved into each heel. The other pair was an off-brand, with a generic set of furrows. Both of the attackers pronated, probably from riding motorcycles. But that didn't account for all of the prints. Sarah walked over to the bed. She knelt down, asking Faith, 2 attackers, right? Faith's voice was muffled as she dug around the closet shelves.
That's right.
4 responders?
She drew out the word. Yep. 2 cops, an off-duty paramedic, and a chick with the fire department.
What about this? Faith turned around. Sarah pointed to a shoe print right up against Jared's bedside table. This one was also from a boot, but it was larger than the other 2, and the heel had the distinctive logo of a cat's paw, no-slip rubber sole. Faith turned back to the closet. She didn't seem interested.
I'm sure Charlie got it.
But look at the prints. Lena was barefooted. The attackers wore cowboy boots. She pointed to the other prints. 2 of the neighbors wore sneakers, the 3rd one probably had on bedroom slippers, and the 4th one was wearing socks. Faith pulled a couple of pairs of sweatpants off the shelf. She added a t-shirt from the dirty clothes basket.
These can pass for pajamas, right?
Slowly, Sarah stood up. Aren't you concerned that a 3rd assailant might have been here last night?
Are you saying that I'm not doing my job?
No. Sarah felt properly chastened. No, of course not.
You're forgetting the EMTs.
Faith counted it off on her fingers. 3 crews, right? Jared was taken out first. The second shooter was next. The first was taken to the morgue. So that's 6 more guys at least, which is 12 more possibilities for prints. And God only knows who traipsed in here from Macon PD. Charlie told me the cops from the 911 call stayed out of the bedroom. Really? Faith didn't sound happy, but Sarah kept talking. He also said that the first ambulance took a while to get here. The extraneous blood would have been dry in 5-10 minutes tops. So unless an EMT purposely stepped in the pool of blood around Jared, then walked over here, there's no way that any of them could have made this third print. Sarah put a finer point on it. Whoever left this boot print was here when the crime occurred. That's where the second assailant fell, Faith said, her voice straining to sound reasonable. I'm sure one of the first EMTs checked on him, right? They wouldn't just rush in, see one body, and leave the other 2 without checking on them. The EMTs were most likely in 511 tacticals. Sarah was familiar with the boots, which were specifically designed for paramedics and firefighters. And even without that, the blood was obviously dry by the time they got here. You don't see any other prints from the EMTs, do you? Not even around Jared. Faith gave a heavy sigh. There was a lot going on in this room last night. There's no telling where that print came from, all right? Sarah nodded, but only to keep the peace. It was absolutely possible, even probable, that one of the EMTs had checked on the second assailant before leaving the house. But there was no way in hell he'd stood over the body and leaned down to do it. The EMT would be on his knees as he ran vitals. Unless he was a contortionist, there was no reason for him to wedge his foot against the bedside table. Look, Faith closed the closet door. I know you're good at this, Sarah, but this is Charlie's scene. He's been here practically from the minute Jared was carried out. Maybe it's Charlie's shoe that made the print, or one of his guys. Or maybe he's tracked it back to an EMT who tripped or stepped where he shouldn't have, or whatever. Charlie will do all the rule-outs and trace it back to someone. You know the process. No stone unturned. You're right, Sarah agreed. But she had seen Faith lie enough to know what it looked like. Obviously, something else was going on. Faith said, Come on, let's see if my plan worked. She left the room. Sarah assumed she was supposed to follow. She took one last look at the boot print before heading back up the hallway. Her medical examiner's mind wouldn't shut off just because she hadn't done the job in years. The cat's paw logo said a lot about the owner of the boot. He was frugal, the type of person who would resole a shoe rather than throw it out. Going by the size, he was at least 6 feet tall or more. He worked in a job that required a non-conducting, non-slip sole, probably a mechanic or electrician or builder. Analysis would show if there was any oil or residue transferred from the porous rubber sole. Known associates of the assailants could be narrowed down from there. Barring that, a simple phone call to the shoe repair stores in the area could easily generate a list of customers who'd purchased cat's paw soles. Which was probably what someone on Charlie's team was doing right now. Faith was right. Charlie was very good at his job. So was Faith, for that matter. If they were hiding something, it was probably for a good reason. As much as Sarah felt otherwise, she had to keep reminding herself that she was firmly on the outside looking in. Faith stood at the open front door. In the street, the motormen had surrounded Nell in a protective huddle. They all seemed relaxed and talkative. Sarah was sure they were telling Nell stories of Jared's many exploits. Whether or not they were true didn't matter. There was no better liar than a cop spinning a yarn. I'm shocked they listened to me, Faith admitted. I told them to take up donations for the cleaning service. I figured even old Razormouth wouldn't be rude enough to say no. Sarah laughed despite herself. That's pretty smart. One of Amanda's tricks, but don't tell her I'm using it.
People think they're going to be judged if they hire someone else to clean up their mess. I think it's a Southern thing.
She walked back to the kitchen.
I'll see if I can get them to pitch in and finish the kitchen, too. Jesus. I would have killed him myself if I had to wash dishes out of a bucket.
It's not as bad as it looks, Sarah pointed out. The bucket had a hole in the bottom that led to the drain. A garden hose was threaded to the faucet to extend the reach. It was exactly the kind of thing that Jeffrey would have done. Completely rigged, yet unquestionably functional. By contrast, Will would have been horrified by the contraption. He shared a lot of qualities with Jeffrey, but he would not rest until a project was not just finished, but finished right. Or at least the way he felt was right. It drove Will crazy that the builder who'd worked on Sarah's apartment hadn't painted the top edges of all the doors.
Do me a favor.
Faith was rummaging through the stack of mail on the kitchen table.
Check to see if Nell's still outside.
Sarah stood on the tips of her toes to see down the hill. Nell was still talking to the cops.
Yes. Why?
Faith ripped open one of the envelopes.
Isn't that illegal?
Only if I get caught.
Her eyes skimmed what looked like an invoice.
Jared opened it, right? Only he can't remember because of his head injury.
That's inviting some bad karma.
And it wasn't even worth it.
Faith folded the invoice.
You'll be pleased to know that Lena's pap smear was normal.
She tucked the paper back into the envelope.
I should go tell Nell about Jared. The doctor should have called by now.
Wait, Sarah said. I know it's not likely to come up, but Nell doesn't know about Will. I mean, me and Will, together. She felt her heart start to jump, like she was telling a fib to her mother. I'd like to keep it that way. If Faith was surprised, she didn't show it.
Okay, I won't say anything.
Sarah felt compelled to give an explanation. It's just that Will's still legally married and... She let her voice trail off. There was no reason to lie. They just loved Jeffrey so much. They wouldn't understand how I was able to move on. Sarah paused. Sometimes I wonder how I did it myself.
I'm glad you did.
Faith leant against the table.
Will loves you, you know. I mean, crazy love. He was never this way with Angie. From the day he met you, his feet stopped touching the ground.
Sarah smiled, though the last thing she wanted to think about right now was Will's elusive wife.
Faith said, Seriously, I've never seen him like this before. You've changed him. You've made him...
She shrugged, as if she couldn't quite believe it.
Happy?
Unreasonably, Sarah felt tears well into her eyes.
He's made me happy, too.
Then that's all that matters.
Faith wriggled her eyebrows.
This, too, shall pass.
Sarah wiped her eyes. There's been an alarming number of people quoting Bible verses at me today.
My mother got my name from the Bible. I'm supposed to be the substance of things hoped for. Talk about wishful thinking.
Faith pushed away from the table.
I really should get Nell. How bad is an infection at this stage?
They'll probably bring in somebody from the CDC. The Centers for Disease Control had a dedicated team serving the Atlanta area. It's good that we're close.
That doesn't sound cheerful.
No, Sarah admitted. Infections are unpredictable. People respond differently to treatment. No two patients have the same outcome. If the infection is somewhere like his heart or his brain, then the odds are low he'll survive, and even then, it's a tough recovery. She felt the need to add, but he's young and otherwise healthy. That counts for a lot.
Shit, here she comes.
Faith waited for Nell to make her way up the porch steps. She had a FedEx padded mailer in one hand and a small envelope in the other.
I guess you'll get your wish.
Nell tucked the envelope into her back pocket.
They say they take up a collection when stuff like this happens.
I didn't want to be rude, but it's not like I'm an invalid."
Her words were hard, but Sarah could see the relief on Nell's face. The deep lines had smoothed from her forehead. Some of the tension was gone from her jaw.
"They were nice boys. I shouldn't complain."
Faith said, "They feel as helpless as you do, Mrs. Long. Doing something for you, even something that you're capable of doing on your own, makes them feel better."
"I suppose,"
Nell admitted. She held up the FedEx mailer. The word personal was written across the back in red marker.
"The delivery guy dropped this off while we were in the street. It's addressed to Lena. It says it's personal. I didn't know if I should open it or not."
"Is there a return address?" Faith sounded disinterested, though Sarah knew better. Nell squinted at the label.
"It's all smeared. Should I open it?"
Faith's shrug was almost believable.
"If you want. It might be something Lena needs."
Nell guffawed.
"They say the same thing here as in Alabama. You can piss on my face, but don't tell me it's raining."
Faith's smile showed her teeth.
"That's what I thought."
Nell went to the kitchen and retrieved her purse from the counter. Sarah wasn't surprised when she pulled out a large utility knife, but Faith obviously was. Her eyebrows shot straight up.
"Let's see what personal thing we got here."
Nell sliced open the top of the padded mailer. She peered inside the envelope. Her eyes narrowed as if she wasn't quite sure what she was seeing. Sarah asked,
"What is it?"
Nell reached into the package.
"I don't—"
The mailer dropped to the floor. Nell held up a tiny jacket, the sort of thing you'd buy for a baby. It was dark blue with orange piping down the sleeves and an Auburn University logo across the back. Her lips parted in surprise. She looked at Sarah, then Faith, then down at the little jacket again. She cupped the hoodie sewn into the back of the collar. Wordlessly, Nell ran into the hallway, her shoulder catching the corner. Sarah was close on her heels as Nell entered the spare bedroom.
"He didn't—"
Nell's voice caught. She stood in the middle of the room, the jacket gripped tightly in her hands.
"How could he not—"
A strangled cry came out of her mouth. She buried her face in the small jacket.
"Oh, God."
Faith came up behind Sarah. Her mouth was set. Guilt virtually radiated off her skin.
"This is a nursery,"
Nell whispered, clutching the jacket to her chest.
"He was working on a nursery."
Her fingers traced the back of the closet door. The outline of several balloons had been drawn with a pencil. Cans of brightly colored paint were on the floor. There were art brushes and sponges and trays to hold the paint. Nell stared at Faith. Her tone was deadly sharp.
"You knew."
Faith didn't bother to lie this time. A phone started ringing. Nell checked her pocket for her cell phone. Her voice shook as she answered.
"Possum, what is it? I'm busy now."
She listened, nodding a few times before she closed the phone and put it back in her pocket.
"Jared's got an infection."
Her tone was matter-of-fact.
"They say I need to get back up there."
"I'll drive you," Sarah offered.
"No."
Nell held the baby's jacket against her chest.
"I need some time alone, all right? Can you drive her back?"
She was talking to Faith.
"I just need some time, okay?"
Nell didn't wait for an answer. She left the room. All the air seemed to go with her. Faith let out a long sigh.
"That was awful."
Sarah said nothing. Faith studied her carefully.
"Sarah?"
Sarah shook her head as she took in the nursery, the way the light from the windows fell across the floor. The yellow walls were cheery and warm. She could imagine shears hanging in the windows, a summer breeze rustling the edges. Balloons would be painted around the walls to match the closet door. The jacket would hang on a tiny plastic hanger, something colorful to match the decor. The hoodie wasn't sized for a newborn, but at 3 to 6 months, Lena's baby would be big enough to wear it. Faith said, sorry I didn't tell you. Sarah could only keep shaking her head. She didn't trust herself to speak. One of the last things that Sarah and Jeffrey had planned together was adopting a baby. Sarah couldn't have children of her own. It had taken years for her and Jeffrey to be in the same place about adoption, to decide that they were ready to raise a child together. Then Jeffrey had died, and Sarah had come completely undone. The adoption agency returned their application. At the time, Sarah barely registered the rejection. She'd been incapable of taking care of herself, let alone a baby.
Sarah?
Faith asked.
Will you please say something?
Acid filled Sarah's mouth.
It wasn't fair.
That's what Sarah wanted to say, to scream at the top of her lungs. It just wasn't fair. Lena wasn't strong. She would bend, not break. She would recover from this tragedy, the same easy way she recovered from every other tragedy before. Even if she lost Jared, Lena would always know what it felt like to have his child growing inside of her. She could always hold her baby's hand and think of holding Jared's. She could see her child laugh and learn and grow and play sports and do school projects and graduate from college. And Lena would always remember her husband. She would see Jared and her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. On her deathbed, she would find peace in the knowledge that they had made something beautiful together. And even in death, they would both go on living.
Sarah?
Faith said.
What's happening here?
Sarah wiped her eyes, angry that she was back in the same dark place she'd started at this morning.
Why does everything come so damn easy to her?
She struggled to speak. Her throat clenched around every word that wanted to come out of her mouth.
Everything just opens up, and she always walks through unscathed, and...
Sarah had to stop for breath.
It's just so easy for her. She always has it so goddamn easy.
Faith indicated the door.
Come on.
Sarah couldn't move. Let's go. Faith took Sarah by the arm and led her out of the room. Sarah thought they were leaving the house, but Faith stopped at the kitchen table. She held up the envelope she'd opened before. Sarah didn't take it.
I don't care about her pap smear.
Look who it's from. Sarah scanned the return address. Macon Medical Center. Driscoll Benedict. OB-GYN.
So?
Faith opened the envelope, unfolded the doctor's invoice. She held it up for Sarah to see. The treatment date was 10 days ago. The amount was zeroed out, with the advisory that the hospital would bill Lena separately for her emergency room visit. Across the bottom, someone had written, "God bless you both. You are in our prayers." Sarah took the invoice from Faith. Her knees felt weak. She sat down at the table. Even without the note of condolence, she recognized the medical billing code. Lena had lost the baby. Chapter 9. Will rode his motorcycle down a neglected state highway, his head rotating like a gun turret. While there was the occasional 18-wheeler on the back roads, it was the deer he was most worried about. Less than 10 minutes ago, Will had seen a buck dart right out in front of him. The creature was magnificent. There was no other word for it. Muscles rippled along his chest and back. His spindly legs were like a ballerina's. His antlers were branched like a tree. The animal hadn't even bothered to look Will's way,
which was good because Will would have been humiliated if any living creature had seen the look of sheer terror on his face. He did not need a mathematician to calculate the odds of survival when a speeding motorcycle slammed into a speeding deer. The coroner would have spent the rest of his days picking pieces of Will out of the buck's ribcage. He supposed there were all sorts of wild animals living close to Atlanta, but the possibilities seemed remote when you stood amidst the skyscrapers, watching buses and cars and trains zoom by. One of the most startling things Will had found in Macon was not the wildlife, but the divide between rich and poor. In Atlanta, Will's modest house was only a few blocks from Sarah's penthouse apartment, which in turn was not far from a methadone clinic. Macon didn't really have a literal wrong side of the tracks, but a meandering avenue skirting the city limits seemed to be the point at which the carpet ran out. Old mansions gave way to cottages, which gave on to clapboard houses and derelict trailer parks, and eventually unpainted shacks. Working cases around the state, Will had seen his share of poverty, but there was something particularly depressing about fresh laundry hanging outside a structure that looked as if it didn't even have running water. Will slowed the bike. He squinted up the road, checking for loose deer. Closer proximity revealed a yellow Volkswagen Bug, not the new kind that looked like something George Jetson would drive, but the older model that emitted a sound like a child blowing a raspberry. There were bumper stickers all over the back. The blinkers were flashing in lieu of brake lights. Will downshifted another gear. The Bug swung into the oncoming traffic lane, doing a sharp U-turn toward a row of mailboxes on a strip of dirt. A hand went out. A mailbox was checked. Then the Bug swung another heavy U-turn that would have provided a nice ramp for Will's bike if he hadn't been paying attention. He shifted the gear down another notch and pulled over opposite the mailboxes. He checked the time on his cell phone. Will had given himself almost an hour to make what was supposed to be a 20-minute journey. He wasn't good with directions, and a phone that told you to go left or right was not exactly helpful to the average dyslexic. Also, he felt mired in a quicksand of guilt. Sarah wasn't happy with him being undercover. She sure as hell wouldn't be happy with the prospect of Will going on a date. Not that he was technically dating Kayla Martin, but the fact that the nurse seemed to think so gave the exercise an air of uncomfortable legitimacy. After talking with Faith, Will had decided that it was time to confront the big whitey of it all. He'd spent nearly an hour looking for Tony Dell. Kayla Martin seemed like a good fallback plan. The nurse was much easier, in more ways than one. Will was eating his lunch in the cafeteria when a furtive hand slid a note onto his tray. The move was practiced. No one seemed to notice. Will wanted to believe he rose to the occasion, discreetly tucking the note into his pocket like Aldrich Ames. Though Will was pretty sure the master spy hadn't read his missives while hiding in a toilet stall. 7 p.m. Left off exit 12, right on dirt road. Only house with lights on. Don't be late. Kayla had put a smiley face under the exclamation points, which served to heighten Will's guilt. He left smiley faces for Sarah sometimes. He texted them to her. She texted them back. Once, when they were fooling around, she kissed them all over his stomach. Will let out a long, pained sigh as he got off the bike. He pulled up the telephone keypad on his iPhone. He dialed in the 12-digit code to access the secret apps. The screen flashed up quickly, so he had his finger ready to select the number cloaking program. The app opened. He dialed in a 10-digit number. The edge of the phone bumped his helmet. Will undid the strap and hooked it on the handlebars. 4 unusually long rings passed before Sarah answered. In the background, Will heard a piano playing and the soft murmur of conversation. Instead of saying hello, Sarah asked, "Brunswick?" Will guessed the cloaking app had done its job.
Not exactly.
He tried to identify the background noise,
which sounded more like a bar than a hospital.
Where are you?
Where am I? Her drawl was more pronounced, which tended to happen when she got away from the city. I am drinking a glass of scotch at the hotel bar of the Macon Days Inn. Will immediately thought of all the scumbags who were probably trying to hit on her. He worked to keep his cool.
Yeah?
Yep. She hit the P hard at the end. Will thought about the shape of her mouth, the bow tie of her lips, and then he imagined some idiot in a gold necklace sidling up to her and asking if she wanted a refill. He said,
That's not like you to be in a bar.
No, Sarah agreed. But I'm doing a lot of things today that aren't like me. Will couldn't decipher her tone. She didn't sound drunk, which was a relief. He'd never known Sarah to be a drinker. He offered,
I could probably get there around midnight. 1 at the latest.
No, sweetheart. I don't want you anywhere near here. Will felt a jolt of fear. Sarah usually called him sweetheart when he was being dense. Had she figured out he was in Macon? Will ran through the possibilities, trying to find an area of weakness. Faith wouldn't tell, at least not without giving Will a warning. Denise Branson knew better, and even if she didn't, she had no idea who Sarah was. Lena had promised to keep quiet, but what kind of idiot trusted a woman who killed a man with a hammer, then lied about what came next? Will? He swallowed back his paranoia. One thing he knew about Sarah was that she didn't play games. If his cover was blown, she'd be demanding an explanation, not listening to piano music in a bar. He asked,
How's Jared doing?
Not good. She paused to take a drink. Will heard the glass hit the bar when she finished. One of his surgical incisions turned septic. He went into shock. They've got a guy from the CDC running the case. He knows what he's doing, but... She stopped. Lena was pregnant. She lost the baby 10 days ago. He still couldn't decipher the edge in her tone. Sarah couldn't have children, but that didn't have anything to do with Lena. Will asked,
Does Faith know?
She was there. I basically lost my shit in front of her. Will looked at his bike. He should turn around right now and go see her. The Days Inn was just off the interstate, less than half an hour away. Sarah said, Faith was very nice about it. I guess if you're gonna lose your shit, she's a good person to do it around.
Yeah.
Will heard a semi barreling down the road, the light slicing through the dusk. The noise of the engine vibrated the air, cut out whatever Sarah was saying. He asked,
What?
Doesn't matter. He heard the tinkle of ice cubes, her throat work as she swallowed. Are you sitting on the side of the road?
I wanted to check on you. You were pretty upset this morning.
Well, I'm pretty upset tonight, she quipped. You know, my daddy told me a long time ago that wanting revenge is like sipping poison and waiting for the other person to die.
Is that what you're doing?
I don't know. She paused again. I feel like I've trespassed. Like I've stolen something from Lena. Something private that didn't belong to me. She gave a harsh laugh. My pound of flesh isn't nearly as filling as I thought it'd be. Will stared at the mailboxes. Numbers had been spray-painted on the doors in various colors by different hands. Someone had drawn a daisy on one box. Another had the Georgia Bulldogs logo. Sarah said, I miss you. Will had seen her less than 12 hours ago, but hearing the words made him realize that he ached for her. He tried to think of a way out of this mess. He should tell her that he was sorry for keeping secrets, that he was sorry he wasn't there right now, that he was a coward and a liar, and he didn't deserve Sarah, but he was pretty sure he would fade away to nothing without her. Anyway, abruptly, her tone changed. Since one scotch is clearly my limit, I should go back to the hospital and sit with Nell. I told her that Lena lost the baby. She already knew. I guess Lena told her. I don't know. She's not talking much. Of course, neither am I. At least not to Nell. Sarah gave a stilted laugh. I'm sorry I'm rambling. I'm just tired. I've been up since this time yesterday. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't.
Are you going home tonight?
Will started to make plans. He'd finish with Kayla, then jump on his bike and head straight to Atlanta. Sarah quashed the idea. I already booked a room for the night. The dogs will be fine. And I shouldn't be driving long distances right now.
I could come get you.
He tried not to beg.
Let me come get you.
No. There was no equivocation in her voice. I don't want you here, Will. I want you separate from this. He felt trapped by his own lies.
I'm so sorry.
I don't want you to be sorry. She paused again, as if she needed to catch her breath. I want you to keep doing whatever you're doing, wherever you're doing it. And then, when it's over, I want you to come back home to me. And for us to have dinner and talk and laugh. And then I want you to take me into the bedroom and... Another truck roared by, but Will heard every single pornographic detail she whispered into the phone. Sarah asked, Can you do that? Will's tongue felt too thick for his mouth. He cleared his throat.
I can do all of that.
Good. Because that's what I need, Will. I need you to make me feel like I'm firmly planted in my life again. The life I have with you. The piano music had stopped. Ice hit a glass. Someone laughed. She said, What we have is good, right?
Yes.
At least on that point, he could give her a straight answer.
It's really good.
That's what I think, too.
Sarah.
Will heard the desperation in his voice, but he couldn't think of anything to say but her name. I need to go.
You don't have to.
Just think about later, all right? Us at home, and what you want to eat for dinner, or maybe we'll go to a movie or walk the dogs. Just live our lives. That's what I'm thinking about right now. That's what's getting me through this.
We'll do it. We'll do all of it.
He waited for her to say something else, but she ended the call. Will stared down at the phone, as if he could make Sarah get back on the line. Not that he had any words of great comfort. If anything, Will had been too quiet on the call. He realized that now. He'd forced Sarah to do most of the talking, when it was obvious that she was waiting for Will to say something, anything, that would somehow bring her some peace. He mumbled,
Idiot.
Will dialed the 12-digit code again to access the app. He wasn't fast enough when the screen popped up. Will dialed the code again, but he stopped shy of the last two numbers. He didn't know what to say to her. He wanted to go to her. He could be there in 10 minutes if he blew through all the red lights. He would do everything she wanted him to, and more. And then she would ask him how he'd gotten there so fast. Will had 10 minutes to figure out how to tell her. 15 if traffic near the day's end was bad. He unhooked his helmet from the handlebars. A chunk of paint had been scraped off. He strapped the shorty on his head. Once he was on the bike, he turned the front wheel back the way he'd come. He didn't have a choice anymore. The only thing to do after that call was go straight to the hotel or the hospital and sit down with Sarah and tell her exactly what was going on. Faith was right. This was too close to the bone. What had started out as a small lie of omission had built up into a giant deceit that could take out their entire relationship. Will wasn't going to have Sarah drinking poison for him one day. He gunned the bike as he headed back toward the interstate. He looked up at the darkening sky. The hotel was near an airport, so he could use the planes to make sure he was heading in the right direction. At least Will assumed that was the Days Inn Sarah was talking about. The chain was big. There was probably more than one location in Macon. He just happened to glance back down in time to notice a black pickup truck parked in the middle of the road. The oncoming lane was blocked by a white Honda. Will slowed the bike, wishing he had a horn. There was no way to pass on either side of the road, at least not without risking a slide down an embankment. Will let his boots scrape the ground as he stopped the bike.
Hey!
Will shouted.
Get out of the way! Hold your horses!
The pickup driver craned half his body out of the cab. Will recognized Tony's voice before he saw his face.
Damn, bud. What you doing coming from that way? Kayla's is down there.
He was pointing to a dirt road shooting off at a steep angle. Tall trees obscured the entrance. There was no sign, no marker to indicate that this was anything but a dirt track. Will would have never been able to find it, and Kayla had played this game well enough to know she was better off giving a man an address he had to locate, rather than a phone number he could use to cancel.
Come on.
Tony waved for Will to follow him. Will revved the bike, pretending he wasn't checking out the driver in the white Honda. He saw the top of a head, dark wavy hair and a high forehead, as the window snicked up. Tony turned onto the dirt road. His radio was loud enough for the melody to make its way back to Will. Lynyrd Skynyrd, Free Bird. Not much of a surprise. Will hung back from the truck, which kicked up enough red dust to suffocate an elephant. There was no way to get out of this now. Will would spend 2 hours at Kayla's, tops, then find Sarah and do what he should have done in the first place. She was probably on her way to the hospital. Will couldn't very well ambush her in front of her friends, and besides, what he needed to say to her should be said when they were alone. He would tell her at the hotel. They'd never been in a real fight before. He couldn't guess what Sarah would do. Maybe she would throw things or cuss him like a dog. Then again, he'd never seen her throw anything out of anger, and she seldom cursed, a byproduct of working around children all day. Maybe she would get really quiet, which she did when she was worried. Will hated when she got quiet. Though that might be better than the alternative. All he knew for certain was that he'd pretty much lie down in front of a speeding train to keep her from leaving him. The back wheels of Tony's truck spun as he dipped into a rut. Will steered the bike away from the pothole, which was filled with muddy water. The dirt road thinned to a single lane. Will tried to take in his surroundings, but he could only see the outlines of a few houses. Day was completely giving over to night. Tony was too far ahead for his headlights to do Will any good. The man drove with his foot on the brake. The taillights turned the red road an icy black. Will wondered if Tony was leading him to the middle of nowhere to kill him. The man didn't seem capable of murder, but Will had been surprised before. Death generally didn't announce itself. He'd bet the 43-year-old entrepreneur who died on the toilet last week wasn't planning on being found with his pants down. A small lighted sign announced the entrance to a trailer park. Palm trees surrounded the flowing script, announcing the compound's name. The place was well tended, obviously catering to families. Children's bicycles were stacked neatly in front of porches. All the trash cans had been collected from the road. Cars were parked evenly in their spaces. He could see the soft glow of televisions behind drawn curtains. The road doubled up again as the trailer park disappeared in Will's side mirror. He squinted up ahead. Tony's hand was raised in the air. He was snapping his fingers to the music. George Michael's I Want Your Sex. A song like that could get a man killed this far from civilization, but Will guessed Tony didn't care. Suddenly, the dirt road gave on to a paved street. The bike kicked up. Luckily, Will wasn't going fast. Otherwise, he would have taken a vault over the handlebars. Streetlights illuminated every inch of the paved surface. Foundations had been poured for hundreds of houses, but the builder had either run out of money or run out of town. Probably both. Plumbing pipes and drains stuck up from the poured slabs like toothpicks. Incongruously, some of the driveways had mailboxes, but no houses. Others had weeds breaking through the white concrete sidewalks. Kayla Martin's was one of 4 completed houses at the end of a cul-de-sac. Macon wasn't the only city in America that had its share of abandoned subdivisions, but Kayla's had a particular sadness about it. The lawn was overgrown with weeds. The one sad tree by the front door was bent and dying. No one had cared about this house from the very beginning. The trim paint was peeling where the wood had not been primed. Some of the windows had been installed crookedly. Even the front door had a strange tilt, like no one had bothered to plumb it in. Will wondered if the builder was related to the lazy jackass who'd worked on Sarah's apartment. Tony Dell pulled into a short driveway, parking the truck behind a black Toyota. The door opened. Tony practically fell out of the truck. The F-250 was too big for him, like a kid clomping around in his daddy's shoes. Tony had the same jaunty gait as he approached Will in the semi-darkness.
Damn, bud. Ain't your balls freezing on that thing?
Will shrugged, though the man was right about the cold. He nodded toward the truck.
Where'd you get that?
Borrowed it from a friend.
Nice friend,
Will noted. The truck was a considerable step up from Tony's impounded Kia.
Hope you weren't planning nothing romantic tonight.
Tony tucked his hands into his pockets as he walked toward the house.
I kinda invited myself over. Kayla's got faucet been leaking for a while, so I said I'd come by and fix it.
She knows you're gonna be here?
Sure,
Tony said, but his voice went up a bit higher than honesty would dictate.
You get off work early?
Little bit.
His boss was 6 months from retirement and had a lady on the side. Will was about to say something derogatory about Salemi's work habits, but then Tony Dell stood under the porch light and Will was rendered speechless. The man had gotten the shit kicked out of him. There was no better description. His nose was sideways, both eyes were bruised. A long, open gash on his cheek had been sewn shut with thick black stitches. Tony smiled, despite the pain it must have caused.
Cop caught up with me.
Hickory?
Will guessed. He joked about it with Faith before, but now that he saw Paul Vickery's handiwork, it wasn't funny.
What the hell happened?
We're cool, bud.
Tony held up his hands in defense.
I didn't tell him a damn thing. I think that old boy just needed to give somebody a beatdown. Could have been you. Ended up being me.
Will couldn't believe the man's cavalier attitude.
You gonna file a report on him?
He practically guffawed.
Shit, that's funny, bud. Like they work for us or something?
He raised his hand to knock on the door.
Act like you invited me, all right? Like...
Kayla had a huge grin on her face when she opened the door. And then she saw Tony Dell and looked like she wanted to murder him. What are you doing here?
Bud invited me.
He patted Will on the back.
Didn't you, Bud?
Will mumbled,
Yeah.
Kayla didn't seem concerned that Tony had been beaten. She sneered at him, saying, You sneaky little prick.
Aw, don't be like that.
Tony pushed himself into the house. He had to slither onto Kayla's arm to do it. For the first time since he'd met Tony Dell, Will was glad to have the little freak around. Kayla had obviously prepared for their date. Her makeup was so heavy that it clumped in the corners of her eyes. Her jeans cut her into two separate parts, and her white lace blouse clearly showed the dark purple bra underneath. Even from the porch, Will could smell her perfume. He didn't know enough about these things to guess whether the scent was cheap or not, but going by how much she used, Will hoped she got a volume discount. Tony made a show of sniffing the air.
Damn, girl, you smell pretty.
Shut up, Tony. I told you not to talk to me that way. She gave Will a tightly coiled smile as she motioned him inside. He's my brother.
Step brother,
Tony corrected. He winked at Will.
Not by blood.
Kayla groaned as she shut the door. His daddy married my mama when we were in junior high. Ever since then, he's been a sticky turd I can't scrape off my shoe. Tony's laugh said he took this as a compliment. Will grunted, not out of any Bill Black response, but because he was at a complete loss for words.
You look nice,
Kayla said, though Will had specifically dressed down for the occasion. His jeans were torn at the hem. His blue Oxford shirt had been nice 2 years ago, but the collar was frayed. The black t-shirt he wore underneath had holes in the armpits.
You want a beer?
Kayla asked.
I'm good.
Will didn't drink or smoke, which presented a serious handicap as far as his con cred was concerned.
Maybe later.
Tony said,
I could do with a cold one.
Then get your scrawny ass back in that truck and go get you one, Kayla suggested. Tony grumbled a response. They certainly talked to each other like brother and sister. Will looked around the room as he waited out the argument. The house was clean, if not tidy. Kayla liked her figurines. Large dolls and fancy dresses were on almost every available surface. Some were under glass like wheels of cheese. Others were on stands that helped them hold up umbrellas or push baby carriages. Kayla had decorated everything in pastels, mostly pinks and blues. A large flat-screen television took pride of place across from a baby blue sectional sofa. The fight was over, or at least Tony seemed to think so. He hurdled the back of the sofa and plopped down in front of the set.
We gonna eat out here? I think the game's coming on.
You can eat out here by your damn self. Kayla motioned for Will to follow her, telling him, Just so you know, next time, I prefer it's just me and you. Will grunted as he trailed her into the kitchen. The house was choppy, which was strange for a new build. The wall bisecting the kitchen and family room looked taped into place. The saloon doors in the middle weren't even on the same plane. At least an inch separated the top edges, like blocks in a game of Tetris. We can eat in here. Kayla held open one of the saloon doors. Will glanced around the kitchen, which was small and crowded, but smelled so good he felt his stomach start to weep. Even the stench of a cigarette burning in the ashtray couldn't hide the delicious aroma of fried chicken, biscuits, and some kind of sweet cobbler.
You hungry?
Will nodded. His mouth was too filled with drool to answer. Sarah could do a lot of things, but she could not cook to save her life.
I told you I got a good scald on some chicken.
Kayla took down a plate from the cabinet. There were pots warming on the stove. She picked up a spoon and started to fill the plate. Will sat down at the table. She asked,
You hear that cop's not doing good?
Will didn't answer.
Got an infection or something. Went into septic shock.
Will tried to keep her talking.
What's that mean?
Means he's got blood poisoning.
She took her cigarette from the ashtray as she placed the heaping plate of food in front of Will. Fried chicken, green beans, black-eyed peas, mashed potatoes, and gravy, and 2 biscuits perilously balanced on top. She put the cigarette to her lips and inhaled deeply.
Sepsis happens a lot with surgeries. They got all those tubes going in and out of them. Bacteria gets into the bloodstream, the heart can't take it, poison floods through the body, shuts it all down.
He noticed her grammar had suddenly improved. Kayla Martin seemed to have an accent for every occasion.
Sounds bad.
She took another long drag before stubbing out the cigarette.
Yeah, it can be. You want that beer now?
Will nodded.
Is it going to make it?
The cop? She was at the refrigerator. She looked back over her shoulder. Underneath all the makeup, Kayla Martin wasn't unattractive. She seemed to have that weird quality that made otherwise smart men do stupid things.
He might make it. He's young, pretty strong. Why do you care?
Will shrugged as he picked up his fork.
I don't.
The saloon doors opened. Tony eyed them suspiciously. His jealousy was like a lighthouse beacon scanning the room. Kayla gave him a nasty look.
I thought you were watching the game.
I bet you did.
Tony walked into the kitchen with his hands clenched. He told Will,
I heard you were up there today, in the ICU.
Will took a big bite of peas. The bacon grease and salt caressed his taste buds. Tony asked,
She recognize you?
Will glanced at Kayla.
It's all right.
She popped open the beer and put the can in front of Will.
He tells me everything, whether I want to hear it or not.
The cop.
Tony pushed. He was just as changeable as his stepsister. Suddenly, he was sounding less like a nuisance and more like a criminal. Will let some time pass before answering,
What about the cop?
She recognize you?
No.
Will shoveled another mound of peas into his mouth. And because there was some space left in his cheeks, he crammed in half a biscuit to help soak up the grease. Tony pulled back a chair from the table. He sat down a few feet away, arms crossed, legs spread. His injuries were more pronounced in the harsh kitchen light. The gash on his face would leave a bad scar. Tony said,
That was smart thinking, bud. Make sure she don't recognize you. Make sure we don't got a problem.
Will struggled to swallow.
I don't know about you, but I don't have a problem.
Kayla laughed. Just as quickly, her expression turned dark.
What are you doing down here?
Will turned around. There was a little boy standing in the doorway. His hair was a mess. His pajamas were too big for his spindly body. He clutched a picture book to his chest. The material seemed a little young for him, but Will was hardly an expert.
Shit!
Kayla cursed.
What did I tell you about staying upstairs?
The boy opened his mouth to speak, but she didn't let him answer.
I told you you'd get hungry.
She got up from the table to fix another plate. She introduced the kid to Will.
This's Benji, my sister's kid. Benji, this is Mr. Black.
Her real sister,
Tony amended. He pushed his chair back until it touched the counter. Benji wouldn't go near him. He took the long way around, sitting opposite Will with the book in his lap.
Here.
Kayla plopped down a plate that was considerably less generous than the portion she gave Will. She asked Tony,
I guess I gotta feed you, too.
Give me one of them breasts.
He grabbed at her, giggling like it was a game. Kayla slapped away his hands.
Jesus, Tony.
She turned back to the stove, muttering to herself. Will looked at Benji, who was staring down at his lap. Will tried not to be too obvious as he studied the boy. He had a familiar look about him, like he expected at any moment that something bad was going to happen. His shoulders were rolled inward. He kept his head bowed. His ears practically rotated as he listened for a change in tone, an indication of danger. Will recognized the survival tactic. When adults got mad, kids usually ended up being collateral damage. Will asked Benji,
"Are you from Macon?"
Rather than answering, the kid looked at his aunt. Kayla supplied,
Baton Rouge. At least, that's where they were this last time. His mama's on the pipe. Can't break the habit. The popo found him living in her car.
She rested her hand on Benji's bony shoulder. Will would have missed the flinch if he hadn't been watching.
Kayla said, I couldn't let him put Benji in a home again. Last time, he near about got killed. And I mean real killed, not just pushed around.
Will guessed Benji knew all of this, but he didn't like that the kid was hearing it again. He asked Benji,
"How old are you?"
This time, he answered himself, showing Will 9 fingers.
"What's that book you're reading?"
Benji held up the book. Will couldn't read the cursive letters, but the C at the beginning and the smiling monkey told him he was looking at Curious George. The book had obviously been read a lot. The pages were dog-eared. The cover was worn. Will wondered if something was wrong with the boy.
"Which school do you go to?"
Benji returned the book to his lap. He stared down at his hands. Kayla blew out a put-upon sigh.
What's gotten into you, child? Tell him where you go to school.
Benji's voice was squeaky.
I'm in Miss Ward's 4th grade class at Barton Elementary School on Anderson Drive.
Will gave a low whistle, as if he was impressed.
"That sounds like a nice school. Do you like it there?"
The boy's slender shoulders went up in a shrug.
"What's your favorite subject?"
He glanced at Kayla, but before she could answer for him, Benji said,
Math.
"I like math, too,"
Will said, which was actually true. Numbers had offered a respite, some sort of weird proof that despite Will's inability to read like the other kids, there was at least one thing he could do right.
Fractions.
Benji whispered.
My mom does them with me.
He looked up at Will, his eyes moist with tears. The fluorescent bulbs made the corners glow. He looked so desperate that Will couldn't meet his gaze.
Eat up, hun.
Kayla pushed Benji's plate closer. She'd given him a spoonful of peas, a biscuit, and a chicken leg. The meal didn't seem like enough, but Benji didn't complain. He didn't start eating either. He seemed to be waiting for permission. Will picked up the large piece of fried chicken Kayla had smothered in gravy. She was right about her scalding skills. The crispy skin practically melted in his mouth. Too bad he wasn't hungry anymore. Will had seen a lot of shell-shocked kids passing through the Atlanta Children's Home, but Benji was the loneliest child he'd ever shared a table with. He resonated at a different frequency. His movements were stilted. His expression was a mask of neutrality, but his eyes... There wasn't a 9-year-old on the planet who had yet mastered concealing the kind of pain Will read in Benji's eyes. He missed his mother. She had obviously neglected him, likely abused him, but he still needed his mom. She'd helped him with his fractions. Maybe she'd worked on the rest of his homework, too. She'd undoubtedly moved him around a lot, staying one step ahead of child welfare services because even crack whores didn't want to admit that they were bad mothers. Benji's lack of accent was the big giveaway. He'd probably never stayed one place long enough to pick one up. He sounded better educated than the 3 adults in the house. He had better table manners, too. He used his fork and knife to peel away the skin on the chicken leg. Tony snorted,
"Where'd you learn them airs, boy?"
Leave him be.
Kayla shot back. She moderated her tone as she asked Will,
You like working at the hospital?
Will nodded and talked with his mouth full.
How long have you been there?
About 5 years,
she answered, which was a lie. Kayla's tax records had her working part-time for several different doctors before landing the pharmacy job 6 months ago. Even then, she still rotated in and out of the offices on her off days, probably to help pay her DUI fine, and pay for a house with a mortgage that was so far underwater she could see China from her front porch. She said,
"The hospital's all right. I like the pharmacy hours. With Benji here, I've got to be home when school's out."
Benji stiffened, as if he was surprised to hear the news.
How long has he been living with you?
Will asked.
"This time?"
She shrugged.
"I guess a couple of weeks or so. Ain't that right, Benji?"
"A month,"
Benji told Will. He probably had a calendar in his head where he marked each day. His voice was quieter when he said,
"They took me away a month ago."
Tony offered,
I've been at the hospital a year. Can't say I like it. Cleaning up shit and puke all day. People treat me like I'm the help.
Kayla's face creased with an angry frown.
"Then why don't you go back to Beaufort with the rest of the Geechees?"
Will ignored her sharp tone, concentrating on her words.
Beaufort. That's where the Sea Islands are, right? Over in Carolina?
Tony narrowed his eyes at Will.
Why you asking?
Will shrugged his shoulders.
I rode my bike through there a while back. Hit Charleston, Hilton Head, made my way down to Savannah. Pretty coastline.
Kayla's lighter snapped as she lit another cigarette. "Yeah, well, Tony ain't from the pretty parts. He spent his summers living with his mama on the wrong side of Broad." While Will wasn't surprised to learn that Tony was on the wrong side of anything, he was very curious about this new piece of information. The GBI had run an extensive background check on Anthony Dell. He was born just outside of Macon. His records had him living in the area all of his life, but there would be no mention in the files of where Tony spent his school vacations. Will asked Tony,
You ever been to Hilton Head?
Instead of answering, Tony just stared at Will. Suspicion oozed out of every pore. Will stared back, wondering how far he should push it. Big Whitey had been tracked through both Hilton Head and Savannah. Tony had probably been hearing about the man for years. It suddenly made sense why he was so desperate to be part of the action. Little guys always wanted to run with the big dogs. Kayla supplied,
"Tony spent a couple of 3 summers on Hilton Head."
She arched an eyebrow at Tony.
"His mama was a waitress when she wasn't spreading her legs for rent money."
Tony's face soured, but he didn't contradict her. Kayla continued.
"She hopped around all the dive bars, worked until they got tired of her or realized she was stealing too much."
She took another hit from the cigarette.
"Tony lived with her every summer since he was, Benji's age? Weren't you 8 or 9 when they got divorced?"
Tony gave a sulky one-shoulder shrug, but at least Will knew why this bit of history hadn't come up on the background check. Unless a kid got arrested or ended up in juvie, there were very few public records until they turned old enough to buy a car, rent an apartment, or start paying taxes. Will said,
I like it up there.
You mean over there?
Tony countered. His eyes went beady.
It's over, not up.
Kayla cut in.
"It's over and up, you idiot."
I know what a map looks like.
Will let them argue. Geography had never been his strong suit, but he knew that South Carolina's low country dangled into Georgia's coast. He waited for a lull in the sibling spat, then said,
Better beaches on the coast than Florida's got, anyway.
What do you know about Florida?
Tony demanded. He seemed angrier than the conversation warranted, which led Will to believe he was on the right track. Will said,
It's a state. Don't fuck me around, son.
Jesus, Tony. Kayla huffed a stream of smoke. What crawled up your ass? Tony leaned forward, his fists pressing into the table. He asked Will,
When you ever been to Florida?
He's from Georgia, Kayla said. Where else is he gonna go on vacation? Tony wasn't mollified. His anger filled the room. Benji went into lockdown mode. He slid down in his chair. His neck all but disappeared into his shoulders. He stared at his book like he'd never read it before. Will took a bite of chicken. He chewed slowly, drawing out the time. Tony fidgeted. He was not a patient man. Will finally swallowed.
How was that, McDill?
Kayla asked. You were in the Army?
Air Force.
Will stared at Tony as he took another bite of chicken. The man had damn good reason to be suspicious. The coincidences were stacking up. MacDill Air Force Base was in South Tampa, not far from Sarasota, where Big Whitey had reportedly killed his first cop off the Tamiami Trail. Kayla asked, Were you an officer or anything?
I was target practice.
Will used a biscuit to soak up some grease on the plate. He popped it into his mouth, still keeping his eyes on Tony. Kayla asked, They kick you out?
We agreed to go our separate ways.
She laughed, like he'd made a joke. I would have liked to have seen you in your uniform. You got any pictures? Will pretended he didn't hear the question. Tony seemed incapable of doing the same.
Why do you want a picture of him?
Tony yelled.
You ain't never asked for no damn picture of me.
Kayla rolled her eyes. She asked Will, You ever been to Miami? Will shook his head.
Didn't seem worth the trip.
Because Tony had a racist streak, he added,
A little too dark down there for my taste.
Tony nodded, but he was still on edge. He obviously thought he had a shot at Kayla, which was equal parts alarming and disgusting. Will guessed it was better for Tony to be jealous and suspicious. Either way, he kept his eye on the man. It was always the little ones who fought dirty. Hey, Tony! Kayla tried to break the tension. You remember I went up the Tamiami a few years ago? Hit Naples, Venice, Sarasota? Me and Chuck took his Harley up the trail.
That fucking tool.
Tony grumbled, the name obviously grating. Will feigned disinterest. He peeled off the last piece of chicken and tossed it into his mouth. There was a toughness to Tony's posture that he hadn't seen before. Faith had a working theory that Tony Dell was more dangerous than they suspected. Will had shot her down because the guy came across as an irritant, more like a gnat. Looking at Tony now, Will wondered if Faith was right.
You gonna drink that?
Tony asked. He meant the beer. Will shrugged.
Help yourself.
Tony pounded back the beer. His Adam's apple bobbed as he drank too fast. Beer slid from the corners of his mouth. The requisite burp was followed by a bang as he slammed the can on the table. Kayla ignored the display. She twisted the tip of her cigarette in the ashtray, shaping the end. She asked Will, What were you in for? She meant jail. Will shrugged. Kayla eyed him. I bet you got a strong temper on you. She said it as a compliment. That what got you into trouble? Will shrugged in a way that let her know she was right.
Think I'll have another.
Tony walked around the table, pressing his hand on the top of Benji's head as he went to the fridge. Bottles rattled as he opened the door. Kayla had enough beer for the zombie apocalypse. There was hardly any food. Tony asked Will,
Why'd you bail on the Air Force?
Will gnawed at the chicken bones, sucking the marrow. Again, Kayla tried to intervene. I love those Gulf beaches with their white sand. Don't you think, Tony? The Atlantic's too cold. Tony beamed. All it took was a little positive attention. The tough guy was gone. The gnat was back. He joked,
Shit, girl. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know what beach I like.
You don't know nothing.
Will let Tony and Kayla debate the finer points of sands and tourist bars while he watched Benji. The boy moved like a bird. His arms held close to his sides, like he was afraid of knocking something over. At the children's home, they had all eaten like ravenous animals, shoveling down food, wrapping their arms around their plates to keep thieves at bay. This kid had obviously been trained to be seen in public. He kept a napkin in his lap. He wiped his hands and mouth. He made sure that he chewed each bite before swallowing. Will was a teenager before he realized that the reason he kept choking every time he ate was because he wasn't chewing enough. Benji gave Will a furtive glance. He knew he was being watched. Will winked at him. Benji quickly looked back down. He was probably thinking about his mother, wondering where she was, if she was thinking of him, what he'd done wrong to make her go away in the first place. Will had seen that look before, too.
Hey!
Tony snapped his fingers in Will's face. Will was with Bill Black on this one. He slapped away Tony's hand.
Damn, son.
Tony held his hand to his chest. He nodded toward the faucet.
I was just asking, could you help me with that?
Will realized he'd been hearing the leak since he walked into the kitchen.
Probably needs a new washer.
Kayla's voice got high-pitched, the way some women's did whenever they asked a man to help them.
You wouldn't mind fixing it for me, would you, bud? I'm not good with tools.
Will hesitated. Fixing things was what he did for Sarah, like replacing a blown light bulb or painting the tops of her doors.
Don't have the right tools.
I got some in the truck,
Tony offered. Before he could stop himself, Will said,
I thought you told me you borrowed the truck.
Tony grinned.
Borrowed everything on it, son.
You got a washer?
Will asked.
That's probably what it is. Might be ceramic. That's not a cheap faucet.
Kayla seemed pleased to hear this.
I got it at the Home Depot. Figured I could treat myself for once.
Store still open?
Tony started playing with the faucet.
Why don't you and me go fetch a washer or fix this sink right up?
Will sat back in his chair. He felt trapped between his job and Sarah. He hadn't forgotten about their conversation on the phone. His girlfriend needed him. At least she would, until Will told her the truth. Then again, Tony seemed relaxed and chatty. He might be more forthcoming about his past without Kayla around. Tony turned off the faucet.
Shit, bud, come on. It ain't like I'm asking you on a date.
Speaking of which,
Kayla inserted,
bud, why don't you follow Tony on your back? That way you can drive yourself back here.
Hey, now,
Tony said.
That ain't nice.
You think?
She countered.
Come on, bud. That sink's been driving me crazy for weeks.
Will looked at Benji. The kid stared back. Will asked him,
What do you think?
Benji chewed his lip. The skin was chapped. His eyelids were heavy. Will could see dark circles underneath. Maybe he stayed up nights, looking out the window, waiting for his mother. Or maybe he couldn't sleep because the guilt of losing her was too much. Will stood from the table. Being around this kid was screwing with his head.
All right,
He told Tony.
let's go.
Will rode alongside Tony in the truck. His bike was in the back, strapped down with some bungee cords Kayla had in her garage. Every turn, Will could hear the bike groan in protest. But the night had turned cold and rainy, and Will was grateful to be in the warm, dry cab. Tony was supposed to drop him off at the home improvement store. Will still couldn't decide whether or not he was going back to Kayla's. She'd seemed certain Will would return. She'd kept touching him, rubbing his back, grabbing his arm. She'd even kissed his cheek before he left. Will had tolerated the contact, but he couldn't stomach the thought of returning to that cramped house with its stuffed dolls and air of desperation. Besides, Tony was looking like the better way into Macon's ever-changing drug scene. He'd loosened up on the drive. He talked a bit about Hilton Head, his boyhood summers spent sleeping on the beach and stealing wallets from stupid tourists who let their stuff out in the open while they swam in the ocean. As with the previous night, when they'd driven to Lena's house, Tony was fidgety, playing with the radio, tapping his fingers on the dashboard, keeping one hand barely on the wheel. His music selection was surprising. The Madonna CD in the player was from the 80s. He hit the replay button on Like a Virgin.
I saw her at the Atlanta Omni back in '87.
Tony took a sip of beer. He'd already washed down a couple of pills from a baggie in the glove compartment.
She's a tiny little thing. Got them weird bras, make her tits look like bullets.
Will stared out the window.
Sorry about before,
Tony said.
when I got mad about Florida.
Will shrugged.
I had some bad shit go down in Sarasota when I was 16.
Instead of asking for more, Will shrugged again.
No problem. Got arrested down there. Near about got my ass thrown in jail.
He gave a wet-sounding belch.
Gave the cops my brother's name. Half-brother. He's a stupid little shit. Got himself thrown in for 20 years off a bank holdup.
Tony laughed.
Dumbass hit a bank. Can you believe that?
Will shook his head. As crimes go, robbing a bank offered the lowest payout with the highest risk.
Not too bright. You damn right. They tracked him straight back to his old lady's door.
Tony finished the beer. He rolled down the window and threw out the can.
Don't tell Kayla what I said about giving his name to the cops. She won't hear it from me. Good deal.
He popped open another can of beer.
Kayla's all hung up on us being related, but my daddy was with her mama less than 2 years. That ain't nothing. And even if it was, I don't care.
Will held back a response.
I seen you looking at her, bud. I don't mind that. I know she's pretty. Lots of men like to look at her.
He pointed his finger Will's way.
Just don't touch her.
There was a threat in his voice, but Will was so far removed from being interested in Kayla Martin that he couldn't take it seriously.
Her mama's got 4 other kids. They put me in the basement with the boys. She used to come down there when she was drunk and show me a good time.
Will's shock must have been apparent. Tony snorted beer up his nose. He coughed it out of his mouth.
No, man, not the mama. I'm talking about Kayla. She'd come down them stairs wearing her panties and a tight shirt, and pretty soon, the sheet I'm under is looking like a pup tent.
He chuckled at the memory.
I can't even tell you the shit we got up to down there. Like to burn down the house.
Will fervently hoped he would not.
How long have you known her?
Tony didn't have to think about it.
Been in love with her since we was 15. That's a long time. Damn right it is.
Will looked out the window as Tony chugged his beer. There were 3 cans left in the 6-pack. Will guessed from the shape and color of the pills in the baggie that Tony had taken some oxy. Will said,
Slow down.
Tony's foot was already on the brake. He pressed the pedal, but the speed barely changed.
I know Kayla gives me shit sometimes, but I'm the one she always calls when she needs something.
He glanced at Will.
This is when you know how a woman feels about you. The shit hits the fan, who does she call?
Will tried not to think about Sarah.
You hear what I'm saying?
Will nodded.
I mean it, bud. I love her. She's the only damn reason I get up some mornings.
He wiped under his eyes with the back of his hand.
She's all I got.
Will didn't have many male friends, but he gathered sitting around talking about love while listening to Madonna was not high on the list of manly pursuits.
You're gonna grow a vagina if you keep talking like that.
Tony barked a laugh.
Hell, bud, that's just what she does to me. Ain't you never been in love?
Will was so in love that he couldn't see straight.
What was it like at MacDill?
Will took his time answering, not because he had to recall the details, but because Bill Black wasn't the type to volunteer information.
Why do you want to know?
I don't know, man. Just curious. I knew a couple pilots from there. Sold 'em amp to keep 'em awake on long flights.
So, that's what Tony Dell was doing in Sarasota. Tony pressed,
What was it like?
Hot.
That's Florida, all right.
Will stared out the window. They were on the highway now. Several cars were out, stragglers with a long commute.
What's the story with your nephew?
Benji?
Tony put a nasty spin on the name that Will didn't like. He probably thought the kid was in his way.
His mom was a whore. Cops caught her smoking crack in front of him.
That's too bad.
He's a little shit. Keeps mouthing off at school. Taylor had to leave work to pick him up. He was suspended for 2 days.
Will couldn't imagine Benji mouthing off to a kitten.
He's a skinny kid.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're too busy hitting the pipe to stop and feed him.
Tony turned the radio back on. He scrolled through the song selections and settled on Cyndi Lauper.
Seriously?
Will asked.
I like strong women.
Tony hit the blinker as he slowed for a turn.
Where are we going?
Will asked. Home Depot was by the hospital. They were heading in the wrong direction. Tony held up the beer can.
Thought we'd get a real drink.
I'm not thirsty.
You're not driving.
Tony took the turn. His voice had changed. The tough demeanor was back.
You serve overseas?
Why?
Just wondering.
Tony drank some more beer.
You been a making what? 2 weeks?
Almost.
You lived in Atlanta before that?
Will didn't answer.
How'd you get the job at the hospital?
Will tried to turn the situation back on itself.
You're asking questions like a cop.
Shit!
Tony laughed.
You think I'm a cop?
Are you?
He looked at Will over his beer can.
Are you?
Hell no, I'm not a cop.
Contrary to urban legend, law enforcement officers were free to lie with impunity.
Otherwise, I would have busted your ass 10 days ago when I saw you taking pills off that cart.
Tony laughed at the memory.
Near about shit my pants when I saw you looking.
Will doubted that. Tony had clearly been testing him. The window rolled down again. Tony tossed the can out.
Taylor used to sell them for me on Craigslist.
That's dangerous for a woman.
I always did the drops.
Tony opened another beer.
College kids mostly. We ain't selling the cheap stuff.
Will didn't press for details, but he was looking at Tony Dell in a new light. Faith would need to make some calls to Hilton Head and Sarasota. Tony struck Will as exactly the type of criminal who would flip on his own mother if it saved him jail time.
Anyway,
Tony said,
we aren't doing that Craigslist shit anymore. Big Whitey kicked my game up a notch. I got more cash than I know what to do with.
Craigslist is safer.
Nickel and dime, bro.
Big bills, big problems.
The bills get big enough, you can buy your way out of the problems.
Tony turned the wheel hard into a packed parking lot. Will recognized the building. They were at Tipsy's. The neon sign on the roof showed a woman sliding up and down a pole.
You sure you want to be back here?
It's cool.
Tony parked the truck.
I was by here before I went to Kayla's.
Will felt the hair on the back of his neck go up.
Why'd you do that?
Same as you checking out that cop in the ICU. Saying, did somebody recognize me?
Will didn't believe him.
And we're cool.
The affable Tony was suddenly back. He pulled the keys out of the ignition, shouldered open the door.
Come on, bud. I'm still thirsty.
Will got out of the truck, though every atom of his being told him something bad was about to happen. He didn't really have a choice. Jared Long was in the hospital. Lena Adams had almost been killed. There was a drug dealer out there who seemed to enjoy hurting people. If Will didn't do his job right, a lot more people would wind up at the hospital. Or in the ground.
Come on, bud.
Tony walked like a bantam rooster. He was obviously hiding something, and he was very pleased with himself about it. Will slowed his pace, trying to figure out what he was walking into. Not for the first time, he found himself wondering if Tony Dell was in fact Big Whitey. Faith had brought up the possibility almost from the start. She was generally good at seeing around corners, but Will had disagreed with her. He'd met Tony Dell. He'd spent time with the man. He didn't come across as a master strategist. Maybe that was the point. Everything about Tony screamed petty criminal. He worked a shitty job. He drove a shitty car. He lived in an apartment that was 3 doors down from a strip mall. As for his police record, he'd been arrested twice under the open bottle law, both misdemeanors. There was one charge for possession that had rolled off after a successful stint in rehab. Another charge for dealing had disappeared from the court docket on a technicality. Loitering, jaywalking, he was a nuisance criminal, not a heavy hitter. If Tony Dell was really Big Whitey, then the man was a genius. Will's iPhone was in the front pocket of his jeans. He wondered if the tracking chip would work through the club's metal roof. Sarah had GPS in her car. The system cut out the minute she drove into an underground parking lot. Will guessed it was all the steel and concrete messing with the signal. Probably the same thing would happen to his phone inside Tipsy's. They were 10 yards from the door, but the music pounded so hard that Will felt it traveling up from the asphalt. His eardrums turned the noise into one long rumble. Tony glanced back at Will before pushing open the door. He wasn't smiling, which should have been Will's first warning. The second warning was more obvious. The minute the door closed behind Will's back, a hand gripped his shoulder. Will turned around. He was used to being the tallest guy in the room, but the man behind him was approximately the size of a refrigerator. Not a standard one either, more like a Sub-Zero with the motor on the top. There was no use asking questions. The refrigerator nodded toward the back. Will got the message. The man's hand stayed clamped to Will's shoulder, acting as a rudder as he pushed Will through the crowded bar. Tony led the way. He didn't appear to be surprised by this latest development. He certainly wasn't worried. There was a nasty grin on his face, which Will saw every time the man glanced over his shoulder to make sure Will was following. The strobe lights and mirror ball picked out the cuts and bruises on his face, making them look like badly applied makeup. Tony must have been hurting, but his expression was one of pure glee. There was no denying that he'd set this up beautifully. Tony had wormed his way into Kayla's house. He'd tricked Will into leaving with him. It was Tony's idea to fix the sink. It was Tony's idea to strap Will's bike into the truck. He'd obviously anticipated the problem. There just happened to be a winch in the back of the truck, along with a couple of 4x4 posts to use as a ramp. When this was all done, he would probably use them to roll the bike into the river. Will took the deepest breath he could manage. The sour smells of alcohol and sweat filled his lungs. He reached his hand into his pocket. His thumb found the power button on the phone. He pressed it 3 times to engage the recording device. Either Amanda would listen to Will talking to some bad guys, or she would listen to some bad guys murdering Will. The refrigerator jerked Will to the side, avoiding a crowd of boisterous drunks. The route to the back of the club was circuitous. The stage snaked through the room. Every pole had a woman doing something obscene to it. The men crowded in, pushing against the stage until a bouncer shoved them back, then pushing forward again, on the off chance that it would work the 3rd or 4th or 100th time. Tony stood at a closed door with a sign on it. The shit-eating grin was still on his face. He waited for Will and the refrigerator to catch up. The grin got wider as Tony pushed open the door. The room was dark. The hand on Will's shoulder shoved him forward. Will saw that the room wasn't a room, but a long hallway. What little light they had came from the open door. The last thing Will saw was the refrigerator closing it. Tony's mouth went to Will's ear.
Move.
He pushed Will down the hallway. Will considered his options. He could easily take Tony Dell. He'd pushed him around like a rag doll before, but that had been the old Tony, not the possibly big whitey Tony. Sometimes the physical size of a man didn't matter nearly as much as the size of the fight in the man. And Tony had help. He had a lot of help. Will pressed his hand to the cement block wall as he walked down the hallway. He became painfully aware of his full bladder. Sweat dripped down his back. He imagined his Glock, the way the grip felt in his hand, the fact that the safety was a hair trigger built into the main trigger that only engaged when your finger pulled back. Not that any of this mattered. The gun was locked in a safe in his closet back in Atlanta. There must have been soundproofing in the back of the club because the music wasn't so unbearable anymore. Will felt something in front of him. He panicked, then realized he was touching a curtain. Will pushed the material apart. There was more light in this part of the hall, courtesy of a green exit sign over the door. Will would have run full out toward it, if not for the second refrigerator blocking the way. He made the first refrigerator look more like a mini-fridge. His arms bulged at the sleeves. His shoulders were almost as wide as the doorway. He had a Bluetooth device stuck in his ear. As Will approached, he tapped the earpiece and mumbled something incoherent. Refrigerator 2 pulled back a curtain on the wall. There was another door with a sign. Will could recognize words he'd seen a million times before. This one said office. The second refrigerator opened the door. His hand was so big that the knob completely disappeared. Will shaded his eyes against the sudden bright light. The back room of the club was remarkably similar to the type he was used to seeing in mob movies. Black ceiling, dark red walls, liquor posters with naked women, a white shag rug, a large metal and glass desk, a black leather couch with 3 fat rednecks sprawled across it. They were eating pizza from a box on the glass coffee table in front of them. The odor of cheese and sausage turned Will's stomach. He tasted bile, felt some black-eyed peas roil up into his mouth. The rednecks examined Will and Tony with idle curiosity. In a mobster movie, they would have been well-dressed Italians. Macon's version was considerably more down-market. They wore T-shirts that stretched across their bellies. Their jeans were low on their hips, but only because they didn't want to go up 6 sizes to accommodate their expanded waistlines. Refrigerator 2 closed the door. Will saw that he'd missed something across the room from the couch. There was a man tied to a chair. Rope cut into the bare flesh of his arms and chest. His head hung down. The scalp was ripped at the crown. The head wound wasn't the only source of blood. His hands and feet had been sliced open. There were dozens of X's cut into his chest and abdomen. The wounds weren't deep enough to kill, but deep enough to cause excruciating pain. The man had been tortured.
Damn,
Tony said, not with shock, but with admiration.
didn't know y'all had company. Shut up,
one of the rednecks said. He used a folding knife to clean underneath his fingernails.
You do what I tell you to do. Don't I always?
Tony answered.
Watch your tune with me, boy. Yes, sir.
Tony demurred. So much for Tony being Big Whitey. Will gathered the redneck was in charge. He had the air of a man burdened with responsibility. His two henchmen ate their pizza like they were waiting for their turn at the bowling alley. One of them had a bottle of beer to wash it down. The other had a Diet Coke. The redneck kept cleaning his nails. No one seemed interested in rushing him. Will just stood there. This wasn't the first time tonight that he'd wondered whether or not Tony Dell was leading him to his death, but it was the first time he actually saw how it might happen. The man in the chair was still alive. Blood didn't run like that if the heart had stopped beating. His breaths were shallow. His muscles twitched involuntarily, first the arm, then the calf. A low humming noise came from his throat. He was probably praying for his death. They had cut him. They had beaten him. And then they had taken a dinner break, because they were in no rush to end his suffering. Tony wasn't as patient, or maybe he was just stupid. He took a baggie of pills out of his pocket and tossed them onto the desk.
Where's the big man? You said we were going to talk. Shut up,
the redneck repeated. He finished cleaning his nails. The knife blade was about 4 inches. Not long, but sharp, with a wicked curved tip. He slowly folded the blade back into the handle, his eyes on Will the entire time.
You got a problem?
Will shook his head.
We gonna have a problem?
Will shook his head again. The redneck stood up, groaning from the effort. He was a big guy. Not muscular, like the matching refrigerators, but fat around the middle. He walked over to the desk. His gait was slow, cumbersome. He picked up a file folder from the desk.
William Joseph Black.
Will waited. The redneck picked up a pair of reading glasses. He didn't put them on. Instead, he used them like a magnifying glass on the file. He read,
Born in Milledgeville, Georgia. Sealed juvie record. Joined up at 22. Got kicked out at 25. Couple of assaults on some women. Beat down a mall cop. Served time in the Atlanta jail. Pissed off some feds in Kentucky. Wanted for questioning on a stick-up and a couple of break-ins.
The redneck waited.
That about sum it up?
Will didn't answer. He tossed the file back on the desk.
You're renting a room at the Stargazer Motel at the Interstate, number 15. You park your midnight blue Triumph motorcycle in the space 2 doors down. You eat at the racetrack. You work at the hospital. You come here to get your dick hard. Your mother died while you were serving in Iraq. Your father is unknown. You have no siblings and no family to speak of.
Will let his lips open a slit to take in some air. The only reason he'd chosen to ride a bike was to make sure no one followed him to Atlanta, to Sarah. Will's heart thumped as he waited for the redneck to tell him her address. Instead, the redneck asked,
Zeb Deeks?
This time, Will didn't respond because he didn't know what the hell the man was talking about.
Zeb Deeks?
The redneck repeated.
You know him?
It was a name.
a man. The redneck waited. His patience seemed in endless supply. Will stumbled through Bill Black's life. There was no high school or college, just Air Force and jail. The names sounded foreign, but his military file wouldn't have those kinds of details. Zeb Deeks was probably a nickname, which normally wouldn't help Will, except that there was only one guy in Bill Black's life whose name started with a Z. Zebulon Deacon had been knifed at the Atlanta jail for ratting out his crew. Bill Black had been in the same cell block. He would know of the guy. He would certainly know the nickname. More importantly, Black would also know you didn't rat out anybody without a fight. Instead of answering the redneck, Will shrugged.
You don't know him?
Again, Will shrugged. The redneck said,
Junior?
One of the henchmen lumbered up from the couch. Junior was as big as his boss, but younger. Undoubtedly stronger. There was no preamble. Junior punched Will so hard in the face that he saw flashes of light. His head snapped back. His neck cracked. The bridge of his nose felt like a hatchet had struck bone.
Zeb Deeks,
the redneck said. Will shook his head, not to disagree, but to get his senses back. He'd been punched in the nose more times than he could count. The worst part came when you sniffed and the chunk of blood sitting in the back rolled down your throat. Will struggled not to vomit as he swallowed it down. For the fourth time, the redneck said the name.
Zeb Deeks?
Junior pulled back his fist.
All right,
Will said.
Yeah, I know him. Snitch got what he deserved.
Where'd he get it?
Quad.
Where'd he get it?
In the junk.
Will said.
They stabbed him with a broken toothbrush. He bled out in the yard.
Tony chuckled.
Bet that hurt.
The redneck's chest rose and fell. He studied Will for a moment, then nodded toward the last henchman on the couch. The third man stood up just as slowly as the others, his knees popping, his gut bulging. Contrary to physics, he and Junior worked fast. Before Will knew what was happening, his arms were pinned behind his back. The redneck walked over to Will. He smelled of pizza and alcohol. He was a smoker. He breathed like a steam engine. He was big and he was white. But Tony had made it clear the redneck wasn't Big Whitey. Will doubted he would ever meet the man who was in charge of this gang of violent hillbillies. He doubted he would see anything other than the moldy backroom of this club, for what little time he had left in his life. The redneck held up his hand so Will could watch what he was doing. The handle on his folding knife was pearl with gold accents. The light caught on the blade as he opened it. There was blood on the hinge, caked into the rivets, probably from carving X's into the man tied to the chair. The redneck was a natural with the knife. He held the handle with a light grip, almost like another thumb or finger. Will flinched as he felt the sharp, stainless steel blade trace across his neck, then up the side of his face, then underneath his eye. The redneck pressed a little harder, and the skin opened. Will was so terrified that it didn't even hurt. He wouldn't have even known he was cut, but for the bead of blood that rolled down his cheek. Will closed his eyes. He wasn't here. He wasn't in this room. Maybe talking to Kayla and Tony about the beach set him off. He could smell the salt in the air, feel the warm, gentle breeze rolling in off the ocean. 3 months ago, Sarah had taught Will how to fly a kite. They were on the beach in Florida. The kite was yellow and blue and had a long white tail. Will had never taken a beach vacation before.
All his knowledge about Florida came courtesy of Wikipedia and Miami Vice. Sarah was a good teacher. Patient, kind, sexy as hell in her bathing suit. Her father had taught her how to fly a kite when she was little. He'd been worried that Sarah would feel pushed aside by her new baby sister, so he'd taken her on little day trips to make her feel special. Will's eyes shot open. The knife was in his ear. Not the soft, fleshy part, but the bit right at the inside, where a thin layer of cartilage lay against the skull. The redneck was smiling, enjoying the effect. The man had perfect white teeth. His gums looked almost blue against them. Will didn't move. The knife was needle-sharp. The tip broke through his skin, sliced open the cartilage. A drop of blood slid inside his ear. With excruciating slowness, it traveled down the canal. Will felt a shudder coming on. It started slow, like the rumble of an oncoming train. A slight tremble, then a shaking that built and built, until the earth started to move and his teeth were rattling, and the ground felt ripped out from under him. The redneck jerked out the knife just in time.
Fuck!
Will shook his head violently. The grip on his arms got tighter. He shook his head again. The blood was still moving inside his ear. The redneck laughed as he folded the blade back into the handle.
Take off your clothes.
Junior and number 3 released him. Will jammed his pinky in his ear and moved it like a clapper in a bell.
Take off your clothes,
the redneck repeated. Will glared at him.
Go fuck yourself.
He headed toward the door, but Junior stopped him. The redneck offered,
We can do this the hard way.
Junior pushed Will into his partner, who in turn slammed Will into the wall. The redneck asked,
Hard way, easy way.
Will couldn't think about the beach anymore. He couldn't think about Sarah or anything else but staying alive. Bill Black could handle this. He had been in his share of back rooms. He had dealt with lowlifes and bad guys all of his life. According to his records, he'd been a lowlife and bad guy all of his life. Will didn't know what boot camp was like, other than what he'd seen in the movies, but he was very familiar with the intake process at the Atlanta jail. Bill Black would have been one of at least 100 new inmates the guards checked in that day. They'd stripped him, searched him, shaved him, deloused him, then thrown him into a 5x9 cell with another man and an open sewage pit for a toilet. There were communal showers. There were occasional cavity searches. There was nowhere to hide. Undressing for a bunch of violent hicks was not something that would faze a guy like Bill Black. Will ripped open his shirt. Some of the buttons popped loose. His t-shirt came next, then his jeans. Will used the toe of one boot to brace the heel of the other as he stepped out of the shoes. He kicked off the jeans. The room went silent, but for the muffled beats of club music. They stared at him like an exhibit at the zoo. Will didn't look at his body much. As grateful as he was to Sarah, he didn't know how she could stand it. There wasn't a part of him that didn't tell some story of abuse. The cigarette burns around his ribs, the electrical burns that had seared a scattershot of black powder into his skin, the scars on his back where he'd been clawed by a woman who got high from huffing spray paint all morning and thought Will had bugs crawling underneath his flesh. And that didn't include the wounds that were self-inflicted. Tony broke the silence.
Shit, bud. What the hell happened to you?
Will said nothing. For once, the redneck seemed to view Will as a human being, rather than a problem to be dealt with. He asked,
Iraq?
Will considered his options. His scars were not part of his cover. The redneck had obviously managed to get his hands on Bill Black's police record. He'd made some inquiries up the criminal food chain. Did the man have enough juice to get a military file? The GBI was good, but the United States government had offered only cursory support for Bill Black's stint in the armed forces. The redneck pressed.
One of them ragheads get hold of you?
Instead of answering the question, Will turned his head and looked at the wall. He figured Bill Black would feel the same way Will did. Someone had hurt him really badly, and he wasn't proud of it.
Never mind.
The redneck seemed resigned to never knowing, but he wasn't finished with his search.
Take off the shorts, too.
Will gave him a hard look. The redneck seemed almost apologetic.
I knew a guy got caught by a cop with a wire taped to his balls.
Will knew he didn't have a choice. Either he'd undress himself, or the two henchmen would. He pushed down his underwear. The redneck glanced down, then took another look before saying,
Okay, then.
Tony raised his eyebrows.
Damn, hoss.
Will pulled his underwear back up. He reached for his jeans, but they were snatched out of his hand. Junior searched the pockets. Bill Black's wallet and phone were found. The wad of cash he'd taken off Tony this morning was tossed onto the desk.
Let's see what we got.
The redneck held out his hand. He started with the wallet. The Velcro ripped open. Kayla's handwritten address was in the photo sleeve. He flipped past it, checking the pockets. He found 4 20s, 2 credit cards, and the speeding ticket that passed for Bill Black's license.
50 in a school zone.
The redneck tisked his tongue against his teeth. Junior handed him the phone. Will grabbed his jeans. The redneck asked,
What's the password?
Will said,
4321.
He yanked up his jeans as the man dialed in the code. The redneck was more proficient than Will as he scrolled through the various screens. His lips moved when he read.
Who's the woman in Tennessee?
Will pulled on his t-shirt. The hole in the arm had torn, ripping out the side seam. Tony provided,
He's got a baby by her.
He felt the need to ask Will.
She's the one into topiary?
Will put on his Oxford shirt. There were 3 buttons left on the placket. He concentrated on closing them, though his fingers didn't want to work. The redneck seemed to be scrolling through every screen. Will had tested the phone himself when he first got it, trying to see if there was a way to accidentally reveal the cloaked apps. Each time, he was foiled. But every system had a flaw. Will had never tested the phone with the recorder turned on. Maybe there was a software glitch that would pop up the apps and make the redneck pull out his knife again.
Where's this?
He showed Will a photograph, one of the shots he'd taken from the highway.
Off 16.
Will said.
Thought it looked nice.
The man countered.
Geotag says it's off 475.
Will shrugged, but he felt his mouth go bone dry. He'd forgotten about the geotags. They were part of the iPhone's location service and showed the longitude and latitude of where the pictures were taken. He had no idea whether or not the GBI program cloaked them.
You get these off the internet?
He showed Will the naked women. Will's brief feeling of safety evaporated. He downloaded the photos from his computer in Atlanta. He didn't know what the geotag would record, where Will was when he downloaded the photos, or where they had originally been taken. Will waited, watching the man's fingers swipe across the screen.
Don't like Asians myself.
The redneck kept scrolling. Will buttoned the cuffs of his shirt, pretending like he hadn't almost pissed himself. One of the buttons was dangling by a thread. It came off in his hands. Will didn't know what to do with it. He put it in his pocket. If he died, he wondered who would find the button in his pocket. Probably the medical examiner. Pete Hansen had retired a few months ago, but Amanda had brought in a new guy who was young and cocky and believed everything that came out of his mouth. Will wondered what he would make of the button. He wondered if Sarah would hear about it. Would she think about Will every time she put on a shirt? He took the button out of his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. Tony made a clicking sound with his tongue. Will looked at him. Tony winked, like they were in this together, like he hadn't delivered Will to these men for slaughter. What had turned Tony against him? It had to be the dinner. The only way that Tony could know about the date was if Kayla told him. She must have known Tony would show up. Will could see she liked playing them off each other. Stepbrother or not, she'd obviously been stringing Tony along for years. Or maybe it was something more dangerous. Maybe Tony still thought Will was a cop. Running into Lena's house last night hadn't been Will's smartest move. No con in his right mind ran toward gunfire, even if he had 100 pregnant girlfriends threatening to sue him.
All right,
the redneck finally said. He handed Will the phone. Will didn't know what to do but take it. The case was warm. His hands were so sweaty that he nearly dropped it before he could get it back into his pocket. The redneck leaned across the desk and pressed a button on the phone. There was a buzz. Then he pressed the button again. It was some kind of signal. They all waited. And waited. Will counted off the seconds in his head, but then he lost track and had to start all over again. A cell phone rang. The redneck took his time. The droid was buried under a stack of papers on the desk. He answered on the 6th ring. He listened, nodding occasionally. His eyes slid Will's way. He said,
yeah, I think you're right.
Then ended the call.
That big whitey?
Tony asked. He was as eager as a kid.
He tell you we're cool?
He slapped Will on the back.
I told you I'd make this right, man.
The redneck took a stack of hundreds out of his pocket. He glanced at the baggie of pills Tony had thrown on the desk and counted out 10 bills. He held out the cash to Tony.
That's more than you deserve, bringing this asswipe into our business. Get rid of him.
Will felt panic rise, but then he realized the redneck meant the man tied to the chair. Will looked at the guy. He'd forgotten all about him. At some level, Will realized he already thought of him as dead. The redneck said,
Leave him somewhere he'll be found. No problem.
Tony walked over to the chair. He slapped the man's head.
Let's go, dude.
The man groaned. Spit slid out of his open mouth.
Come on.
Tony slapped him harder.
Stand up, cocksucker. Time to go.
The man struggled against the rope. Even if he wanted to, there was no way to get up.
You will leave this asshole?
Tony's eyes looked as if they were on fire. He obviously enjoyed hurting people. He kicked the chair again. There was none of the gnat about him now. Just a wiry, tough guy who had no problem punching above his weight. The redneck had had enough.
Stop fucking around and get him out of here.
Tony pulled a knife out of his boot. This wasn't a folding knife, but a 10-inch hunting knife with a nasty-looking serrated edge. He cut the rope around the chair. The man pitched forward, moaning from the release. Tony caught him before he hit the floor. He flipped the knife in the air and pointed the handle toward Will.
Get his feet.
Will sawed through the rope that tied the man's legs to the chair. He glanced up as he sliced through the last few strands. The man's eyes were swollen slits in his face, but Will could see the bloody whites at the edges. Blood had trickled down his forehead, clotted in his eyelashes. His front teeth were broken. The bridge of his nose was smashed. Still, he looked familiar, but Will didn't have time to figure out why.
"Wake up, asshole!"
This time, Tony's fist came from below. The man's head arced back. Blood went flying.
"I'm playing, dude! Stand the fuck up!"
The man tried to obey. His bare feet stuck to the rug. His legs shook. His knees wouldn't straighten. Will stepped in. He couldn't watch this. He shouldered the man to standing, practically carrying all of his weight.
"Please,"
the man begged, his voice barely audible. Will glanced around the room, but no one seemed moved by the plea. If anything, they were annoyed.
"Get him out of here,"
the redneck ordered. He went back to the couch, sat down in front of the open pizza box. Will tried to drag the man to the door. If he could leave this room, if he could manage to get out of this club, then there might be a way to save him. The redneck picked up a slice of pizza.
"I'll be in touch, bud. We have a job that Mr. Whitey thinks will suit your special skills."
Will grunted, but only from the effort of carrying the man. There was no helping him walk. Will lifted his full weight onto his back. 5 feet to the door, maybe 3 feet to the exit, around the building, then to the parking lot. Will would take Tony's truck. He'd sucker punch him from behind, take away his keys. He would drive the man to the hospital. He would get Faith to put him into protective custody. And then, Will would find Sarah and fall down at her feet and pray for her to make everything better. Will told Tony,
"Get the door." "What about the rug?"
Junior asked.
"Ain't no way that could be staved out." "Shit!"
Tony complained.
"I ain't no damn rug cleaner." "Take it and burn it."
The redneck finished his slice of pizza.
"Dump the body on his front lawn. That ought to be public enough."
Tony made it clear he thought he was doing them a favor. He hitched up his pants. He got down on his knees. He started rolling the edge of the rug. Will turned because there was nothing to do but watch him and wait. This was when the man decided to make his move. Without warning, he pushed away from Will. The man grabbed at the doorknob. His coordination was shot. His hands were slick with blood. Instead of opening the door, he fell against it. He started screaming, pounding at the door like there might be help on the other side. Will's instincts took over. Of all the guys in the room, he was the least lethal. He grabbed the man around the waist. He tried to cover his mouth. The man kicked him, bit him, punched him, until Will couldn't hold on anymore. There was nowhere to go. No windows, no doors but the one they'd come through. The man was so crazed with terror, he was practically spinning in circles. The rug bunched up onto his feet. He careened off the coffee table, the desk. Tony tackled him from behind, throwing him face down on the floor. Tony straddled him. The hunting knife was in his hands. He pounded the blade into the man's back, his shoulders, his neck. Again and again the knife went up and down like a piston. The blade made a pop-slap noise as it pierced skin. Spaghetti strings of blood flew around him like he was inside some kind of horror house snow globe. Junior jammed a gun into Will's chest, making it clear he should stay out of it. The muzzle felt like it was touching bare bone. Junior was eerily calm as Tony wailed away with the knife. He caught the redneck's eye, gave him a single shake of the head as if to ask, what got into that guy? His counterpart sat passively on the couch, watching the murder unfold the way he might watch a card game. The stabbing continued long after the man was dead. Tony only stopped when he ran out of steam. He sat back on his heels. He was panting, sweating. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his shirt. Forehead, mouth, cheeks, blood smeared everywhere. Junior put the gun back into the holster on his belt. Will could move now, but he didn't have anywhere to go. Twice in as many nights, he'd watched one human being attack another. At least Lena had been responding to a threat. Tony Dell was like a jackal destroying its prey. He'd enjoyed each and every second of the kill. He'd grunted and screamed as the knife went in. The spray of blood that washed up into his face had only made him hungry for more. And now, he was laughing. Blood smeared his teeth like lipstick. He asked Will,
"How about that, buddy? You seen this nut job running around? That was some crazy shit."
The redneck was not pleased.
"You see the mess you made? You was gonna throw away the carpet anyway. You didn't just get it on the carpet, did you?"
Tony looked around with awe at what he'd wrought. He shook his head, then wiped the hunting knife on his pants before trying to jam it back into his boot. The blade was bent, probably from striking the thick bone of the skull. Tony had to torque the handle to sheath the knife. And then he saw the open wound across the palm of his hand.
"Shit, must have slipped over the hilt."
He asked Will,
"You mind taking me to the hospital, bud? This is the kind of shit gets infected."
The redneck sounded more put out than disgusted.
"Junior, go get some of the girls to clean this up."
He told Tony,
"Get the body out of here. Drop him in his front yard, like I said."
Tony asked,
"You sure about that?" "Came straight from Big Whitey. Put him somewhere he'll be found. The only way to send a message is make sure everybody's got a chance to read it."
The redneck directed his next order to Will.
"Keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't fuck it up." "I ain't gonna fuck it up,"
Tony yelled.
"You tell Big Whitey I'm the one who took care of this for him." "You really want credit?"
the redneck asked. He shook his head at Junior, who returned the gesture. Will said,
"We'll take care of it,"
because he thought that would get them out of here faster. He knelt down on the floor.
"Roll the body onto the rug. Take a cue from your pal there, Tony. Good soldiers follow orders."
The redneck sat back on the couch. He took out his knife again to clean his nails.
"Like I said, Mr. Black, we'll be in touch."
Will wasn't going to wait around for more. He motioned for Tony to move.
"Hurry up. Roll him onto the rug."
Tony pushed the body, but the physics were against him. The man was dead weight. Tony's boots skidded against the concrete floor. His face twisted into a mask of sheer determination. Finally, the man flopped onto his back. His arm was over his eyes like he didn't want to see anymore. Tony picked up the hands and crossed them over the chest. He started toward the other side of the rug.
"No,"
Will said.
"We have to roll the body."
He took the shoulders because that was the heavier end, and he couldn't watch Tony pushing around the corpse anymore. Tony asked,
"Ready?"
Will looked down at the man's face. He recognized him now, though even in death, the pain still twisted his features. Faith had shown Will his picture on her phone just a few hours ago. The man in the chair was Detective Eric Haig.